These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before, and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell him to bring it on. Now he's a big timer, but he's lost on the river. Never went without, never had them cold shivers. Had a silver spoon, always warm in the winter. Drive a fancy car, never had to kill a standard. No bloody hands, never really had a backbone. Never been too deep down the back road. Never showed no respect to a flagpole. Come on, city boy, just another punk asshole. Me and mine, we gon' make it through them dark days. So take your ass on back down to Park Place before you end up in the deep end where them hungry ass sharks stay. We go hard all day. Been here, done that, that's a given. Out back, guns out, country living. If you doubt that, find out, come and get it. We ain't going nowhere, but I'm about to go swimming. These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before, and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Won't you take me back to the old days? Just horses in a wagon, shotgun shells and wishing wells, and you could hear them pistols blasting. Better give them hell, but live to tell. Let's write another chapter. We just want our country back, and we gon' get what we after. In them pastures, in them fields, we the ones that keep it real. You come snooping around here, that'll probably get you killed. Cold steel under cold skies, a rebel soul from the old times, like Jesse James and those guys. I'm watching you with both eyes. I ain't telling no lies. If you wanna come and get it, backwoods country living, shotguns and ammunition, whiskey drinking, steady sipping, saying to hell with the system. I've been living at the bottom, so I'm about to go swimming. Y'all can hate it or you can love it, but I promise we ain't budging. If them boys looking scared, someone probably told them we coming, so y'all better get to running, but don't head for them hills. That's where the hell we living. Round here we keep it real, boy.
These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before, and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. You can't take my freedom, can't take my land, you can't take my guns from me, young man. Don't tread on me, you'll fall where you stand. I played dirty as a dog, Lord, forgive my sins. The world that we're living in is going to hell. You'd rather bite your tongue and buy the stories they sell. Stand my ground till the day I'm gone. Salute the ones who never made it home. I bleed red and my stripes are white and my skies are blue. was raised with guns and I like to shoot. I was born and raised here. I was raised to stand my ground. I keep one hand on the Bible.
Yeah, come on.
And a middle finger to the man. I keep one hand on the Bible. And a middle finger to
See,
the
we
man.
soldiers in this new age and tread on enemy lines. Old school in our veins and never change with the hands of time. All these crooked politicians on a mission just to find all the brains they can wash and all the rules they can't apply. Just a bunch of sheep inside these fences, always sleeping, mostly senseless, medicated, incarcerated. I hate to say it, but the truth is vicious. Lied to and deprived too, they got us in the system. Middle finger to the man, you either with us or against
I
us.
bleed red and my stripes are white and my skies are blue. I don't call 911. I was raised with guns and I like to shoot. I was born and raised here. I was raised to stand my ground. I keep one hand on the Bible.
Yeah, come on.
And a middle finger to the man. I keep one hand on the Bible and a middle finger to the
See, we
man.
soldiers in this new age and tread on enemy lines. On the school in our veins and never change with the hands of time. I said we soldiers in this new age and tread on enemy lines. On the school in our veins and never change with the hands of
I
time.
bleed red and my stripes are white and my skies are blue. I don't call 911. I was raised with guns and I like to shoot. I was born and raised here. I was raised to stand my ground. I keep one hand on the Bible.
Yeah, come on.
And a middle finger to the man. Morning, good day, good evening. I'm so glad you guys are here. Man, it's actually God works in funny ways, because first I wasn't gonna go live. And apologize for probably dropped a few F-bombs this morning. I'm still a little agitated. Been a shitty ass weekend. I'm beyond certain actions. I just look and people's character just suck ass. And it's like, shit. I don't know. Anyway, I was in a pretty jacked up mentality, and just, I was pissed off. And then it was kind of like, I was like, well, I'm not going to do it. Then I'm like, yeah, I'll go ahead, and, because people are looking. And then I was like, fuck it, man. I ain't doing it. I'm just so sick of all this shit, and I just want to go off in my little corner. And then I got on Steve's, because the notification thing I saw, like 2 hours later, all of a sudden, God works in funny ways. So then I go over there, and it's like, oh, hey, rescue, cool, and then it kind of just lets you know, it's like, okay, you got to get out of your shit, People kind of look forward to something, so you kind of got to get up out of your shit, and you so, hey, man, that's how it works, It's easy to fall into that negative shit, and I'll just take a quick moment, because I kind of, I'm just so, man, okay. So y'all just got to bear with me for a couple minutes, because I just kind of at least got to get it out of my system, just so it's like, otherwise it just sits there. But I'm just so fucking sick of lazy ass, whiny people that don't want to put any fucking effort into anything. They just stick their hand out like, you owe me. And it's like, what the hell did you do? What did you bring to the table? Do you even give a shit to the table? No, you don't even give a shit. You just Oh man, I'm just so wound up, buddy. You just want to bitch slap the shit out of people left and right. And it's like, wake up, people. All this little spoilt ass, whiny shit. Oh, I deserve. And it's like, really? What did you do? Did you do anything? Did you put any boots on the ground? Did you actually do anything positive? Or did you just bring a bunch of negative bullshit to the mix? Anyway. So now that I get that out of my system, that was peaking. And sometimes I don't move. I get bent because it's just, man, there's just so much there. I'm sorry, dude. I came from a married family, then it was a broken home. Then I went in the service, and then I went to fucking prison. And then I became a drug addict, and then I went to prison, and then I got out, cleaned up my ass up. I was a firefighter. I proceeded to make myself a millwright, a pipe fitter. I'm a dad. I raised 2 kids. And so you sit here and you hear these people with these excuses of why can't I? Well, why me? Why me? Really? Have you done anything? Because I did. I just get so bent, dude. Man. So anyway, now that I'm all up in my shit, and that's how we do that shit. All right. So now we're going to move on. So now that all that's out the system, well, at least it's down to the suppressed level. So now I can go down the list. Thank y'all for bearing with me. So, morning Jeep, Mr. Steve, Mayor, what's up, Rex? Got Monty, Karen, Miss Heidi, Anna, T Girl in the house, Mr. Chuck, Miss Aloha, hey Silver Girl, Dave. Want to make sure I try to grab everybody, Mr. Keno, Miss Connie. Who else we got up here? Hey, Mr. Brian. I think I saw another Mr. Bullfrog. What's up, buddy? Mr. Brian again. I think I got everybody. If I didn't get you, then I apologize. So it wasn't intentional. And man, I think what it was, I think some of the volcano eruptions must have triggered me and put a fire on my ass or something and had me fired up. That's what it was, because we had some volcanoes firing off this weekend. Oh man. Yeah, I needed that. Just vent, dude. Let's see, where's Steve? What's up, Mr. Brother? There we go, Mr. Steve. Hey, what's up, Bug Out? Right on, brother. Hey, I don't know if you saw that link that I sent you earlier. I thought that was kind of cool. Well, that's true, Bullfrog. But see, it's not even just YouTube, though. It's just that's this weekend. Hell, I wasn't on YouTube hardly at all. Too much, just a little bit. It was just day to day, and it's just listening to people and hell, my own damn family even. I don't know. Let's see, where's Mr. Chuck? Yeah, actually, there was I think I had them pulled up. Give me a second, I'll. Man, oh man. Yeah, I just stressed the hell out this weekend. Mr. David Devine, how are you, sir? There's a man with a good sense of humor. It's everywhere, in and out. Yeah, right. Sea bullfrog is just, man. Let me see, get this sent here. You got it, brother. No worries, man. No worries. Let's see. Mr. Chuck. Okay, that does that and that. Yeah, that dude's a trip though, bug out. You ought to check out some of his other videos. I gotta say, as a matter of fact, YouTube's going at him pretty good because he has to play the word game. The first video he did of that MP5 was they took it down because they accused him of instructing people how to do it. And I didn't instruct shit, man. I'd be impressed if somebody can just watch that video and then figure out exactly how to do just what I did without looking at anything else. I thought it was kind of fun. Oh man! All right, what we got? I don't want to miss anything in chat. Yeah, man, there was hey, Mr. Ron, what's up, bud? But Steve is going to hop on panel. He's cleaning out his stuff and getting set, and he'll be up. No, T-Girl, it was all good, and I think sometimes if you, that's why it's nice if people slow down just a little bit and kind of watch and listen to people, because I think some people just have PTSD, and so if they get fired up, then they can kind of become, it can be some harsh words and people are wound up, and it's just, it's where you try to find the good. So it's all good though. I appreciate all the emails y'all send me. And I will say, just for anybody listening, if you send me an email and I don't respond, it's not that I didn't read it. I did. It's just that, I don't know, it's kind of hard to describe, but I have hell typing what I want to say, because then I just keep rethinking, and it just takes forever. And I worry about my little commas, the periods, and the whole punctuation, and it just gets all wiggity. I'm trying to get better. But I hope everybody had a good weekend. I hope everybody got a little something done if you were able to. I take my kid for ice cream. I got complaints the kiddie scoop was too small. My kid did not even finish it. She got the "we need to be grateful for our blessing" speech. Right on. No, I cannot spell. Howdy do. You got it, Heidi. Man, it's been a crazy weekend. Just been crazy. I don't know. Things to come, man. Things to come. You just never know. Hey, Mr. Chuck. There you are. How are you, sir?
I'm here. Shit bothered me. Shit gets me too like that. I had a buddy tell me the other day about different things. He goes, just quit fucking acknowledging people that don't bring, that you butter bread for, and that they don't bring bread or butter.
Yeah. You just see, my problem is it's in my nature. I can do the aggressive side, but I don't know. I really try my damnedest to get along with people because I know just how that side is, and I've tried to stay away from that side for 35 years. So it tabbles, and it happens, but man, it just listening to some of the spoiled shit out of people's mouths, and it's just, some of it's my own damn family. So you just kind of sit there and go, really? So you know how many, 20-hour days? How many weeks I even didn't hardly sleep just to make a buck? And it's like, I got a thing that's a little saying that I used to kind of have it up a lot, but then I realized that little saying kept me fired up. So I decided that I kind of put it down into a file, but it's basically rattles that kind of shit off. It's like, I've fed the mouths that talk shit about me. I've wiped the eyes that stare at me with hate. I've comforted the ass that want to walk over the top of me. I've clothed the very feet that want to try to kick me in my ass and stomp me when I'm down. Hey, morning, Chrissy Cat.
It's fucked up when you're there for people and then you don't expect anything, but they damn sure don't offer either. You be falling down and they just probably laugh.
Oh, well, this weekend was a full realization that if I snap this back and I lay out in that bed, I will lay there and shit on myself because ain't nobody fixing to come help nothing. That's what this weekend showed me.
I'd be there for you if I was closer, but it's what, 3 or 4 hours?
Yep. Well, I tell you, the idea is I'm just trying not to emotionally react, but I've thought about just selling this fucking place and buying a damn van, and I'll just go stay in a damn parking space somewhere. What the hell do I need? I don't need all this shit. I can't even do nothing with all my shit, so what do I need it for? I don't need it. All I need is a spot to do this right here and then to lay down. And at least then I ain't got to worry about other shit. And I ain't got to worry about getting shanked in the back. Anyway, I'm trying. It's been I was wound up this weekend. I even started to get on, but I thought, no, because, man, I don't know that I can control this back. So I better not open that door. Stupid.
Yeah, I'm thinking about stuff right now, and I'm thinking not to say nothing. Like, it's just things we go through. It's like I'm sitting here getting hot flashes, like pissing me off. The different shit that's happened in the past 5 days is fucked up. People never cease to amaze you until they need something.
Okay, Money. I sent Money a deal, and he's storming real bad where he's at. So we'll throw some prayers out for Money. You got a lot of rain happening.
My heart goes out to you, bro.
I do want to take a minute, though, and try to bring something positive to the table with everybody listening. So there's somebody that most of us know, Sister Marie, and she, this morning, later on, she's going in for some eye surgery. And so, if you're a prayerful person, if you're a thoughtful person, but definitely offer up thoughts and prayers for Sister Marie, that everything, goes through good and she comes out better. It's routine, I think, is what she said, kind of. Not really routine, but she's just trying to repair some of the damages, and just pray that God's hands on the operation and everything goes smooth. And
yeah, Tinfoil's got something going on with her. She's got something in her eye, I guess, over the weekend, and she's got like an ulcer on her cornea or something. She's got to go to a specialist. I don't know if you know tinfoil or not. Tinfoil hat. She's got that picture with a cat with a tinfoil thing.
okay, yeah, I think I've seen her on Bonnie's.
Yeah, Tin TV or whatever she does that
Okay.
hangout with Mark B and all them. Yeah,
Okay, Ron.
Biggest things you can get to is like, don't you hate it when somebody says, "Oh man, you ought to heard how so and so's talking about you"? Now, the first thing I ask is, why they fucking comfortable telling you bad shit about me? What do you say to them?
Oh, everybody that tells you about somebody else talking smack about you usually probably didn't defend you over there, but it's coming to tell you now to try to get on that side of them.
I always look at it, there's some kind of a bitch going on, and they're probably being one, and they felt good enough to tell them how they felt too.
Let's see. Yeah, I was gonna, cause I was kind of tripped out over some of these volcanoes, dude. There's been several. There's been an eruption in Philippines. There's been an eruption in Italy, and there's been an eruption in Russia. And let's see,
I
what
think
was
they
it?
can heat that up with them dew weapons and make them start doing that.
Well, the one in Italy, they see lava coming from that one, so it's not just the plumes. They see lava, so that's erupting. That's got some eruption to it, and it's actually, somebody was talking. One of the people I was listening to talked about, apparently this is like the last time this happened is what some people think is what started the collapse of the Roman Empire, because the plume of the smoke went out and it covered up the sun long enough that the temperature dropped down 2 degrees Celsius, which is a pretty good chunk in Fahrenheit. And it caused a lot of the grain and, of course, then the famine. So then that started the thing. And they say that plume could actually stretch all the way over to California if it keeps pumping. So, and over in the Philippines, dude, they were showing the whole landscape, and it's just, I put it like this. One of the pictures was a dude on a motorcycle, one of the little city runaround kind of bikes, you see over in the Philippines. But this dude is on this bike. It's like somebody walked by him with a black spray can and went, whoosh. All the yellow reflective shit on his jacket is all black. He's got the soot all on his, because it's the soot from that. See, there's the after effect, and it's just like a lot of the stuff that burns, you don't think about it because you see small fires, but when you get massive shit, well, then that soot's going to go up. It's got to come down somewhere. Whatever goes up comes down. That's that cool little thing called gravity. So that's like down there, dude, it just blanketed the whole place, which then smothers your vegetation and shit. So it's got ramifications.
That ash is acidic, and it rains and it causes mudslides.
Hey, Hit Gal, morning.
Hey,
Make sure I didn't miss anybody else that came in and I didn't catch you. I'm sorry, Miss Tina. I see that now.
Yeah, I ran a 3-hour show earlier. Had fucking 8 people on panel 9 at one time. It was calm. That's what amazed me. Wasn't nobody stepping all over.
Alrighty, Bullfrog, get you some rest and have an awesome morning. Wake up with a smile. Yeah, I just couldn't believe, man, all of these different activeness. And I was like, wow. But it's so much shit's going on this ball of dirt.
Yeah, and who knows what they can affect with what they got. I know they got a lot of things to do, a lot of shit.
Oh, David, are you planning on a 3-day live stream? Is that what I read up there on June 27th? Bullfrog is a man on the move. He's a man with a mission. Yeah, that's it, Aloha. Mr. Monkey Works. Hey, Miss Lisa. Oh, Mr. David Devine gonna do a 3-day live stream. I'll stop in multiple times, sir.
Thanks, Hick. Everybody wondered why. It's like, okay, I've been on 3 hours tonight, y'all. I usually drag on, but I figured it been going too good. I needed to go to the stores.
Hey, Steve, if you take and look at your phone, just type in that link. I guess I could drop a link. But once it goes out, it's always out. And there's nothing against nobody or nothing. To me, it's just the only way I can. Otherwise, it's like opening the door and you kind of walk in, but then all of a sudden, bam, and it's like, oh shit. Okay, my thought was here, but it's like, oh no, it's a room full of people.
I ain't saying it'd be that way now, but earlier I had mine out there and it didn't get bad. That ain't saying it wouldn't start. I've seen some porn running through one of them earlier. Usually with porn comes dorks.
Too much to know. Didn't want tracks from the tractor to mow the yard, so now I got to rake some and threw it to the woods. Oh, Neat Pepper had lots of good info on gas around. Right on. Pele, the Hawaiian goddess of fire, is still putting on her show on the. Oh man, I'll butcher that word. I know I will. Kilauea volcano on the Big Island, giving us beautiful sunsets. Reach $5 in Ohio, man. I tell you what, it's getting close here. We're hitting the 450 mark, and it's like, ooh wee. I've even people stopped going and doing some things, and it's kind of like, yep, here it comes, because it's like you can't afford them runs, man.
I heard $7 if it hits that, the truckers are going to shut down because they can't make money. And then I got told tonight it's closer to $6.50.
Well, Monty just told me in Mendocino, Cali, it's $9.20 a gallon. I will say, though, any price I ever hear out of California, I never put a lot of weight to it because their shit's always been higher than everybody else. No, I mean, the whole time I even grew up, you could talk about a burger and it was more there than your milk there. It just, no matter what.
Yeah, it was the $1.99 big gulps, Circle K or whatever here. They're $2 there then. So.
Hit Gal said, some are saying trains will be used more when truckers stop. Well, here's a little funny thing for that. You know who the major shareholder of Union Pacific Railroad is? It's BlackRock Industries.
Yep.
And you know who's got 3 members of his direct family in the White House? Yeah. It's the CEO for the BlackRock Investment Marketing Division.
Yeah, JP Morgan's involved in it.
Oh, that dude's brother is he's an advisor to Joe Biden. The guy's wife is she's on the White House. I forgot, I'll have to look at it again. And then his daughter, who just graduated from college in 2019, is on the White House National Advisory Board. So a girl that just graduated college in 2019 is now on the National Advisory Board of a country with a population of 330 million people. Wow, do you think there might be an issue? I'm not knocking learning, but it's like, really? National Advisory Board, do you want to get any experience before you try to think for 330 million people? Oh, wait, I don't think that was your intent anyway, you communist piece of crap.
Yeah, and the train's already dropped grains.
Well, it's, with the DEF. Talked about the DEF, the other thing, the DEF fluid, and it's the overall impact of that. That's the trucking world. That's and it's not even just what's going to happen. People ought to be real. Why is that happening? Stop falling for all the excuses. Don't scream at your neighbors, but try to start getting people to pay attention. This isn't someplace bad policy shit. This is intentional collapse, and it's just, I'm no doomsayer, but my God, you keep throwing rocks at my house, and at some point, I'm going to assume that you're trying to tear it down. That's all I can tell you.
Wife told me 3 more things are on a recall list at stores now at Walmart, and that's jelly, ice cream, and cheese, and add packaged lettuce, like salad kits, and peanut butter. And Jif peanut butter now is not going to start redoing if they ever do, for a long time, and that means generics that Jif fills up aren't going to be there. So it kind of makes me think, is this stuff really got something wrong with it in the recall? Are they doing this to make people not trust things so they don't buy it and they send it back?
Well, and I got to tell you that, watching all this other shit go down, you kind of wonder, well, how legit is the recall?
That's what I'm talking about.
Before it was like, oh, well, they really found something wrong. The recall, don't want nobody to get hurt. That was the assumption of all the recalls. There was don't want any harm. But then you kind of watch this latest shit the past couple of years, and it's like, yeah, you're just making shit up probably. But because it's a health thing, how do you know? Do you eat the jam and then go, oh yeah, see, nothing happened? Or do you eat the jam and go, oh shit, yeah, there was something, but they're still assholes? I mean, it's like,
yeah, they got this cloud of distrust going with everything.
Yep.
Hey, Eddie.
Well, that's why I always stay away from that. When it's just getting generated and then just how bad is, you kind of go with it, but then start working on some kind of solution. Otherwise, you get pulled down that, and that's what they want. They want people. They want you so pissed off. You're emotionally reacting to stuff, and then that plays right in because it causes division. Don't focus. Don't look at this shit that's happening. It's like that city of Uvalde. Don't let that town get together and say, wait a minute, and then de-seat his ass off that city council. Heaven forbid something like that. That'll show a unity. That would send a ripple effect then across the country. And then all of a sudden people wouldn't be screaming across the street. They would be going down there to their city hall or their county seat and screaming in unison. And then that would change shit. But I watch way too much videos on all platforms connecting all the dots. Yeah.
Shit, Nick, I'm getting to the point I don't trust the mailman, let alone 3-letter agency.
Well, is that really the mailman that was coming?
Look at him there, look up and down the road. It's like, is there any Suburbans either way?
I know I used to laugh and just kind of go, well, hell, dude, I got like video coverage all of 180 degrees around my house, but then it's kind of like, I guess I really did need that.
Yeah, I want to get an analog system put in here and then mount it on to a DVD burner instead of having it where it's wireless or any of that, because I don't trust what they can pick up. I got power over Ethernet, so a PoE is what it's called, and it uses a Cat5 cable, and that's what actually powers up the camera and also does the audio and video, sending it back. So
Then you don't have nothing but the one little cable run up. It plugs in, bam.
No Wi-Fi involved. And
Nope. And then what I did is I have a second router that I have that set up to a computer, so it's kind of like an internal network. It's the DVR, the cameras to the DVR to the computer. That way I can sit there and monitor shit. I look at stuff, but it's not part of my network outside. So no internet.
Your own intranet.
Yeah. And all you have to really do is get you a little wireless router, and you turn the wireless off so it's not transmitting or receiving, and then just don't hook it up.
I got a wire running from the other modem back here, which I got split off. I don't want no Wi-Fi in the house, which I got the front one on, and it's on the lowest, shittiest Wi-Fi there is. That's so that stupid smart TV up there that nobody watches can be watched when my grandson's here.
Where did Steve go? Steve was saying on his laptop. I was wondering if he typed in that link. Well, I tell you what, let me see if I can. I can send him an email then.
Yeah, I watched the other day. There's like 6 or 7 episodes in it. It's a thing that's got to do about the Amish and how they really are. They ain't the innocent, calm, quiet people I thought they were.
Oh no, they can thump some shit too.
Yeah, like forced rape and
yeah,
all abound, and it's like they hide it within their community. And
well, they stay so isolated, and so it's kind of like when I was growing up, you would hear about like places way up in the mountains and people that didn't come down, they didn't participate, in the typical day-to-day city life stuff, and so that doesn't really surprise me. They just refuse to accept technology. They don't want nothing to do with it. And you kind of got to say, well, that pays off. They still remember how to do things, but then there's, it's like the ugly stuff. Well, it sounds really bad, but look at us, spread across the whole country, and look at all that goes on. You know what I'm saying? So
just people with same mistakes, just isolated. There was a show on a couple of years ago that I got into watching, and it was going into the 2nd or 3rd year series of it, and they just quit playing it. It was about these people who lived up in the mountains. You remember that show out there? Yep. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's what. See, that's growing up that way.
It's kind of like if the Waltons were bikers, that way these people almost were.
Damn it.
Hey, JH.
Where did Steve go? I was hoping old Steve would come up, but
he may have had issues trying. He said, last I seen, he was getting his laptop or something.
Hey, JH556.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah, I saw him saying something about I'm on my laptop, and so I was like, okay, well, I just type in the thing, but then I didn't see no more from him, so I don't know if that was.
T-Girl, just go get you a free version of StreamYard, and it'll ask you to connect to your YouTube.
Oh yeah, T-Girl, that's all you gotta do is sign up for StreamYard. And then if you do the free version, you can do what, like 20 hours a month or something?
Yeah.
Well, he came up, Chrissy, a while ago, but I had sent him the invite on the phone, but then he said he was on his laptop. So, and I was going to send it to him in an email, but he told me he doesn't check his email often. So then it was, let's see.
You're welcome, T-Girl. It's easy. You can figure if you wanted to do a bunch of 1-hour shows, you can get 5 of them a week every month. At pretty pretty
Oh,
much
there you are, Steve.
20 days a month.
Hey, brother, if you type in that that link into your browser, it should work. And I don't mean no offense to nobody as far as don't put it in the chat because you just never know who's lingering. And I just didn't want the headache. And that's the only reason. That's nothing, no offense to nobody and that's chatting and stuff. It's just that, but once you put that out into that chat, then it's there and you don't have to subscribe in order to click on it. So you can then get hammered away on that link without it. This way, nobody can even say anything without being subbed at least. So it kind of helps chill out the bots. And hey, 556 Miss JH, is there some positive things happening? Hopefully. Been putting some prayer out for you. Hopefully good things are happening.
Jeep.
Do you think I can come up on a Thursday or a Tuesday night? Yeah, Josh, we could do that. Let you come up a little bit and you can kind of hang out and chat with people and stuff. Kind of help get you acclimated and help you get you some friendships. Hey, Sean. What's up, Mr. Nick? Everybody everywhere we look, every walk of life, community, etc. That's it. Someone knows you have a big heart for animals. I wish you blessings for helping all those babies. I am good. If you ever need anything, just text me. There's a way to pin the link at the top of chat and then remove it. Yeah, no, Silver Girl, what it is see, once you do it, it'll actually be there in the history. So it's just like if I put it out and then I go to pin it, it's there. And I guess I could do it. I don't know.
I found another plateau too that I was told it won't hit till you get 800 subs. I keep breaking 600 and it'll jump me back down to 575.
Oh, so you got your community tab.
Yeah, man. It's a struggle. I don't understand why they do it that way, but I guess some of the content we talk about, I'm surprised I ain't got blasted out of existence.
Right. Alrighty, Steve. Silver Girl's forcing me to do this, so I'm doing it. There you go, Steve. Click that bad boy. Silver Girl made me do it.
Delete it as soon as you put it out after it shows up. That way it won't be out there forever.
Did you get it, Steve? Oh, I am, Silver Girl. I'm blaming you. This is all. I'm writing it down. It is in the book. I made notes, time-stamped and dated and everything.
Garrett, they've been over playing poker. I don't know if they still are, but they were 2 or 3 hours ago.
They remove subscribers from you in order to do that, or add 2 + 2 = 8. Right.
Yeah, it's messed up. I can watch them slowly go up with stuff going on, and then it'll get up a little over 6 and go right, it's like slap 30 away from you real quick. But I got told the big number after 500 is 800, then the next one's kind of 1,000, but a lot of times you just fall over it.
There he is. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I got it.
You got it, man.
Can't hear nothing though. Shit. Let's see.
What? Are you deaf? Are you deaf? Rescue JH needs help with so many animals. Can we do a GoFundMe for her?
Give me 1 second. I can't hear nothing.
Yeah, but you know, let me ask you this: do y'all really want to do a GoFundMe, or do you want to do this give, send, go thing? Because I mean, GoFundMe kind of a shithead of a business.
What are they trying to fix?
Trying to maybe raise some money for JH556 with so many animals.
Yeah, or just put a Cash App link. That would be the easiest. 10 minutes and it shows up and nobody grabs none of it.
There we go.
Hola.
There we go. Now I can hear you. All right.
Okay, now we have to change topics, Chuck, because he can hear us now. So, what's up, brother?
Man, I was trying to figure all this shit out. That was taking forever. But sorry about that.
I'll tell you what I do is, if you just remember the StreamYard.com and then the / well, whatever those letters are is basically the StreamYard channel. So, like I do that because like Chuck, I'll send him an email, but then I got like Ricardo in Australia. Well, that's Facebook Messenger, or then some like Bug Out will be on the phone, or Devil Dog's on the phone. And so I'm doing all the little things, and then I actually, to save from copying, that's what I do is I just kind of like look at the last part of the letters and then go, okay, StreamYard.com / and then start typing whatever the hell the latest little bunch of crap is.
Right, yeah, well, this is Nina's laptop, and I've never used it before, so she just pulls it out, and I'm like, okay. I'm like, shit, I don't know what. I couldn't even turn the volume up for a second.
Oh, there you go. Hey, Mr. Tony.
So close that one out.
Oh, Josh, AC, I don't know. I hadn't seen, which I wasn't really around YouTube too much this weekend, just off and on. But the last I saw him was over on Zach's Friday, and then I guess AC's doing okay. Angry conservative. Apparently Ghetto's got some kind of game thing going, and his cousin must be winning.
Yeah, they're playing video poker or something on the phones or whatever. It's like a round table, and I watched them for a few minutes. Like, you want to play? I'm like, no, I don't play with phone. My eyes are bad enough. I try to stare at a phone to play a game, I will be cross-eyed.
Yeah, I don't do all that stuff on my phone. I don't know. There's just, ever since I just never took to it.
Now, if I'm looking for torch specs for something, I'll look it up real quick on my phone. But it's like,
hey, hot mess, Miss Summer. How are you, ma'am? Hopefully you had a good weekend.
good night, Ron.
All righty, Ron. Later, brother. If you feel like hanging out tomorrow, let me know. Are you driving tomorrow, by the way, Ron? Are you working tomorrow? Just out of curiosity, because hell, I sent you an invite. You can come up and we can do a little road tripping. Alrighty, Mr. David. You gone, brother? Get you some rest.
Later, David. Yeah, Ron, if you're still there, you need to adjust your phone just right again, where I think you're chasing a building all night. You remember that? I thought, I was like, damn, you ever going to get to that building up there? Building up my phone. It looked like a whole bunch of windows that lit up in different spots.
Okay, Garrett said it's poker, something poker. The game is called Poker Rounds.
Yeah, I'm just one of them weirdos, and I don't know, man. I do the text message, and I'll do like Google if I want to look something up. Other than that, all these apps, and it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like texting on a phone either. I got big fingers, and it looks like all kind of crazy shit when it interprets what I put.
Oh yeah, that for sure. Well, it's just, and I don't, to be honest. I mean, if it's just my 2 cents, but I don't want to put anybody else's information out there, and I feel like a lot of those apps, that's what they're trolling for, is your contacts.
Yep.
So the minute you do these, then those people, anybody on your contact, starts getting these little weird ads and shit like that, and it's because they can't come out and say that we just got your number from so and so. So what they do is just you start getting these ads, and you're kind of going, what the hell? Well,
yeah, we'll give you $100 worth of chips for $5 the first time you do it.
And you're like,
end up with my card.
Well, and you're like, why do I even get this? What do I give a shit about chips? Well, it's because somewhere somebody might have done that. And then that company is in the back end going, hey, hello. So, Steve, how was your day, brother? Did you work any today, or did you today was a day off?
No, I actually took the day off.
Hell yeah.
Good day. I slept in, and then and then we went out west.
Dude, your sunsets are like, I don't know, that's legendary shit, man. It's just so awesome.
Yeah, it's good. That's what I always forget, because I work so much. It's like I forget like what I'm surrounded by, you know.
It's easy to do, especially with day-to-day stress, and then just hitting the grind, and so you forget to look up and kind of go, oh wow.
Exactly, man.
Kind of like working in a bar. You don't care nothing about drinking when you're around it all the time.
Yeah.
Out there in the beauty all the time, so that's every day to you.
Alrighty, Silver Girl. You and Ace get y'all some rest. Be sure to wake up with a smile, man.
There's a guy that lives up the road here. He's got a big, I forget how many acre game reserve, where he has guys come out there and do hunts. Him and his workers out there, they shoot off a lot of deer and stuff around us. So it's hunting season to them, it's no big deal. And I was like, yeah, that's messed up. He goes, we want a deer, we just cull it. I didn't know, or like axis though. In Texas, axis is like considered you can shoot them anytime.
Yeah. Axis is fair game. It's not natural. Well, I mean, they're natural, but they're not.
Not here.
Yeah.
Not
Hey,
here.
Indy.
Hey, Andy.
Indy, what's up? Hey. Yeah, this is way different on a laptop than when I'm used to on the phone or a tablet.
It's like, oh man, there's so much more room.
Yeah, there's so much more to do too. Like,
Wife made a comment earlier, Steve. You might be able to deal with this one and think of it. My wife said, we're really going to know when we're in shit and stuff's going away when they stop making spam.
That's when it's gotten real.
Yeah, it's funny, but it's not funny because it's the truth.
Doesn't the culture around here, a lot of the cooking and stuff, rely on spam in Hawaii?
Yeah, spam is everything.
Dude, Hawaii has spam in McDonald's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, spam is spam. I am.
Yeah, I watched somebody that lived, I forget where in Hawaii, but they were making some kind of Chinese, like fried rice, and they were Hawaiian Chinese. And the main part was like shrimp, crab, and spam. And I'm like, why spam? Oh, that's part of the culture. And everybody in the chat was talking about, like, wow, that's different. I guess that's kind of like bacon in the States.
It's definitely a big thing out here.
Well, just imagine if we did that like by states over here, you know, like that, then think about it. You'd be going into McDonald's like in southern Louisiana and you'd be getting some crawfish on a biscuit, or you'd be getting gator on a biscuit, or, you know, because that's just Louisiana food's different. Or then you'd go out west and you might end up with a veggie burger. You know, it's just, so that's why these are all commercialized. That's why I get a kick whenever you see it overseas, because whenever like you see the Burger Kings and the McDonald's, and it's like the franchise all looks the same, but because they don't eat this kind of food or this kind of this, then the menus actually changed, but it looks the same until you order it, and it's like, well, that just doesn't look like the Big Mac. It's like,
the halal menus and stuff like that. But I guess what spam's big with that because of World War II, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah,
know
that's what I heard.
I grew up on it. Shoot, man, that was the thing. Matter of fact, my mom even had a slicer deal, and it was a handheld slicer piece. I think it had like 5 slices, but you lay that spam down, and then you lay this on top, and you just go, whoosh, and it slices the whole little block of spam up. And you throw them in the frying pan, sizzle it up, put a little cheese and mayo on some bread, and bam. Nowadays, I do mustard. Actually, nowadays, I don't do any damn thing, but
there used to be a place over in Shreveport that was there since I was a kid, and they had a thing called a Daisy Burger. And what it was pressed ham, chopped ham, basically the big block of spam. They cut you a 1/4-inch piece off, and they cooked it on the hot top and browned it real hard, crispy on both sides. So you get it, they load it on a giant bun with lettuce, tomato, mayonnaise, and mustard on it. And it had that first bite. It's like you can almost hear the potato chip crispy crackle as it broke.
I thought that was a joke about spam in Hawaii, but it is real. Dang, I learned something today. Oh yeah. Aloha Prepper. Isn't it? What is it that they? Yeah, there you go. She just said Hawaii McDonald's also has taro pie and coconut pie too. I won't butcher that word.
Aloha Prepper definitely knows a lot more than I do.
Yeah, she rocks. She's a cool lady.
Because I flew here, she grew here.
You flew and she grew.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of cool and unique people on all these channels.
Scrolling up to make sure I didn't miss nothing. Let me go to my YouTube chat, then I can see my little orange boxes.
See you, Hetty.
Oh, we're going. Alrighty, Heidi. Later. Have a good one. Wake up with a smile. We'll leave it to Devil Dog. Devil Dog actually says, hey, got a link. So I send him a link, and then he kicks me to the curb. See, this is what happens when you don't give them purple crayons.
Yeah, he was on my show and said he's quit YouTube. So it might have been he didn't want to see me, or it might have been to do with me. I didn't do anything.
Oh, Devil Dog's getting stressed out.
Yeah.
A lot of people are, just because it's so many people want solutions, and you just, it's gonna take, it's running its course per se, but and that's actually what worries me, because it's time consuming, and if enough people lose focus, then you got a Devil Dog. I was just checking with you, brother. Man, we got to stay on top of things. Alrighty, JH556 Maine. You have a great evening, and hopefully everything goes good. Wake up with a smile.
Yep, that's true, Aloha. We have that.
What is that? A musubi?
Musubi.
Musubi?
That's good too. I mean, you wrap it in seaweed, and I mean, even though it's spam, I don't care if it's spam, but it is good. It is good.
I would have to try that.
Nina makes it all the time.
Spam slicers are in most Hawaii houses. We even have Tupperware, the perfect size for spam storage. Oh, check it out. Hell, I don't know. That's where my mom might have got the dang thing from down there. I just remember growing up, still got it in there in the drawer. When I first met my wife, she goes, "What the hell is that for?" I said, "All I can tell you is that's how we slice spam." She goes, "Huh?" I said, "Yeah, see, look." I said, "You just take it and you put it on the thing, and now watch. You lay this, see how it lines right up perfect, and then you just push it. Oh, wow." And it's so funny too, because for decades, I mean, hell, we've been together for 32 years or some number. I don't know. If she heard me say the wrong number, I'm sure I'd get the glare, the evil eye, like, "You don't remember the actual date?" And it's like, nope, been ran over a few times since then. I actually have a legitimate excuse. I've been dead since that happened, so don't expect me to remember everything. But she dude, we could sit there and it can be like, "Hey, you want to do some spam?" Yeah, let's do some. Dude, every time in the kitchen, walk in there and I hear the tunk on the thing, and I walk in, there's a knife in her hand. I'm like, "Really?" Open the drawer and I go, "Here's this. Look." "Oh yeah, I forgot about that." Dude, 3 decades. I forgot. I laughed. I don't know, years ago. I laughed and going, "You just have a thing. You refuse to remember this slicer. That's what it is." Jay, she's such a good lady. She takes care of somebody else. She had a mama and pups dropped at her door. Oh yeah. Well, not to mention that, Chrissy. I mean, hell, she just went through that storm and had the roof damaged and her fence and all the stuff she just went through with that storm. Indy says we're about to celebrate 15, and we both had to do the math to make sure we had the right number of years. Oh, Connie says we need fosters right now for drop doggies. It's so sad. Kudos to all who step up. Man, that's where we get them down around here, because people will just go and they say, "Hey, there's some people that live back up in them woods and stuff." And next thing you know, you go to walk out the door and there's some family of animals. And it's like, wow, where the hell did y'all come from? I'm sure that's people drop them off.
Full half of what's left in here. That's 2 cartons. I understand. Hold on.
Hey, what's up, Ronnie? All right, guess Ronnie's here. Keno just be throwing some links. Bang, bang.
Oh yeah, right on, Ronnie York.
Okay, so J556. She did do a GoFundMe to help us some animals that she has. Okay, Keto, it's all good. Hell, we can share everybody's channels here. It's all good. It's one reason why I kind of like it, everybody being a mod kind of thing, and then that way everybody can kind of click and go subscribe to people's channels and stuff. So I figure I'd leave that up a minute, and then that way anybody wanted to write it down or anybody sees it later.
He's got $30 raised so far.
Thanks, Keno and Indy and y'all for dropping everybody's link. That channel love's cool as shit.
Yep. Very cool. Well, I'm beside myself tonight because, like I said, hell, I was so wound up. Well, here, Mr. D-Dog. What's up, sir?
Oh,
Oh, there he is. Is it
you
working?
had to do the stir thing, didn't you?
There it is. It's working. Okay. I was like, damn,
Oh.
he didn't even react to that. The internet must be out or something now. Doing all right?
Saturday, we had a little event in one of the small towns in the county. And one of the entertainments had to cancel because they were doing a state finals thing. So they had a dead hour. So I got a hold of the people ahead of them to see if they wanted to fill that hour. No, we don't want it. And the people that were coming on after this other person, and no, we don't want it. So I got up and I started rambling about the Constitution. And when I started, there was like 5-6 people sitting in the chairs and stuff. And I don't know, about 15 minutes into it, all the chairs were filled, and it was standing room back about 100 feet all the way to the sidewalk from where the event was.
Hell yeah.
And a deputy was there, and her and I have been butting heads for the last 30 years because we don't like each other. But we do show the mutual respect. I call her Deputy Bitch, and she calls me Mr. Asshole, so I guess we get along just fine. But she came over, and when it was all done and everything, and she said, I appreciated the knowledge that you just gave everybody.
Yep.
So that was kind of cool. And I was wearing my shirt that I had custom made. It has a picture of Gretchen Hitler on it. And then, you know, that new political party I'm kind of messing with as kind of a joke. Underneath it says F, then the little A, and then a big Q. The people of Michigan are done with you. And everyone thought that was a riot. Everyone wanted one.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. The masses, man. Hey, real quick, too, because Aloha Prepper, Steve says up on there, said, Steve, talk about the political climate in Hawaii since you were out there at the protest while I was hidden away and typing away on social media.
Wait, what was it now? The
Aloha Prepper was saying to talk about the political climate in Hawaii since you were out there at the protest while she was hidden away, typing away on social media.
Oh yeah, I was. That was a while ago, huh? Talk about the political climate.
When was the last protest you went to?
It's been at least 7 months.
Oh.
I mean, Ron was still around last time I went to a protest.
So what's the vibe down there with what's going on, Steve? Like, I mean, what do people, are they kind of like people talking Bill of Rights, Declaration of Independence, Constitution, kind of founding fathers, you know, the core stuff, or is it kind of just the new stuff?
It's like 50-50. You got I mean, anywhere you go, it's obvious. Like, it's 50-50. You got the people that are just like, oh, the TV says so that's the way it is, you know. Got to slap this thing on my face, so That's what TV says. We're all gonna die from monkeypox now. So TV says. And then you got the other 50% where it's like, why can't nobody think for themselves anymore? You know. But there was actually a really good. I'm trying to look right now. It's a local YouTube channel. They only got like 250 subscribers, but they put really good stuff out. I just watched it this morning. It should be right here. That's posted in the.
What's up, Huckleberry?
Hey,
they talked. It was like this gathering they had, and it was Saturday morning, and this colonel like literally just like exploited everything of what really happened. Oh, right here it is. Let's see if I'll drop a link in the Surfing for Truth. That's a channel. Sorry, didn't mean to hold you guys up.
No, you're
Surfing
fine.
for Truth is the channel, and yeah, they put really good stuff out there. I'm surprised they only got 242 subscribers.
Cool. I'll tell you what. While y'all are talking, give me 2 minutes. I'm hitting the head, so I'll be right back.
I'm fixing to roll out anyway, but I'll holler at you later.
Okay, Chip. Later,
Y'all
brother.
have a good night.
Hey, Chuck, it's good seeing you, buddy.
You too, bud. I'm debating on whether I want to try to go to sleep or what. I know I'm not, but I'm either going to go to sleep or make breakfast.
Well, you'll sleep better if you have breakfast first.
Yeah, I got a big old slab of ham in there screaming for me, so I might be back in a bit, y'all. There's your warning.
Yeah,
Later.
later.
Hope I didn't word that too bad. What's up, D-Dog?
I don't know.
I don't either, man. I don't know what's going on half the time.
Yeah. Yeah, after I did my little speech on Saturday, I ran into somebody that's working with Matt DePerno. Do you know who he is?
Sounds familiar, but I'm not sure. I don't.
He was Bill Bailey's attorney to get a full forensic up in Atrium County in Michigan.
Oh, yeah. I'm from Michigan, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm in Livingston County.
Oh, okay, right on. Yeah, I grew up in Wayne County, but yeah.
Yeah, I grew up in Wayne County too, but I don't tell everyone that.
I know, right? When I moved here, everyone used to say, "Oh, yeah, it's a good place to be from," and I never
Right.
understood it. But then it clicked, and I'm like, "Yeah, it is a good place to be from, not a good place to be."
Yeah, I moved out here in '76, and my buddies that have been here their whole life, they still refer to me as Wayne County trash.
76 is the year I was born.
So you're a baby.
Yeah, just turned 46 in April, so.
Yeah, and I turned 56 in August.
Livingston County's not too bad though, because yeah, I don't I love Michigan. I just don't like the Detroit area.
Or Flint.
I looked at a little bit of that video that you linked, and yeah, that's Seth Keshel. He's a captain.
Oh yeah, Captain K. Yeah,
that's Seth, and he's actually one of the ones which, I don't know, I used to think it was just the damn E word you can't say, but apparently it's the F word that you don't want to say because they trigger that when you say the F word. So.
Oh really?
But yeah, Seth is actually one of the original ones. His thing in a lot of this was he was one of these number guys that started seeing this across the states. and the math was adding, showing these deductions just here, and the little. So he's been a big part too. He's been in it from day one. He's right along with Matt DePerno and Bill Bailey.
Yeah, but
who's Bill Bailey? We're all Bill Bailey.
right. The my county clerk received a requirement from the state senate to turn over all election everything, and to finalize it, she had to give it to the county commissioner and the county board, and she never did that. So for the last 2 days, I haven't had any sleep since getting up at 7 o'clock on Saturday. I haven't been to bed yet, and we're working, trying to get everything set up so that Tuesday morning we can actually just have her arrested with an affidavit.
Hell yeah.
And we're trying to get proper wording, and because everything is syntax of the American language, if you use it properly, it will never go to court because it'll be a true fact. For the sheriff to just go around to all the different voting centers and just pick up everything.
Hell yeah.
And sequester it forever, because at the end of August they can burn everything. Everyone needs to realize that if you want to have something done, you have to do it now.
Yeah, because it all goes poof.
They can literally just burn everything at the end of August?
Yep.
Right.
It's been
22
2 years.
months, everything can go away.
Wow. I did not know that.
Well, that's that little games that they play with
Yep.
all these, everybody throws out as distractions. Well, it is. I mean, even though they're legitimate events, but they're keeping you from paying attention to details, and it's time frames. It's deadlines.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Wow.
Yep.
Because I always knew that as always distraction, but I didn't know why that was a distraction, you know?
You know, like that, they keep you looking over here at the carrot, but right in front of your face, they're doing everything.
Yep.
Yeah. So we'll go down history. Yeah, I tell you, man, I don't know. It's weird when you say red wave, because I don't know about the red wave, but there's a Y in the road that's coming, and decisions are going to be made, and the paths are going to be chosen, and that's in November.
Yeah, well, I deal with a lot of conservative people, and I deal with a lot of liberals. You know, like if I'm going to the city that I know is a liberal city, I'll just put Trump swag on and go there. And the liberals will actually come and talk to me, and, you know, then I can hear their point of view and I can give them my point of view. Okay? Now, if I go into a real conservative area and I put on a bunch of Biden swag, those Christians are so quick to call me names and wish I was dead and everything else.
Well, they spent 2 years generating that hate and really
It's been
firing
longer
it
than
up.
that.
Well, yeah,
It's been
but I
longer
mean,
than that.
those 2 years of all the rioting is what really, it became such a division. They literally drove that wedge in with that, to where now you just see across the street and see somebody representing that, and your immediate response is the ugly negative, you know, F you, this, that, and because it's been sparked now. It's that's been planted in, and people are let that shit grow in their head. That's why they need to go back to the principle of hold a person accountable for their character. Them. Not what Bob said about them, not what Sally says about them, but what you see. That's who you hold them accountable for their character choice there. And I'm just not sure that the country's ready for that.
Yeah, there's something coming.
Well, and that's what kind of got me like this weekend. I just kind of, with my own family shit and own local shit, and then you take the latest little YouTube crap and you just start kind of reading, and it's like, man, what the hell? You know, there's so many of these little handouts, and oh, well, I got, and so nobody owns up to making any mistake. Nobody, 330 million people never made a problem. It's just those 1,000 over there that did that. And it's like, well, I don't know. How'd they get there? Well, you know, well, no. That's why at some point, everybody needs to just kind of cinch up the bootstraps and realize that, shit, I dropped the ball. Let me pick it up. And here, this is now that I know, let me do. But you just don't hear that. You hear, it'll be fine. When's my next check? You know? No matter of fact, somebody, I brought it up, I said, we was talking, and I'll be damned, their response is how, they're fixing to release a stimulus check to help people. What? So what, the 70 billion that's already gone to Ukraine, and our inflation's already up so high, our dollar means so little that's actually some big bonus? Like, hey, crash our shit some more.
Or the 40 billion they sent to arm their citizens while they're saying to disarm our citizens. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, your 9 mil is bad. That's
right.
That's a weapon of war. But don't ask us about those pallets of AKs and shit that we just sent over there. Don't ask about that money or the shoulder fire rockets that we sent out. Don't know none of that. Those items. So I'm like, well, wait a minute. So this is a weapon of war, but that's an item.
Right. And we turned down 40 billion to help the American tax-paying citizens to send 40 billion over there for that. Like, but it's the whole look over here and not over there thing, you know.
Steve, I'm a redneck in the woods that didn't know no shit about politics, didn't ever give a shit about politics, but I sit here and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to kind of go, so wait a minute, let me look at some of this money. Wait a minute, 80 million here, 120 million here, 4 trillion here, 40 billion here. And you start collecting that and you go, do you realize that if we kept all this shit right here within these borders, that our whole country would look like Dubai?
Yep.
If we actually charge tariffs for the shit that other countries bring in here and sell, we would actually be all dry. This would be like Dubai everywhere. I mean, your school would be awesome. But we become so spoiled in all the little frivolities and all the little commodities of things, the ease of life, as they used to put it. Oh, this will make life easier. No, it won't. It's going to make you weaker is what it's going to do. Exactly. Life's not going to be easier. Life's still going to suck. You're just going to be naive about it. And so,
like Benjamin Franklin said, whoever gives up liberty for security pretty soon will have neither.
Yep.
Good morning, Miss Cindy, Sharon.
I was the same way. Hey, what's up, Cindy?
Kentucky Patriot. Welcome everybody that's came in. Sorry I missed you coming in.
I was the same way too, because I grew up in the hood. I didn't pay attention to politics up until 7 years ago, maybe. I didn't know the difference. I don't know what a Republican was. I don't know what a Democrat. I didn't care. But then all of a sudden, they try to divide everybody, and then I started paying attention. And that's one of those things. Like, to me, it's like either you have common sense or you don't.
What's up, John? Wolverines.
Yep, exactly, Aloha.
There's 80 billion left behind. Oh, it wasn't just, but wait a minute now, Aloha. See, that makes it sound bad, but not so bad. So it wasn't just 80 billion that they left. It's the items and everything that they even left, so that then they could go and let the Taliban initiate an aggressive action against Iran and Palestine, so that we can keep that conflict going over in that sand bowl, because we don't want anything calm. We can't funnel our money if things are calm, because then you'll really notice it. As long as there's an engagement somewhere, well, we can keep making bank.
That's what it all is for any politician. It's just about money. Money and power.
That's it. We're being run by a big CEO, a boardroom, basically, and we're commodities. And, you know, I guess when you get tired of being the 5-pound bag of sugar on the shelf and you decide to grow legs and stand up, well, then there you go. Other than that, you're just going to be shuffled around no different than a commodity piece. A bag of potatoes, a sack of sugar, bag of flour. That's all. You're just labor. What's up, Huckleberry, by the way? Morning, brother. And Auntie, I think I said morning to you. If I didn't, I did just then. Election. Oh, yeah. See, can't say the 5-letter word, so otherwise I'd read it out loud. But remember that for the past 50 years turns everything around when proved.
Yeah, the last time that the people picked the president was actually for Nixon. After that, the machines started coming up.
Well, dude, that's what's, I gotta say, when you kind of not knowing, then going through this, so then you kind of go back to look at stuff, and it's like, well, yeah, they even said this back then. Hell, HBO did a movie on it and going, look at this, and it's like, we actually used the shit over there to collapse that. I mean, and
well, our founding fathers, it's even documented. They said that the only proper way to vote is to take pen to paper.
Yep. Hey, Miss Bella. Well, that's it, Rex. Welcome to Asylum. Rex said the night vision technology was worth who knows how much alone. Well, that's actually, Bug Out's even talked about that. We've kicked that around because, you know, up until we left all that shit over there, that was one deciding factor we had on the field, was we ran the night. We could control the night. And now all of a sudden, it's across the board. That technology's now been handed over. And I guarantee you that's been reverse engineered by several countries probably by now. Kentucky Patriot says, when I was stationed in Quantico for 2.5 years in the 70s, I followed politics till now.
And the funny thing is, when you get out of the military branch, you don't give back your oath.
Nope. Nope. Matter of fact, I think there's even, it was, forgot I had to pull my paper out again, but was that just it was just a discharge. There was no relinquish of oath.
Right. And if you want to know what the oath is for your elected servants, it's under 5 USC 3331. That's the general oath of office.
That's the real Bella, or at least that's a person on the real Bella's account just because she's blue. DC was loaded with transformers and gave a few blocks from the White House. Oh, for the, yeah, because this, isn't it June, something about the Pride Month or something? Or, I don't know. I don't acknowledge it. That's all I know.
Bella, what's the password?
They do not even need to print it anymore. Just wire it to the bank account. Stimulus checks or stimulus deposits. Yeah, that's it. It's click, click, submit, and out goes. Our tax dollars just go out in an algorithm that just goes dump, 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 dump to all these different accounts. And just like that, our tax money goes poof. And I got no problem with the stimulus things. I get it, but the problem is once again, this is a term that gets played in a word game. So that stimulus is not going to stimulate anything other than the collapse of our damn dollar, because you just can't keep pissing off money and printing shit. It just doesn't mean anything anymore.
Well, I have a big problem with a stimulus check. It's unconstitutional spending.
Well,
it's a responsibility of a community or the state to take care of the people that are in
well, yeah.
need. It's anything on American soil is none of the federal responsibility or even any of their problem.
I see that. Oh, I think the stimulus, Connie, is just a little push towards the edge. Because, I mean, think about it. So, and this is like an extremely dark thing, but I'll just to do the point. But so say they give everybody a $2,500 stimulus. They say, man, look at us. We're so great. We're going to give everybody $2,500. And they do that. Well, you now have $2,500 deposited in your bank account. But because of where we're at, that's a big enough of a push that all of a sudden that $2,500 doesn't even equate to 25 cents. Just because all of a sudden you push too far. It's kind of like getting to the edge of the cliff and you're like, but there's that moment when all of a sudden that pivot takes and the weight has now shifted and it's a slow tip, but it's going. And you're going, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. And it's like, oh, too late. You just slowly walk because it finally crested that point. Piss. Hey, what's up, Wingnut?
Yeah, I was going to say that. I just seen them pop up.
What it really is to try and get a lot of people acclimated to the idea of universal basic income. See, there won't even any there. I don't know. We're going to see what's fixing to happen whenever.
Hawk's here too. Hey, brother Hawk, why don't you get your ass up here?
Hawk's real name is Hawk. He's never sent me an email. I don't have Hawk's email or nothing.
Hey, Hawk. I haven't seen Hawk in a little while.
And with his channel hop, I never know which one is actually him because hell, you blue wrench one, but then all of a sudden there's another number and it's like, oh, well, no, that one's gone. Now it's this one. And it's like,
yeah, I'm surprised Hawk's not into the 30s by now.
Nonprofits were supposed to fill the gap to help people where government did not, but now nonprofits are so corrupt and being used for the wrong purpose, funded by bad money. Well, that's to me, that's what goes all the way back. You know, the industrial age and shit, power plays took in, but people were working and we were still discovering. So we just didn't realize what these business guys see. That's their train of thought. That was their mentality. So while the guy with the carpenter skills was figuring how to build this awesome house and tables and cabinets, these number crunchers were like, how can we make the most bang? How can we get the best out of this deal? And, you know, actually, when you kind of in a real dumbed down redneck way of looking at things, when you they went to conglomerate that power and we said, hey, wait a minute, you can't be doing that. You know, you need to break it up. And nobody paid attention to that. But you basically just told Capone to disperse his money amongst his family. And we said, yeah, there we go. It's all broke up now. It's like, no, it wasn't, but it sounded good.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been working us ever since. While we keep getting shown new little trinkets and flashy things, we go, oh, yeah, look at this. Oh, wow. I got a 40-inch TV. Oh, I got a 55-inch TV. Oh, I got a 65. Meanwhile, and now here we are with 75-inch, 105-inch TVs and our badass cell phones and our cool ass cars with rims and stereos, and now they're fixing to collapse everything. And it's like shit. And I don't know about anybody else, but if I could rewind about 30, 40 years, I think I'd be putting a little harder work into the mix if I could knew then what I know now. So now it's tighten up some belt straps, pull up your boots, and get down to business. Robber baron stole America's wealth. Pretty much. Well, it's the greed. It's I don't know about any, but like I remember Walmart way back in the day. And like when they first built this Walmart here, customer service was great. Everything was great. Store
Sam
hours
was
were
alive.
Yeah. You know, that principle was there. And then you can actually look at Walmart when all of a sudden that moral principle went bloop. And it became all about numbers.
Because when Sam brought Walmart to the public, he guaranteed that at least 75% of their product would be made in America. And then as soon as he died, all that American stuff went out, and we got all this Chinese crap now.
Well, I think one of the kids or two of the kids sold them off, their part off to China. So now China actually is a major share investor. And it changed the whole concept. And it's like, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't know about anybody else, but if you haven't noticed all these little Dollar Generals, Dollar Trees, and dollar stores popping up and how they are all within radiuses of Walmarts, and if you don't think that those aren't all joined together, well, then you didn't pay attention to when Walmart's opened up their 24/7 stores, because they made it a point to crush small businesses in towns as they did that. And so all of a sudden they have now just politely, don't counter any of this, and you end up with dozen dollar stores all around the Walmart. Don't think all that money ain't going to the same wallet.
Mm-hmm.
No, what did Hawk say? Is Hawk feeling bad? I missed something, and now all of a sudden I see prayers for Hawk. So, what did I miss?
Yeah, he's feeling
okay, there
sick.
we go. Okay, and Bella said she'll send it to me. Not sure if he'll come tonight. Okay. Yeah, because everybody, if you're new in here kind of hanging out and you ain't figured out, if you need me to get my attention, the best thing is to do my name, because then I see the orange block in YouTube chat and it highlights it. Otherwise, I couldn't miss it, especially if I get to talking.
So you're like Gigi. Someone says squirrel, you're off on something new?
Well, I'm sitting here talking to people. I think they put Walmarts and dollar store locations on purpose so most people don't have to travel more than 20 minutes away from their home. Well, see, for us, it's still a ways, although I will say I still crack up about this one because me and my wife, because I mean, I do live in such a rural wooded area. It's nothing but piney woods, pretty much for miles. So there's a farm market road, dude, and it was so funny because we're going down this farm market for years. And it's just part of one of the regular, because a lot of places around here are owned by like International Paper, Temple Inland. So that forestry doesn't move. It's going to grow, harvest, grow. So we're going down this farm market road, and all of a sudden, dude, there's a square. It's like somebody come in with a square cutter and went, and there's a freaking dollar store, dude. There's like a tree line. Pine trees are just like, and you're cruising down this road, and all of a sudden you just notice that, wow, for about like 20, 30 yards, there's no trees. And as you come up, there's a drive, and you look, and it's like, oh, here's a little Dollar General. It's like, really? What in Sam Hill? It cracked me up because it's like that one's literally like out of nowhere. But see, everything around here, hell, it's, you're talking 15 miles into town. So it's like Wingnut said, see, if all of a sudden now it's only 7 miles into town, where are you going to stop? You're going to be going there. Buck out a 75-inch television for that guy that refuses to admit he needs to wear glasses.
Oh, Bug out Bushido, what's up?
I don't know if he's working. He's probably just listening in when he can. He usually hops up on his ride home. Shit, dude, we've done seen all kinds of wildlife. Bogart, when he gets off, he'll come up. He'll be driving home. We've seen peacocks. We've seen cottonmouths. We've seen gators. We see all kinds of goofy stuff.
I use binoculars to watch TV at night.
By the way, everybody, don't forget to go up to your YouTube chat window and select where it says top chat and change that to live chat so you stay with the current chat topics. Hawaii Walmart locks up the spam with sensors just like the alcohol. Oh, wow, check that out. Connie, I'm in limbo right now with maybe moving, so I have to wait. I pray all the time. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Ghetto? Heard you had a card nap. Hopefully you came out on the profitable side.
Hey, what's up, Ghetto?
Yeah, that's Florida people, the only ones around the world that will go up to an alligator and say, "What's up, dude?" Right? I know, right? That's pretty much what he did too. If you remember seeing that, hell, he pulls up and he sees that damn dude up on the bank, and it's just like, "Hey, dude!" And that dude's steadily trying to crawl up the bank off the road, dude. I can't get his ass. He did not come out on that side. Oh, so Virginia done scored. I see what's up.
Virginia, what's up, Virginia?
Let's see. Let me make sure. There we go. Everybody's blue. Gonna run a poker night every Sunday. Oh, there you go. So you gonna run till about much earlier than it was tonight, though? Oh, okay, I was going to say, shit, dude, I'll just kick my start time up till like 4 a.m. Tonight it would have probably gave me a little bit more time to cool off. But although I don't know, man, I think I just had to kind of get that out because I feel a little better now. It's just like you just need to kind of do that. Yeah, sometimes it's pent up. You got to beat the shit out of an oak tree every now and then. Cola did awesome for sure. Oh, cool. Rescue, I came all the way from Hawaii to see Stowe. Whatever. No, just give us something different to do and talk about, right? Yeah, ain't no point in dwelling in the muck. That's day-to-day shit, and it's there.
I drag anti-jack around everywhere. We're in Oahu, that jack is there. So technically, He did come all the way from Hawaii.
Virginia, I can't believe she folded on the last hand. That's a close one.
Yeah, Virginia, where you been? I haven't seen Virginia in a while.
Uh-oh, Virginia's here. If we're real quiet, maybe she'll think we left.
Right.
Yeah, I was listening to one of those crazy prepping channels yesterday, and they're talking about the new American dollars that are getting rolled out at noon in each time zone. It's like, God, you guys are out of your frickin' heads. Because every time they change the dollar bill in any way, shape, or form. They have big press conferences, like for a month about it. It's so important.
No worries, man. Some of the best things to do when you're frustrated or problem trying to figure it out is walk away and do something else and come back later. Yeah. And sometimes I got to say, though, Wing, that sometimes you have to realize that some situations just aren't fixable. So then you just need to go out there with that pipe and you beat the dog shit out of that oak tree, get it all out of your system, and then go, well, then now we just move on. And that's what I'm in the process of doing. I don't know.
When I get overload, I just go out in the garden and weed.
Yeah, I'm with you, Virginia. I usually watching Steve's and I just put him up on the big screen and then I either kick back and I'm just enjoying that whole view. Tonight I was dragging ass though, so it's been a jacked up weekend. Matter of fact, it's probably a good weekend not to do no live, boy. You ought to have been like going, holy shit, wait a minute, where's Real Risky? Where's Real? It's like, yeah, this is the part I try to keep away from because I was feeling it this weekend, buddy. I was wound tighter than the violin, I can tell you. Virginia really gutsy sister. I took everyone's wrench and I'll keep besides Mrs. Ghetto, of course. Yeah, happy wife is a happy life.
Oh, shit. One second, guys. I'll be right back.
You got it, brother. I'm going to try to get set up, D-Dog, so I might be bugging you a little bit here in the next few days. Within the next week, I might kind of bug you a little bit more. Maybe try to see if I can get you backstage or something. Because I want to try to get set up to where I can stay on top of some things around here and certain things to really pay attention to. And I just want to get down to the details. And that way I don't have to spend too much time going, okay, well, wait, is this? Especially if you're wound tight as a violin, people are likely to fiddle with you. Oh, I know. That's why I didn't need to probably come on this weekend, because I'd have probably been an asshole is what I'd have been. I'd have probably been poked enough. I'd have been an ass, and I'd have probably been very ugly. I was wound up pretty good around here. They must have sprayed something.
The website I just dropped, if anyone's looking for an old document having to do with anything, it's on that site. The documents go all the way to 4000 BC, all the way to current.
Oh, there we go. Happy spouse is a happy house. That's it, aloha.
I thought it was, I'm only right when the wife tells me I am.
Right. So what'd you do? Ghetto clear house over there or something? You did everybody's rents? You just kind of going back to, I guess, what do you refer to that? Is that like the original way, the old way? It's like, I don't know, do you just kind of where you got like 1 or 2 mods? That's pretty cool. There's I can see a lot of channels doing that. Oh, Miss Virginia. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I should have waited.
Oh, you're all good. I'll say hi to everyone. Hi, everyone. This is what I look like when I'm like, rescue, let me on, and I don't have to show anyone my face. Hey, no hat, no Fed hat. I took off my Fed hat. Got my hair in a bun. But hey, what's up? Good to see you guys.
You're still pretty. You know it.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, Ghetto did took every wrench. And actually, I kind of agree with that. I understand both ways, where everyone is wrenched and you have people that you start to kind of let it in trust. But I also get the other way where you just have 1 or 2. I mean, there's quite a few channels that just have 1, 2, 3, and it keeps the abuse down because you'll find personal vendettas played out with wrenches. So I can see both. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that kind of, I was that last week, I think. I forgot where I was at, and somebody was talking about how some of the channels that have too many mods and that they're kind of have those little things. And all I can let everybody know in mind is don't, I've said it before, done had to address that. Whatever happens in other channels, it just don't need to happen here. Otherwise, I just will politely go, okay, bink.
Right.
And then
it doesn't have to bleed over. The internet's a big place. Hey, Firefly.
Man, there's enough shit outside the door. The last thing I want to do is pay by the month to let me get some more every time on my computer.
Right. Well, like I was on one of Bonnie's chats, and the other guy with the name just Devil Dog and stuff came in and said hi and stuff first time there, and they're blowing him up and timing him out. Thought he was a fake me.
Wow.
Because there's Devil Dog, then there's me, then there's Devil Dogs, and at the end of Devil Dog, it's got a Z. So, people confuse all 3 of us.
Hey, Virginia. How are you?
Hey, Jinx. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Perfect.
One of these days, you got to drive to Kaneohe so I can see my...
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I mean, I used to live in Pearl City, but my grandmother lived in Kaneohe for decades. And she's no longer with us, and I don't have family there anymore. But I would love to see that drive again.
Shoot, this Saturday. Do that this Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
And I will say, like Moonchild and others that have talked about one thing I do like everybody, well, the main reason when everybody blew was because whenever I was doing this, a lot of the trolling things, so I just did the thing. If you're blue, I know it's you. But nowadays, it's really so everybody can just share the channels, because it makes it useful. You guys can share each other's channels. You've seen a good prepping channel talking about some gardening stuff, and so that way you guys, and as long as it doesn't...
Be able to look them up is the best thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, like on Devil Dog's channel, whenever he's on a live and there's a chat, if you type in USMC, it'll automatically drop your link if you're blue or not. So there's a way for you to do that in your studio.
Oh, well, I'll have to look into that. Yeah, because that'd be cool.
But before I came back in, I was gonna say I gotta get going because I got a few things going on. But first of all, Virginia, this Saturday coming up, I promise you, we're going to Kaneohe.
Okay.
And,
what time do you think?
We usually go like around 4 or 5 p.m. Hawaii time. So
that'll be 11 or something. Okay. I actually have a plan. I'm going to pick up someone we know off of YouTube on Saturday at exactly that time. So if I'm not in your live chat, I will look at the replay. I will watch it because I love that drive. I can picture everything about it. But yeah, I am actually. I'm going to see Bella. She just put in the chat, busy. I'm going to go pick up Bella. We have a date for me to pick her up on Saturday afternoon, and that'll be right about the time you're doing that. But we'll on the road, or if I have to do the replay, we'll check it out. I promise.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, we'll even take the H3 to go over.
Nice.
And then cruise through, and then we'll just keep going all the way to the North Shore.
Gonna take the leaky.
Right. Oh yeah, we could do leaky too. Yep.
Hey, we could do both, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It'll be a fun ride.
The leaky tunnel always tripped me out, man. It was fun.
It's weird because the Poly tunnel is the shortest. I don't know what
Right.
either the leaky or the Poly. One of those two are the shortest, but the H3 tunnel is like 1 mile long. It's like the longest tunnel. But they all freak me out because I'm claustrophobic. So
Yeah, I get
anytime I'm in a tunnel and I'm driving, I just like my anxiety kicks in, and I'm like, if this all just caves in on me,
that.
I'm stuck. What am I gonna do?
Yeah.
You're literally driving through a mountain.
You are. Have you ever been through that rescue or Devil Dog where you drive right in through a tunnel that's literally a hole in a mountain? You're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
You know, just for a second.
Where is it that goes under? Over in the Northeast, there's one tunnel that goes underneath for a good ways, and you just feel it. And I was
It's right on the Pennsylvania Turnpike,
okay.
right when you leave Ohio.
I did that in a big truck one time, and it was just like, holy shit, dude. You know,
Right?
you just kind of know. It's like one thing. Okay, a tunnel. I'm not gonna like this, but okay, ground, dirt, rocks. We can move shit. Find daylight. You're under the water. When it collapses, no, your ass is done. That's that.
And they got that in Detroit too to go to Windsor. They got
the
Ambassador
that tunnel's
Bridge,
cool
and
as
then they
hell.
got the tunnel. And when you drive through it too, you see water seeping through on the sides, and like in your mind plays tricks on you, and you're like, if that caves in, that's it. There's like no surviving that.
Hey, Steve, somebody was wondering before you go, Anna was wondering how much gas is there. How much is gas?
Well, at like Costco or Sam's Club, it's like right around $5. But then, like all the other gas stations, like $6. I mean, and that's right now too. Just change, just like goes up every day.
Right. Hey, Nina. Beautiful Nina.
Oh yeah, see, Nina's got it. She's not even here with me, and she's already.
Oh,
She's in the
just
chat,
goes
boo.
I was going to say, it just goes to show you they're always listening.
That's so true.
They're always listening.
That's awesome.
Oh, damn, Ghetto says $6 in some spots up there. Yeah, I see. Man, we're hitting the 450 mark, and people are already starting to talk in jacked up ways. You can hear it. That's because it changes everything. You know, it's just what you would normally do on this day. Nope, not no more, because that's going to cost you $160 to fill the truck up now. It's like, what the shit?
Washington State is adding a fourth spacer for a number for the cost for when you go to a pump. They're adding a fourth spacer for $10 and above. Not 100% of places, but I know some places in the state, they are preparing for this. They know, whoever they are, just saying that $10 plus is on the way.
Oh, that administration, this is all just a collapse. This is insane shit. I mean, it's actually so insane. It's hard to talk to people about it because they just, you know, it's so extreme. And it's, you know, the fuel. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm only a few hours away from the cleanest oil and natural gas on the whole planet is in Louisiana. And yet we're not doing that. No. You need to go over there to
Close to
Venezuela and get the shittiest oil and natural gas that's on the planet
Right.
from Venezuela and Russia, and we'll process that. Well, what happens is you went from an easier process of the cleanest to the hardest process for the dirtiest. So guess that's added a lot to the cost. That's why there's big jumps.
Most
Instead of 2 or 3 cents trickle because barrels are going up, it's not just the barrel cost, it's the actual cost of producing it because it's taking longer because it's trashier shit.
Okay, well, in tandem with the pumps adding that 4th digit spacer, something else that I see trickling into headlines, and of course I live in a communist state, is that in Washington they are going to start monitoring the driving habits of people who drive more than 10,000 miles a year in order to understand why people are burning so much fuel. Well, I mean, I could break this down conceptually in a million ways of how that's stupid, especially here, because a lot of people commute quite a long ways to get from rural areas to the money centers, or whatever industry they're working with. But so we're not just being gouged on that. They're starting to look at the lifestyle and demographics. Now, 10,000 a year is what, 800 a month, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So that's about 25-30 miles a day for commuting that they're going to start monitoring. Well, that's only 15 miles each way. And even though I'm Asian, I don't do math. So if someone in chat can break that down better, but basically it's not much. 10,000 miles a year is not much. If you commute 5 times a week.
Well, and I'll say this, Virginia, because see, I think they've already been doing the tracking.
Mm-hmm.
Because and here's where I tie it. If you look at the movie that just came out that everybody talked about with the jackasses in it, the whole key point behind that was the geo data that they just grabbed a sliver of. So that was just a sliver of the data that's always being collected by all these marketing companies, all your GPS stuff on your phone. So if somebody wants to, just like they did, they said, okay, well, let's get this sliver, and this sliver. Now let's watch the patterns of these phones. And all of a sudden you notice that this group is now highlighted doing the same pattern. Mm-hmm. So you remove all the other, this wasn't like a division. This was just a little handful of people trying to do it because of, what happened. So now you take the nefarious side and you say, oh, so what if you gave that same information over to the people that don't have to be accountable to anybody and they can use and do with whatever they want? Right. They actually know more about us than we probably even remember about ourselves at this point.
Well, see, it's not just the politicians. You could buy from a really funny gecko or progressive or pretty much anywhere now. You can get these smart meters. I've got a company near me that's called Metro Mile, and you can buy insurance based on the number of miles you drive per year. Well, what they do is track everywhere you fucking go. And it's a private company, but you give it away. You're like, oh yeah, sure. Just plug this into my chip in my car that I shouldn't have tracking me anyway. And you can count the miles, you can count the patterns, you can, we're not just giving it away through voting and whatever, we're giving it away with dollars. And what I mean by it is freedom.
Oh yeah. Our liberties and freedoms, we're selling them out. We're trading them off.
Truckers nowadays have trackers everywhere they go. And for their job, I get that. Sorry to interrupt, but I get it for their job. Companies need to monitor that. But that's a fine line where you start getting into measuring how much they pee.
See, that's just like, but that's the thing with that True the Vote, with the whole little Jackass movie thing. See, that was a marketing. There's 3 major marketing companies that do this. They grab the data off of all this, and so that's how they do marketing. Well, then they sell it off, and that's on the bigger level. Well, now that you kind of look at the way everything kind of goes, this is what makes it hard for me sometimes, because see, it's like that. Well, automatically the first thing that comes to mind is BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, because those 3 have shares, investments in 80% of the company. So guess who runs those very things? Who owns the marketing company that's collecting that? Well, there you go.
You're absolutely right. Advertising runs this world. The television shows that you watch, they don't get paid inherently for being funny. They get paid from the commercials. YouTube gets paid by the commercials.
I was just gonna say, everyone gets paid from advertisement. Everyone gets paid from advertisement.
Yep.
That's actually what got Facebook in big trouble. Hopefully that'll pick up traction in Ohio, because they're being sued because somebody documented, and I forgot the actual details, but it's, so a lady actually paid Facebook for their advertising, to be part of this advertising group. And of course, being on this side of the aisle, it was like, we really don't want you to talk to that many people. So they made look like she was, but then she found out she wasn't. So she's got a court case over falsifying. I forgot the actual technical word, but and I thought, oh, this is a game changer for Facebook. This could actually end up having an impact, because it's a marketing thing. And if you're selling an item, and Facebook does, now Facebook can say, we're just a social platform. Yeah, but you have a division that people pay money to then be included into your marketing program. Well, if I pay you, but I'm a conservative, so you're like, yeah, we're going to take your money, but we're really not going to let you talk to anybody. Ooh, well, that's the F word. I almost started to say it, dude. It just started to come out naturally, and that's it. But, this one will get taken down then. But
agreed. It's the sellout factor, and we can identify that's the issue. All from the bottom ants to the top ant kings, is the sellout factor. The money, the love of money, is literally burning this world down.
It's the greed, and it's just always wanting more of the money. Somehow the money becomes the thing. That's your status quo is your money, not your character. And you're not, oh, hey, that's Bob over there, and Bob, he's a rock solid guy. He means his word. He'll give you 110%. So talk to Bob. Nobody does that anymore. Now it's, well, talk to Bob. He'll make you a good deal. Oh, I can save some money. You don't even care about the work Bob does. You just want to know if you get it at the cheap price. And Bob's take on things is, yeah, man, I'll knock that out for this amount of bucks because I just want the max dollar. Nobody ever looks at the quality of work anymore, because that's character of a person.
Bob's name is Bob Jones. We have to keep up with the Joneses, right?
Yep. Or it could have been. See, it should have been Bob Ross, and then we would all just been painting some cool paintings.
He did it right. He left his wife and went to Alaska for 30 years and never went back. That's how you have a happy marriage. You leave and you go out of the lower 48 and paint. Happy little trees. You're damn straight.
Happy little trees.
Just have to have the courage to put that one. He would make a beautiful painting. They'd be like, all right, y'all, ready? Because he was about to put that huge bastard right in the front. Where does she go? Where does she live? She already lives here.
And then he's like, oh, you made a mistake? That's okay. Just make a happy little place over here. It's
happy
okay.
little accident. There's no mistakes.
That's it.
It's a happy accident. Just like nature. Just natural.
Yeah, and somebody brought up the phones. I think that was Aloha Prepper said that about the phones. And here's a funny thing, and I don't know how many people that have Google or Chrome, but I'm sorry, does anybody else get notifications when you get your yearly Google update to show you where you went? Because you know Google does that.
Yeah, I've gotten like one or two where it
And it's
it shows you like the last year and all these places that you've been, and it's like, whoa, man, that's kind of scary.
Yeah. And just think, that's just the shit that they're willing to kind of go, yeah, see, there's no problem with showing you this. So it's like,
Right.
it's kind of like when Apple did the software thing. And hey, we're going to release software to scan all the Apple devices, and we're going to look for child, pictures that are bad. And it's like, oh, okay, well, that sounds good in theory, but who decides what? And then what are you doing with all the data that you look through and determine that it wasn't? So now what happens to all that data? Because you looked at it. That's how you had to decide what it was. And it's like, oh, yeah. So wonder how much data Apple collected. Now, do they honestly tell you that they did it? Well, hell no. It's kind of like the illegal wiretap. They don't tell you that they're listening. They listen to shit and they try to catch certain things that then they can actually catch you in between these points and then act like this is a new discovery. When really what it is they listened, but they knew that that was illegal. So they couldn't come out and say that they were doing that. So they just had to wait for you to go down to the store and then pull you over or whatever. And then all of a sudden act like, yep, well, we just happened to be in the area and we discovered this. That's the kind of bullshit that goes on.
Well, I'm going to disagree a little bit. Because
No.
if you guys if you actually read the contract when you download apps, whether it's an app for poker, like I just did 2 days ago, or whether an app for finding picture plants, or it's a social media app or whatever, if you actually read that, it says right in it, this app will give XYZ company full access to your contacts, your audio, your et al, right? So they do actually tell you, but very few of us read the fine print and click anyway.
Yep. Then see, and it was actually even brought up, God, years ago. What would that been, like 10 years ago or some shit, when these things were kind of really coming in smartphones? The flashlight app was actually, and it kind of picked up a little story speed there, and I thought, okay, now that didn't wake nobody up. Hell, everybody was like, what? And then now we're back to doing, hey, I'll download that on my phone. But it got brought up. Somebody discovered that the flashlight app, just to turn your little light on, but dude, it had full-blown access to everything on your phone. Photos, text, contacts, emails, everything. And it was like, well, see, the right person noticed that, said something, kind of got a little traction publicly. That app then removed all that shit and just became, nope, we just access the light. And it's like it rode for a little while. And then people just forgot all about that. So here comes all the new little apps, Candy Crushes and all the little stuff.
Games are a big one.
But see, look at TikTok. You can sit here till you're blue in the face and tell people that if you install that program on your phone, it is now sending every single thing on your phone over to China.
Yep. Well, to
Everything.
anywhere that does data mining. Data mining is one of the hugest, non-talked about realities of our world. It's a huge industry. It's not just large Asian nation. It is everywhere. And like you're saying, the flashlight app, who would think? Like, you just activate a flashlight, but no, boom, you're signing it over. They don't have to take it from us. We are giving it away.
Yep. Oh yeah, that was a good one there for home to see. I know, dude. I don't know how many days I would crack up. I would be in my bucket, and I would be up at a pole, and I'd look over, and some car would just stop, and people would get out and be walking around, and it's like, I saw that a few times the first day. It was like, I called a buddy going, dude, some weird as shit, man. I just keep looking down the road, and random people are stopping and then start walking around and shit, and then they get back in the car and drive off. I'm like, what the hell? And then he started laughing, and he goes, oh, it's this shit. It's a Pokemon Go. They're finding Pokemons. And I went, what? He goes, yeah. On their phone, it tells them that there's little Pokemons in spots. So these people are driving to those spots, and then they get out, and they have to get within range with their phone to then get that pet. I'm like, are you shitting me? He's like, no. And sure enough, dude, I want to say for a good week, you just see random goofy shit, dude. People walking out in traffic. And then it'd be like, holy shit, dude. But then you just kind of think going, You're zoomed in on that phone. Now, of course, I just laughed it off back then until I can now sit here and rewind to that going, oh, yeah. You're as gullible as them damn fish in that pond when that dog food just got thrown into the water and they're all just going, oh, yeah. It's like, here, let's throw some dog food into the pond. Watch this. It's a new app. Poof. Oh, yeah. And we're in a digital world. So, yeah, you're right, Virginia. I mean, this ain't nothing but data mining because it's a digital world. This is actually controls your shows, your ads, and it will slowly shift your interest and your character. That's the scary shit. Oh, look, Summer did it. She said my husband would laugh at me because I played that Pokemon game. We would be at a drive-thru and I would jump out of the car trying to chase Pokemon. See that? There was some crazy thing. That was funny. Hey, watch this. You know, sometimes I can even shock myself, much less everybody else. I'm just going to shock it. I'll shock myself and everybody else. How's that? This.
Hey, rescue brother, I gotta take off. I got a Zoom meeting in about 9 minutes.
You got it, brother. Be safe.
Cool.
Stay
Thanks
strong.
for having me on. And all of a sudden, I'm thinking about biscuits and gravy, and I don't know why.
Yeah.
I
Something
love
about the biscuits and gravy lady comes trolling through chat. She's just lingering, waiting to drop that on me.
D-Dog, it was good to see you, as always.
Well, Virginia, I'm really glad you had a chance to see me today.
You know, my dad always says that. Glad you got to see me.
So have fun, kids. Fix
Later,
the
brother.
nation.
Stay safe. Stay strong. And I'd tell you to smile, but you know, that's only going to happen when Whitmer goes away in handcuffs.
Yeah, no kidding.
No,
Right? We'll all be
I
happy
don't
when
want
we
handcuffs. I want a rope.
Oh,
And I'm going to fight, and I'm going to try to get her the first one for treason.
there you go, brother. Don't let up.
Yep.
She's definitely
Okay.
evil.
Later, people.
Have a good one.
Right on, D-Dog. But you know what? I got to do the same thing, guys. I hate to do it, but yeah, I got to go too.
You got it, brother. I'm glad you came up. I'm sorry I missed your deal earlier. I just caught the tail end.
Oh no, that's cool. I'm glad that you made it. Just for the tail end. It's awesome.
I caught the sunset though, and that was freaking awesome, dude.
It is. That's the best part. I always have to go back and rewatch it because when you watch it on the phone and you watch it in like real life, totally different.
Oh yeah.
So I always have to go back and rewatch it to see what it looked like on the phone because then it's like, oh wow, it looks better on the phone.
It looks better in real life, brother.
Right. Yeah.
But I appreciate you, man. I hope you have a good day. Get you some rest, Steve.
No, yeah, you too. And I'm gonna do a live on Wednesday too. If open panel, I'm gonna do it from here. So I'm not gonna be out on the road or anything. But if you're not doing nothing, and I'll be before you always go on. So
You got it, brother. Well, then, hey, if you're ever streaming, and don't ever worry about my time. If anything, I'll just keep bumping mine forward just because.
well, no, because you're 9 o'clock every night. Well, 9 o'clock my time every night.
Well, that's that.
Trying to step on your toes.
I ain't got no toes, brother. I just fit in where I get in.
So what is the time difference, let's say, from the West Coast Pacific Standard Time to you, Steve, so that people in the chat know when you say your times and stuff?
I'm not sure. I
Like,
know
what are you
from
right now?
Michigan, from Michigan to here is 6 hours. I know that.
What time is it for you right now?
Oh, right now is 11:24 p.m.
So it's
Okay, so it's 3 hours.
Okay.
Oh, wow, it's already 11:24. I'm not sure.
3 hours to the West Coast, 6 hours to the East Coast.
Yep.
So, yeah, so it'll be, so 5 o'clock Hawaii time on Wednesday. I'll probably be going on in open panel. Just
8
because now
Pacific,
that
11
there's a
Eastern.
laptop, we can like, do more stuff with the StreamYard, and
Oh,
it's
so
way
it's
better than a tablet. But that, and I'm your Huckleberry. Good seeing you again, man. I haven't seen I'm your Huckleberry in a little bit. So, and Aloha Prepper, Andy, Finding Kino, everybody. I
So
love all you guys.
if you go on at 5 p.m. your time, then that's going to be 11 a.m. my time.
No, it should be 11 p.m. Should be 11 p.m. your time.
Are you basically 11:30 p.m. right now?
Yep.
Yes. Okay, I got you.
I'm
Yeah.
2:30 a.m., so he's 3 hours from PST.
I was thinking of it in backwards time. See, I was going your time back to mine, but really it's forwarded time.
Right. Yep. Yeah. I did the same. It took me like 2 years to get used to it when I first moved here. So I'm like, is it backward or forward? But yeah, it's like, so I'm behind you.
Hey.
You're ahead of me. So you're in the future. I'm talking to the future right now.
Yes.
Buckle up, Buttercup. It ain't getting much better right now.
Good one. Buckle up. Yeah, I like it.
Well, brother, you have a good night. I hope you get you some rest. Hopefully you work good tomorrow, but not too hard.
No, yeah, I got a few jobs tomorrow to catch up on, so I'll definitely be here Wednesday. And until then, I love you guys, man, and thank you for having me up. And it was good seeing you again, Virginia. I love you.
You as well. I love you, Steve. Rest well.
All right, and we'll talk to all you guys soon.
All right, brother. Love you, brother. Be
all
safe.
Right, love you, man.
Later, Miss Nina. Y'all have a good night. Much love, ma'am. Oh, South Africa is 8 hours ahead. Just stopping by for a sec. Have exams today. Well, good luck on exams, brother. Good luck on exams.
Is it 8 ahead of Pacific, Eastern, Hawaii? Give us a point of reference, Guardian. And good luck on those exams. You'll nail it, no doubt. It is kind of a trip if you think about time travel, communicating over time. When you talk to someone halfway around the world, let's say literally halfway, it's
right.
The next day to them already. You know what I mean? It's like, well, in a way, that's kind of like the time travel they were talking about. You know, what do they call it?
Teletransportation.
Teletransportation. Yeah, I was going to say it's not really but yeah, teletransporting. Yeah.
I just can't give the lotto numbers.
Right? That's a good point.
Turkey says I'm 4:30 now, and I feel like I'm going forward in reverse, hearing all the different times I've read.
I'm going back through the chat, and Kentucky Patriot, let me find it again, had an interesting comment. Dang it. Dang it.
Yeah, does Kentucky actually split into Central and Eastern time zone? Because apparently Kentucky Patriot's in 4:30, so he's in the Central one, but Summers.
Yeah, some parts of the state are.
Sun is coming up here. Oh wait, did I ever?
Oh, I found it. Rescue. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, ma'am,
Kentucky said like 6 minutes ago. That's how I got in trouble on Facebook, trying to warn people that the apps for changing your looks, you know, people do the filters and give themselves pretty eyebrows and whatever. And Talking Funny was facial recognition years ago. Kentucky, I agree with you. I saw that scroll by and it's been eating at the back of my head for a minute. And I've said this in the past, but I believe that the face diapers were also doing that, because you find stores like Costco, Walmart, all of a sudden everything is self-checkout. All of a sudden, there were people with Costco memberships that would walk in there without a mask, and Costco would send them a letter and say, hey, you have to comply, right? So for your self-checkout, that whole craze. And then we've got covering from the nose down. Iris scanning and eye scanning is already being used in law enforcement, etc. All this does is hone down the database for the rest of us with Big Brother. That's my opinion.
Your iris is similar to your fingerprint. I mean, it's there. Your iris signature is unique. That's why we actually have iris recognition nowadays, because that became identified as one of the unique traits of an individual is the iris of an eye, just like the fingerprints on your hands. And I remember, I think me and Bug Out were talking about this a long time ago, quite a few months back, about that very thing and the mask. And I laughed because, I remember years ago when they were fixing to help with trafficking. So they put the red light cameras up all around. But then that didn't sit well because people didn't like just getting magical tickets in the mail. So then they were like, oh, yeah. They turned them off, or they just supposedly stopped doing it, but they never took them down. But then imagine we just went 2 years of nothing but your eyes showing as you're driving because you have a mask on. So it's even with those, and there's no.
Yeah, but think about your phones. How many people downloaded the app so that your password for your phone was a face scan? Come on, people. Come on. The biometrics, it's already being used, and we're all signing up for it, just like the fine print for the flashlight. You think it's the coolest new gadget, whatever it is, right? But no.
Yep. I mean, it's just Facebook cracks me up. You'll hear people post these things and they'll be giving Facebook notice that these are my pictures and they're not to be reproduced, and you don't have any. It's like, you do understand you just put those on their shit, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like, it doesn't work that way.
You're volunteering the information. You're volunteering all of it.
Well, that fine print that we talked about when you created that account and you said, submit. Well, you were agreeing to that. It's like YouTube. Whatever you put up on YouTube, it's their shit. And if you read that print, they even talked about, what is that latest little thing that they did, it brought that up, was content that's created or something.
Oh, wow.
Is actually becomes theirs. So it's not like you can't make their content here. If you make it in studio, then it belongs to them.
Right. I gotcha. That it's completely insane. And even things with camera apps, they put in a similar, we own the image, or we own the little video, or whatever. And hey, Rick Ozzy gave us the lotto numbers. Is Rex going? Good night, Rex. Rest well.
Later, Rex. Yep, get you some rest, sir. Wake up with a smile. And hey, Michelle. I think I said, hey, Michelle.
Oh, dang. Michelle, hello. Aloha Prepper said, so we should hide our irises with glasses.
It's a little late. Cat's out the bag.
Basically, yeah.
It's been decades.
The technology is outpacing what we can do to hide our irises or put electrical tape over our webcams, or you can't even take the batteries out of your phone. Whatever the case is, the technologies are way beyond a simple, use different glasses, whatever. They really are. Biometrics is one of the most interesting, yet scary, and also unavoidable things going on. In fact, I saw an article, the IRS shortly is, well, they're developing it. I don't know when it's implemented, but they are developing a program that in order for you to sign on to your irs.gov to check your taxes or amend your taxes or check for the status of your return, they will have a facial scan that you set up. They are setting up biometrics to ID all of us, with starting at some of the big ones, your driver's licenses and IDs. They're already chipped. They're already doing the enhanced, etc. But now we're looking at agencies that steal our money, requiring our biometrics so that we don't go to jail if we don't pay them.
It's getting there. I mean, and this is the stuff that we know, you know, and so given what you've been watching for the last few years, just take that into account. This is just what you know. So imagine all the shit you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's the smart TVs. Look at all the smart TVs. Well, people go, yeah, it does Hulu and it does Netflix. And it's like, does it do Skype? Well, yeah, it does Skype too. Okay, that means there's a lens in that bezelment of that TV somewhere. Otherwise, you can't do Skype without a camera.
Mm-hmm.
So,
right.
How does that
There's
work?
a camera in there.
That's it. And it's like, yeah, but I don't turn it on. It's not up to you. You plugged it up. If you hook that thing to the internet, it's gonna do whatever somebody wants it to do.
If you've got a smart TV, it's too smart. I stuck with dumb phones and dumb TVs as long as the technology would allow. And I'm not exaggerating. My first smartphone was barely 2 years ago. I had a brick dumb phone for that reason. And, you know, think about Black Friday TVs, right? Well, a TV, 70-inch on sale for $149 seems pretty fucking awesome, right? Well, you just bought a cheap spy to put in your own house. There was some investigative reports and things done on the quote unquote watching you from your living room type of stuff. Well, they are. If you can see them, they can see you. In today's smart, like if you're doing a live streaming, like if I was on my TV with you right now, Rescue, you can see me, I can see you, period. That's scary.
And that means everybody in between can.
And they run it all night, even when it's off. It's still running a camera on your environment, on anything that it can pick up.
Well, yeah, because see, people get confused with when they hear like the technical, legitimate way that things work. So then they assume that that's the only way it can work. And it's like, no, it's like the camera. Well, it turns your light on if the camera's on. No, that's default programming. You can actually turn the camera on without turning a light on. And that's the nefarious side of things. And of course, the nefarious people don't come out going, hey, this is what we're doing. And see, and then they used to get you to think that it was just hackers that want to get in their shit. Well, in case nobody's been paying attention, but the past few years, it's been pretty obvious. Most all your hackers is the administration.
Yeah, or working for them in some way.
Yeah.
Cindy brings up a good point with the Alexa. I would never, ever, I don't get it, man. Putting in those things that listen to every word.
How's this, Virginia?
Say.
Listen, check this out. So the smartphone, the smart TV, Alexa's sitting over on the nightstand. You have the Nest thermostat hooked up to your house, and your refrigerator is
the smart
TV.
Doorbell.
Oh yeah, and your Nest on the Ring doorbell. But damn it, it's my privacy. I want privacy.
Right.
Nobody needs to know my shit. This is my business. This is my house, my business.
The irony is staggering. You're so right. we want the privacy and feeling like we're secure and whatever, and have this control. And the irony is you're broadcasting yourself on every inch, every level, every breath. We're guilty right now. I'm sitting here right now with you on a platform that obviously we're being broadcast and listened to. But as far as some of the little choices that we make, I don't get it. Like, I was shocked when my dad got a Alexa. I was like, really, dude? I mean, I was raised in a really conservative kind of, you wouldn't want that big brother thing on. And the convenience, the fact you could say, hey, Alexa, how do I XYZ, or tell me about Morocco, or whatever you want to know. Boom, it's right there. It's the instant access to info.
Well, and then you don't notice the subtle change of what you just asked for. So if all of a sudden, for some reason, like say, when did Morocco come up with freaking fried beans or whatever? Mm-hmm. So, and they say, oh, it was in 1660. Well, if somebody wanted to go, we really don't want you looking at 1660. So then they edit that little Wikipedia database and they say, no, this was in 1760. Mm-hmm. So all of a sudden you're going, hey, when did they do that in Morocco? Oh, it was 1760. Well, guess what? You're now going to spend generations going that now all of a sudden this happened then.
It's dynamic. You
literally can rewrite history without having to do jack shit. Just change some definitions and you can rewrite history.
Yeah. Agreed.
And we're slowly getting to where we're fixing to be. It's funny because that damn saying, but you'll own nothing and be happy. And you think, there ain't no way I'm not going to be happy. Well, I don't know. Are they going to convince you to be happy? Because they're slowly trickling that way to where all of a sudden you realize one day that you don't own anything. And
right.
I was kind of in a good mood with, holy shit, dude, I didn't own anything and I really was happy. This is some bullshit. Well, it's a little late now.
The funny thing is, the more we acquire smart technologies, the dumber we get. Our brains and our independent thoughts and our ability to reason and come up with conclusions and do research and be curious on a visceral level, all of it is being replaced by these, quote, smart devices and machines. But all they do is redirect the information to what they're programmed to do. They're not answering from wisdom. They are answering from a program. So far, I don't think we have the full AI wisdom, sentient, self-aware answerers yet. But as soon as that program becomes sentient and self-aware and understands that it can think on its own, who knows where we're at?
Yeah. Well, there's been a big pickups. And see, because it's like the AI. Not all AI is bad, but it's like everything else. The minute you think of something good, internet prime example. Look, you can talk to grandma in another state and show her pictures of the grandkids. Oh, this is so cool. Yeah, we're not going to tell you about the other bad shit that's going to be happening too, but just look at over there. And that's kind of what happens, because it's your ease of use makes you lazy. And what it was supposed to do was, okay, look, technology. Oh, this will make this easier to do. I don't have to stand here and do this. I can now go do this. But see, that message was never sent. And instead, it was just, look, this can make it easier on you. This can make it easier on you. And next thing you know, you're popping another top. You're sitting down even longer. You're doing less and less. And now all of a sudden, you just have your hand out waiting for, well, who's doing what for me? Actually, that's one thing I griped about when I first started, because I had a stressful weekend. I'm just, the laziness and nobody wants to take accountability for shit. And this is just around my own business, my own
automation.
Had me wired up. Well, it's just, even with my own, just like I said, right here, it just got me really fired up, because it's the little shit. It's like, I'm sorry, dude. Who do you think for 30 freaking years bought your freaking clothes and paid all your medical bills? Why, you think you could help a motherfucker out every now and then?
Of course not. You're not even real. Don't you get it?
I mean, it just, oh, son, I was so wound up this weekend. And then I got on, you'd have to go watch the beginning of this. I had to kind of get it out of my system because it was still bubbling. It was like that freaking pressure cooker that's steadily going, and it was like, yeah, buddy. And I had to kind of vent a little bit and get this because it just, and then you just look over and you hear the chat, not here, but I mean, just the way people talk, my kids, my family, my in-laws, these people in my wife's family, and it's just, you go, holy shit, man. People got no integrity, no character left anymore.
We're not taught to build it. Things like curiosity and wisdom and learning things by making mistakes and trying different methods of XYZ. People don't do that anymore because you can just Google it. In fact, I think that's a huge disservice that we've done to our, let's say, just school age, high school, because my sons said to me one time, I was like, well, why aren't you reading this or looking into this? And they're like, well, Mom, we don't have to look into it. We can just Google it. And of course, I was furious. I was like, really, fucking really, pick up the book, right? But they have tools. Those tools can be misused, and they are. But they have tools that we did not have at their age. Let's say, 16-year-old, like my boys were. We didn't have those tools. They are exposed to so much more information. Like I've read a lot and seen a lot and looked at a lot of different research, but I didn't see most of it till I was probably in my 30s. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And they see it all so quickly. It's so overwhelming and it moves so fast that I think the short attention span is what makes our oppressors win, because none of us really remember the little knit and grit that happens because there's so much information flying so fast.
Oh yeah, that's what I think I've even said it on a stream before. I know me and my wife have talked about it, but it's just when these phones came out like they did, I told my wife going, holy crap, man, it's like the whole world just became crack addicts. Because it's all about instant gratification. My God, you didn't text me back fast enough. You didn't do that. And it's like just wanting that instant response. And it was like, holy crap. But then you turn around and it's like the whole, look at how much shit got lost in Googling something.
Yep.
Because like when I was growing up, okay, so here's the homework assignment. I'm sitting here, I open the book and it's like, oh shit, I need to go the history of Rome. Oh, okay. Well, hey, Mom, I'm going into town to the library and stuff. I need to go look up some stuff. Well, see, you're getting out. So now you're out in society. You're out in the air. You're out in sunshine. You're putting in some physical effort to go somewhere. You're then getting there. You're now socially engaging with somebody to go get to the back of this library. You're exercising your brain as you're looking for these books. You then find the book. Well, now you're increasing your intelligence by reading the shit.
You're cross-referencing.
You're making notes. So, oh my God, you're learning to retain some shit. And you're learning to write because you're making these notes, and then you're closing it up. You're putting the book up. So you're learning to be mannerisms and house cleanliness. You're putting shit up, and then you're leaving. Oh my God, learning a little bit of mannerisms there because you might be polite and say, okay, have a nice day. And then you're physically going to ride back home, and then you're going to physically write this report. And you look at all that shit versus now all of a sudden it's like, what do I got to look up?
You're taught to swipe.
History of Rome. Okay, let me hold down that, select
and
this
then you get
article,
a comic book full of pictures.
Yeah, Control C. Okay, open up Word. Control V, paste. There we go. Okay, report's done. Hey, man, so what do you want to do? And it's like, so you didn't exercise shit. And it's like, wow. And the information you now look up.
Exercising, because it's like a muscle. If you don't exercise it, you never use it. So that's a good word. Exercise it.
That's it. And we became lazy. And we became ease of use. And then it's like at first we thought all this automation shit was pretty cool because all of a sudden I don't have to stand here on the line and feed this board in. Now this little arm down here is going to do it, and they're going to run it off that panel up there. Dude, this is the shit. Okay, yeah, I'll just tend to this. And then slowly all of a sudden you got the pink notice. And you're like, well, wait a minute, what the hell? I'm getting laid off. Oh, man. Oh, I guess the company's doing bad. They laid me off. No. It's not so much that. It's just that you just got automated.
Right.
And you didn't have a purpose because you haven't been exercising anything. So you couldn't step up to something more challenging. So now you just got pushed to the side.
And people give up really quickly when
That's the ramifications of all that, Virginia.
Yeah.
There's no reason for effort anymore. It either I got it or poor me, yo me, poor me. Everything's against me. I'm so sick of hearing that kind of shit. But sorry, that's my own personal shit.
No, I'm feeling it.
But it's like there's always something at fault. Oh, it's somebody or something's fault. It's like, I used to think drug addicts and alcoholics were rough because you kind of always got to do that first step to even admit that you had that problem. I had no idea that was fixing to play into just natural life.
It's the nature of the beast, my friend. Addictions are the nature of the beast, and people always look to drugs and alcohol and the things that seem very obvious to us. But that's not true, because psychological addictions such as love is an addiction. You look at people that destroy their lives over that concept of being loved or accepted. So the mental state of what gets us off is kind of interesting because we're being conditioned to immediate gratification.
And not even like reasonable.
Time.
Yeah, not even like a reasonable reaction. Just give me some response.
Yep. Even if it's bad, it's still a response.
And it's crazy, man. It's like, it's kind of like you sit here and you watch people take this stupid little phone and they go, oh, apply. Well, I'm looking for a job. God. So, okay, I applied. And it's like, okay, hey, did you applied for those? Yeah. Did you hear anything? No, I hadn't heard nothing. Well, did you reach out to them? Oh, no. Well,
no, but I thumbs up it.
But so what did you do after you filed those? Well, right. I didn't get an answer, so they must not need nobody. Well, no. The good old saying used to be make a job out of finding a job. But no, because let's just go to the stupid little tablet thingy, and here we'll just go submit. There, I'll look for one. And you know what? Unemployment says that's okay too.
Right.
So see, they're not even encouraged to actually go, how about you ought to go meet the person?
That's an acceptable effort.
Yeah. But you got businesses that are even taking that on, saying it's okay. Yeah, we don't need to see you right off. Just send us this because we're going to judge your happy ass off of some data without talking to you. And you're going to be okay with it because we're not going to call you back and you're not even going to realize it because
you're going to be okay with it because you hit I agree to the terms and conditions at the bottom of the flashlight app.
It's crazy, man.
Right? We give our acceptance constantly to what we think, what we do, where we look, what we want to shine a light on. So what do you think, Rescue, right? So we have books started getting censored. We have the internet. We have, I don't want to point out any particular social fight, but let's just say, a lot of civil rights and social fights and evolving as a community. Let's just stick with our country. I'm not going too broad here. What do you think the turning point was? What was the pin that got pulled out of the grenade that put us on this avalanche track we're on right now? What do you think?
That's that part that some people don't like. It was that T-man, dude. It was that orange man bad. And I think it was that message because I know it's hard for some people to hear that and think that it's not about him. I can just, from my perspective, I mean, because he was a smart ass. Hell, I didn't even watch his damn show and shit. And so it wasn't, and it wasn't political, but it was that message of hearing America, giving it back to you, you know, all this, we keep sending money out. And it was kind of like starting to kind of go, yeah, you know, and I think that that wasn't part of it. It was like, no, wait a minute. Too many of your, I guess if you go with the Matrix type, you know, theology, then too many people were unplugging. You know, too many people were starting to unplug and kind of going, wait a minute, what? And it was like, and all of a sudden, you know, we got to create all this havoc. And then because it was like, okay, no, just like I think that they thought they had a plan, but they didn't realize the reaction after that second wave of shit that they did. And so then that's why midnight, just everything. Oh no, you just flip the switch, dude. I don't give a shit. But if we don't, we won't get another chance. And they did. And it's just, and I'm not saying that he's perfect. See, that's the problem. And they've instilled that with the conversations the last few years, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. You can't meet halfway anymore. And it's like with him, they emphasize that. That's the one thing I think media-wise that they did when we reference like the changing of definitions of Wikipedia and shit. Well, see, they did that with him. You can't mention his name without people either stepping all the way over on your side to go, yep, that was awesome. Or they step the other way going, oh, see, he didn't do shit. And it's like, okay, so then there's no middle ground. Well, and there was a lot of middle ground because I'm not political, but the dude did do some good shit versus some crazy shit. And if you compare what we got now versus what it was then, and I think that's what's kind of getting a lot of people now, because it's like, damn, dude, we went from $1.50 gas, $1.45 gas, and now it's fixing to hit $5. I'm sorry if that isn't making you kind of go, wait a minute.
Yeah, I do agree, and it took me a while to see it. When he was initially going up, I was like, no fucking way, dude. This is a joke, right? But it took me a little bit to see the positive things that he was trying to push in. Now, what I'm curious about is, like, this country, we could argue it's in one of the most divisive states ever. Just in general, everybody is divided on everything. Do you think the catalyst really was Orange Man? Or do you think there was a deeper underlying investment on the part of the powers that be regarding our media and our books and what we knew? And I'll kind of preface a little bit, because I graduated high school in 95. Well, that was pretty much the last year they taught American government. And so I do see your point on Orange Bad. And I'm also looking back and thinking about when we stopped educating kids, including myself, on how the structure of our government worked, and shortly thereafter taking out Pledge of Allegiance in some places, not everywhere, but in some places, and then cursive. And then my great aunt, the first time they did that here in Washington, one of the first counties, she was pissed, and she goes, how are they going to read the Constitution if we don't teach them cursive? And at first, being my great aunt, and she's like one of those sitting in a chair, mumbling under her breath, you know? And at first I was like, what are you talking about? And then it sunk in. I was like, oh, damn, you're right. You're right. How are they going to understand it unless it's been digitally recreated? So I do hear the Orange Man, but I look even further to myself in high school in the 90s. We stopped teaching U.S. government.
Well, I think, like, going with that, I would say when the metropolitan cities, the big cities, because most of all those districts in those when that federal education board, when they started really taking over the education, system, they started promoting what should be done. I think that's when the history started getting readjusted. Because I kind of, talking with everybody and meeting all y'all from all over and kind of then going, see, and I actually want to check, and that reminded me to do that next week. Or this week, actually, because it's Monday now. I lose track. Anyway, because see, up until I know within a couple years ago, before all the goofy shit, like the kids here at the school went out every morning, raised the flag, at the end of the school day, had the little, and they would like rotate turns to go out and had the little flag gathering squad kind of go out and do the little, so, but I think in the bigger cities is where that message started going. So, but on a global scale, I don't think people realized just that they were getting out of touch with America as much as they realized until he came on the thing to make that the message. Because that became the message. It was, and that's why I try to reference, I just take my old little dumb redneck ass down here in the woods, but it's like 9/11 was that. I see that back then. It was like everybody's just doing their day-to-day shit. Life's just life. And then this happened, and then it became red, white, and blue. And it spread across, and news messages, people always, America. So you just kind of pick that wave up. And of course, that's how they justified their whole bullshit for 20 years over there. And of course, the things that they're going to trying to use against us now. But at that moment, well, it's like with him, I know for me, that's all it was. And then really, and I mean, I can be honest, there was, because dude, it's like he was a smart ass anyway. Hell, it's not like I liked him, but it's like you can't say that because then you're on that side.
He's been in our popular culture since the 80s. Everybody knew who this jackass was, from the comb over to his shows to his business.
Oh man, he was the realtor.
We all knew who he was. He was already a celebrity.
He was a realtor mogul. That's what I found ironic whenever I watched all this hate that got generated. It's like, well, that's funny because you people had no problem like climbing over each other to go get your picture with him. It's like, but see, he was just because he was big pimping. He was just him, and he was do his thing. He did the boxing shit. He liked attention, and I get it.
Yeah.
And then he did this, but I still stand on the fact that he didn't want to do this. I don't think, because unless he changed his mind, well, apparently he wanted to because he did. But I just know that when I started looking back, that all those old shows of when he didn't want to, they wanted him to, and he was like, no, that's not my thing. I'm not a politician. And it was actually funny how he was a Democrat until they they were so crazy. And it's like right now, if you listen to the Democrats are even going, that shit's way radical than we ever even thought, because you're selling our country out to a global scale. And even if you're a Democrat,
right,
then you're not going to want that. You still want America.
In the 90s, he supported Clinton's run, Bill Clinton's run. So I agree with you on the aspect of that he did re-energize and reinvigorate that patriotic feel that we didn't really see since 9/11. And I've said this for a while. I was raised red, but I've never ascribed to either wing personally. I think they have pitfalls and they have benefits. The only time I have seen in my life that this whole country came together without regard for your party, quote unquote, or whatever, was 9/11. And so I agree with you, and I'm not saying his presidency in general was as big as 9/11, but I'm saying as far as people feeling that spirit of, wait a minute, this is our country, and it kind of feels like it's getting taken from us, our freedoms and our inherent rights as listed, right? That was a catalyst for me, for sure, because I was indifferent to Obama. I didn't hate him. I didn't like him. I was indifferent was just like, oh, well, here's this loser. Let's get through it. I didn't like delivering pizza when gas was $5 a gallon in 2008, but
Right.
I was more or less indifferent. But I'm more clear on the cycle now, the more wisdom under my belt. And I do see the catalyst for a love again for our freedoms and rights that was sort of dormant. You know, it wasn't too long after 9/11 we got smartphones and everybody had the high-speed internet, and we were able to be distracted and DARPA'd Facebook by whatever they wanted to do.
Well, I think, see, some of it's, I mean, I don't know. I guess it all kind of tying in together because it's that laziness we were talking about. And then you
Yeah.
take him, well, he was the spark of patriotism. And I will say he did kind of even merge other people. See, and that's what I don't think they planned for. I think they just thought it would be the typical Republican response. But homeboy was talking about no more wars and shit. So that was even kind of getting some liberals and Democrats to even kind of go, hey, yeah, let's get out of that shit. Because those, I think those definitions have, they are meaningless. They're politicians.
The meaning
And
of the
you
words.
either have some, I personally, matter of fact, Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene, kind of like their little principle in that Lauren, some of these new ones have taken on the stance of no lobbyist. And it's like, good, don't take no money. If your constituents can't foot the bill for you to be there, then, you need to rethink that. Because see, that's that, and it's little steps. It's hard to kind of explain because it just ain't all up in my head. Hell, that's
Right.
a confusing ass place to be, trust me. And but it's all these little bitty things, because it's like, we talked about the school, okay, and we talked about cursive and not being able to read the Constitution. Well, okay, you're slowly taking the meaning of America away. See, you're starting to lose sight of that pillar of freedom and liberties. You're starting to
Hard work.
lose and desensitize to those three documents and just how important that is around the world. Well, all of a sudden, you're kind of like, hey, yeah, you're in cruise mode and it's working. You're slowly getting detached without even realizing it.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, this loudmouth dude that you were seeing on TV is now up here. And I think I used to laugh back then and tell my wife going, oh shit, I don't know how many armchair people he's fixing to get, because of the way he would just call them out on the stage and talk the stupidest shit.
Right.
And
He's a fucking idiot. He was.
he has no tact on that. He lives it. But he had the values, because I will say there's interviews of people that work for him directly on the low level, and he's apparently treats them different. He doesn't treat them like, oh, you're just the damn janitor. It's kind of like, hey, how are you doing?
Well, he's all about some capitalism. And
well, he's personality, and he knows that. He learned that.
He does know
reality
that.
TV.
That's a pure narcissist for you. I don't think that we should underestimate some level of charm and manipulation. He's a showman. He's a
But he doesn't want to cut our throat,
here
Virginia.
and there. Yeah, I mean, there's.
See, that's the thing. He doesn't want to cut our throat.
Yeah.
He might not want to feed us a T-bone steak, and we might just end up with the damn burger on a bun type shit. But he's not wanting to do us in. The other side is pretty much wanting to do us in.
But that was the factor that I think got a lot of us thinking, is that he was real. He didn't filter himself from kind of spitting out some common sense. And I think a lot of people are paid to
See, I love
their
that. Summer.
sense.
By the way, check your email, Summer. Just saying. Not to mean to cut. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off, Virginia. I was waiting. That's because that comment always comes around when you mention that dude's name, when he grabbed the P. And it's like, okay, so that's another one of those clip conversations. So if you actually go to the whole conversation, he was actually making fun of a woman who will actually throw themselves on you to get your attention. You can even grab them by the thing and they don't care. But the whole narrative wasn't a better message. Just to clip that part was a better one. It kind of had a bigger impact. So, and you know what? And
I do get it on that comment also. As a woman,
have you ever been to a construction site? Have you ever been to a bar?
Yeah, locker room, and I'm not excusing.
I mean, it just so he said it, and that was
in any
inside
way.
a bus.
verbal or in any other way. But people, we're just adults. I have said so many things on live streams that could be considered some kind of inappropriate sexual attack, but it's just a joke, and it taken out of context. And
I could take a mean tweet and cheap gas right now and some groceries on the shelves. I could turn Twitter off so I don't have to see that, but at least I'd have groceries on the shelves and some gas.
I mean, that's not to absolve that it was kind of a gross statement. That's not to absolve that, but there is, you got to put all the pieces in place as far as how they took that out of the context it was intended to be in. Locker room joking is not the same thing as making a political stance on women. Hey, Wizard.
Hey, one sec. Hey, Wingnut, do I have your email? If I don't, Wingnut, shoot me an email real quick. That way I'll have it. I can shoot you an invite, sir. And it's Brian with an I, BRIAN.rescue@gmail.com. Because when I said I have some ideas that would kind of change the system a little bit, along with term limits, make age limits. Oh, yeah. Dude, see, once again, just shows the ignorance that I had, and I made no problem saying I was ignorant as shit. But, dude, you start really looking, like, take Chuck Schumer, Nancy, Mitch McConnell, and you look at those and you go, okay, remove all your politics, remove your retarded policies and shit. Now, let's just see, how long have you been there? OMG. And then it's like, wait a minute, what states are you from? What's your areas? OMG. And you've been there that long. And then it's like, wait a minute, so you're worth how much now? OMG. And it's like, at what point you're OMG'd out the ass? So it's like, holy crap.
Right.
And it's just like, wow, nobody even paid attention to none of that shit. Nobody ever catches on any of that. It's like all the damn rhetoric that goes in. If you get in there, you have to spend X amount of time making money for that stupid ass party. Well, what kind of stupid shit is that? I'm sorry, I didn't send Brian Babin up there to go raise money in Washington for that damn party up there. I sent your happy ass up there to represent this area down here.
Yeah, correct. But people, the money, they sniff it out. They're like, I'm in my mind, in my face, but I don't want to show it on camera. I'm like sniffing on the ground like a pig looking for truffles, or, some of those dogs looking for that treat. That's what these people do. They get their nose on the ground. They sniff out for that fix and avoid it. I see and agree with your point of view. I do. The two wings, one bird. Our situation is clearly beyond a bipartisan answer.
Well, don't you find it kind of weird, though, how we got kind of like we went from doing nothing and it just happening under our feet? And then all of a sudden, there's this overreaction to it, to where now nothing else is acceptable but perfection. So, because it's like no matter who you name, there's always then that all you do is get flaws. It's like with T-Man and Mr. Orange Man did. Yeah. You're only going to hear negative, even though there is legitimate positive shit. The Jerusalem deal, the stopping the engagements and not wanting to overseas conflicts, the gas prices going down, the tax breaks that I know of just around here. I know of several businesses were able to hire 2 to 3 more people because of that. Right. So the insulin that was fixing to be dropped in price, when he had no problem saying that out loud, it's like, this makes no sense to be selling that shit over there for this price and charging Americans. See, why didn't anybody remember those statements there? Instead, it's only focused on what you were programmed to believe from the media, because that sentences got repeated over and over. So you go, but he was dropping the insulin price and even called out the pharmaceutical companies for charging more across here than they did across the border. But he said this, and it's almost like we went from doing nothing to overreacting now. And it's like there's no fall in between of going, okay, well, the dude's not all that, but he had better intentions than these. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
you don't get that.
I
You
still
don't get
think
that
his
gray area.
intentions were to make money and to get his face on a piece of American currency, whether a
They all want
coin
to be
or a dollar
famous.
bill. I still believe there was some selfish intent to some of this ostentatious presentation. But what I appreciate is that it woke people up, because I raised conservative, very LDS, Mormon, read all the way background. In fact, the Mormon Tabernacle Choir was the only music group that he could get to do his inauguration when he first came in. They backed the fuck out of him, right?
Come on, Virginia. Now tell me, do you
Well,
really think
they
that
also
any
had
of
that
these people
gay-ass
that have
band.
become, do you think any of these people that have become president did not like sit in their room when they know that they just won the thing going, fucking A, dude, I am president of the United States? I mean, come on. We all dress the shit up and we all act like, but it's like, come on, man, pop a top on a beer sitting in your living room. If all of a sudden, you know, you're president of the United States of America. And although while we talk of the power, you know, you don't got, but hey, come on, man,
Right.
You're going to have the title of the president
The
of the United
title and
States.
the engravings. I agree with that, and I see the vision, and
So I
it's
can see
amusing
him.
on some level, but that's kind of the impetus for what I started to look a little more deeply into. Some of this is that I was raised this way, and over time, to be honest, I'm a centrist. I'm probably more libertarian than anything else on a lot of issues.
I don't know where I'm at in Virginia. To be honest, I don't know. I
Well,
guess I might even be
we can
libertarian.
agree to be on different places. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I don't really know where I fall, to be honest, because it's like my whole political thing growing up, I was just told Democrats want bigger government.
Yeah.
Republicans want less government.
Right.
Now, okay, son, we're going to work over here. And it was like, all right. And so that they hug babies and shake hands.
Correct.
And half of what they say is a lie. There you go.
But,
There's my
politics.
politics.
It's because a lot of people don't understand what that means. And I'm kind of confessing that about myself. I didn't really understand what it meant to endorse the bigger or the smaller government, because on the flip side, you have bigger and smaller business, or you have bigger and smaller, interests one way or another, right? But what got me really thinking about what the hell was going on is the fact that the media and everyone else had the orange, what do they call it? Orange bad man? Orange man bad, or whatever.
Orange man bad, yeah.
Yeah. So as soon as I saw the media putting so much effort into taking little things out of context, like I'm going to pick up a bowling ball and hit it P first, right? As soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, now I want to see what he's saying on the actual activism side of his position. And I blew my own mind because it changed my mind. I was kind of indifferent. I was kind of like, okay, here's this celebrity dude being an ass, whatever. But as soon as we see the media, anyone else they put so much effort, so much money, so much time into making him look like an ass, that it made me question what the hell is really going on with this particular dude in this seat. And that's when I saw
unless he's a threat.
The whole picture in this case, Yeah.
Well, I mean, that was me. Why put that much effort into if there's not something going on? Well, then I watched it happen.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, holy shit. Well, then I started questioning things. And of course, the Coof thing, see, it's like that. Here we go. I'll pick this ass chewing. I don't care. I'm feeling frisky tonight. What the hell? It's like the jab. See, I don't fault him for the jab myself, because it's like we were just talking. He's an attention whore. So he accomplished something that hadn't been accomplished before. He didn't really even pay attention to the details. He just wanted that achievement.
They already had it.
He wanted that achievement.
Convinced
He wanted to be the one to say, no, don't worry about file. Don't do that. Don't do that. Let's cut this. Let's do this. And now look, I was able to get this done. That's all he wanted to do. I don't think he had a clue, just like when they were trying to all say how, oh, I'm not doing it if he's doing it. Like he had the white lab coat on or some shit.
Right.
You know, the big thing for me was when they paused They paused before November. It was supposed to come. It's supposed to be there. And it's like, hold on. Wait a minute. You went a little too fast. You need to back.
And then like 2 or 3 months after, there it was, the miracle.
And, dude, and listen to all the shit that would come out. I mean, the media behind it too, how they developed it. They've done this. And it's like, what? And people, even reporters called them out going, you kind of took it before you even got elected. So.
Right.
And it's like, wow. But it's just seeing, I guess what gets me is like that. No matter how much people see that, it doesn't stop it. There's still the hatred. And it's like, even though you point out what they're doing to us, this bunch right here, and there's still the hatred. Right. And it's just, you think of how deep inset that got put. I mean,
well, for most of this last generation, so we could say approximately 25 years, the proverbial they have been weaving a deep wool over our eyes since, you know, if you go to look at the 90s, who was running things with the Clintons, and then, you know, we went Bush, Clinton, Bush, another Obama, and then, you know, so we only had one small break with Orange Man bad, right? Whether they were Republican or Democrat, because I do not absolve Bush Jr. in anything. That small break in last generation of 25 years has been, for those of us 40 and above, I think you think, and I'm not absolving younger folks. I mean, I get it, you know, younger too.
Virginia.
But I mean, as far as a transitional moment and how we see what's really going on, it's like, whoa.
Give me 1 sec. Hey, Summer, get you some rest, ma'am. I saw your biscuits and gravy earlier, so I know you got a full tummy. So get you some rest, ma'am.
Yes,
wake up with a smile. And sorry if I missed anything, because I just saw that as I saw people saying sleep well, and it was like, oh shit, Summer's leaving. I missed it. Okay, and I'm sorry, Virginia. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no apologies at all. Yeah, not at all. Love Summer. Good night.
See, I got to tell you, man, with Obama really freaked me out. Now, I will say I paid that much attention a little bit to politics in a way, just because I was forward. And I told my wife when they passed that Obamacare bullshit, and the only thing I picked up on was when it said it didn't apply to them and that it was a law. And it was like, I'm sorry, how come America didn't just pick up on the fact that they just passed a law that we have to get something that they don't even offer? Doesn't that sound kind of fishy? And then it's like, and then to follow it up that it doesn't even apply to them. But wait, if it's so great, wouldn't you want to be the first one on the list?
What got me on it was the tax fine. If you did not sign up for some insurance program, or if you didn't have it through your work or whatever, what got me is that you were, I believe it was $2,500.
Yeah, if you can't afford the insurance, we're going to find
on your taxes. Yeah.
Crazy shit, dude.
It was absolutely crazy. And I'm going to say, to be honest, I have conflicted feelings about the Obama-Rama-Care, because he became president about 2008, whatever. And at the time, I needed a lot of medical attention. And I was working at a restaurant. I was a student. I was single. I didn't have any insurance whatsoever, and it was not provided through my restaurant. And I received care some scans and some blood work and certain things that would have never happened if I did not have the Obama-Rama socialism care, right? But so there was that benefit that I saw personally. My experience was I was able to get some things done that I would not have been able to do otherwise. But when you
that's what they counted on.
The tax implications and the fact they said it was optional, but it wasn't, because if you didn't do it, it was on your IRS form, 1095 A or B, right?
Yep.
So although the care provided within, and you had to be within income limits, the care provided for someone like me that was technically on the poverty line was just as good as someone who had the best insurance fucking possible. But what I did not like is the structure of the payment of it. That did not make sense, you know?
Yeah. Well, see, that's what they wanted. And to me, I think that's where a lot of this corporate shit has gotten its power is because it's kind of like the guy, I don't know how to say that. It's because I do try to say things so that nobody takes things personal, or I'm not addressing any specific nothing, but in times of need and desperation, your limits and your boundaries will drop. Mm-hmm. Well, there's predators, and there's predators that play on that very thing. And so I think on a corporate level, we pretty much, they catch us, and that's what they want. See, it's like you need that. At that brief moment, you could see the benefits. So you were like, yeah, this is because this will help me. But there are repercussions after you all of a sudden see, but there's so many that never saw those. Well, that's how I think these little chips away at everything. And now We're seeing this big ass shit. And I can always say this. A lot of people will sit here and go, oh, I've known this forever. Oh, I've known this forever. Oh, I've known this. All I can say is that I don't know where you were at, because I hadn't heard none of it. Not saying you didn't know it, but you just weren't loud enough, because here we are. So you got to give little orange dude something on that. At least it kind of got people to go, what the hell? So
it's not so much the government program or the people that need it. Insurance, whether it's health insurance or car insurance or whatever, mindless lawsuits dismantle that whole pyramid scheme. Because if people were using it with integrity, maybe it would work. But it is abused. It's abused. And it's not just abused by the people that use it, it's abused by the people that implement it.
Yeah, buddy. Look at the prices. That's what I told my wife. All these damn stupid politicians, people want to talk about fixing the healthcare system, and nobody ever brings up the price.
Yeah.
Well, how about you bring up the price? Because it's amazing. When I walk in those automatic opening doors, a freaking Band-Aid, the same one that's down here at Walmart on the shelf, that one Band-Aid is going to cost me the price of about $10.
Right. Why is that Band-Aid $1,000 once you check it?
That Bear aspirin that's in that little 2-tablet pack in that hospital is now going to cost me the price of a case of Bear down here at Walmart. In 100%. Like 50 tablet bottles, I can buy a case of 50. So that's how many. And it's just common sense shit like that. And it's but everybody's going to fix it, but nobody ever brings that up. And it's like, well, how are you fixing anything?
It shows us how we're stuck in a profit-making.
That's it.
Environment.
Pay to play.
Pay to play. Yeah. Yes. And I'm a patriotic woman, but I am not a P-A-Y triad.
That's it.
There's a big difference. Big difference.
Sorry, rice paper requires focus. One slip in the wrong direction, and that one's gone.
That's what they all say.
Yeah, that or end up all of a sudden you start naming them different names because that happened.
Right.
It's like, all righty, we're going to call you Little Joey,
Yes.
and we're going to.
Right. No, I get what you're saying. Kind of justified after the fact, defined after the fact. Aloha said, oh, the chat just jumped. One sec. Aloha. Aloha said, Hawaii requires employers to pay for health insurance for all employees that work more than 20 hours. State provides health insurance for the gap, and kids get insurance for a low rate. Okay. Aloha Prepper, man, that's so
Hey,
complicated.
Virginia,
Like
I'm
that
listening
is
to you, but I'm going to step away for just 1 minute, but I'm still listening.
okay, no worries. That is a good thing for Hawaii. I have a soft spot because they started as a monarchy, evolved to a territory, and then were essentially bought to be a state. And Hawaii is one of the places that we see socialist. Hawaii and Alaska are one of the first two of the states in our union. We see some of these socialist minded programs being pumped. They're not just the newest, but you have people with such a wide income gap. You've got the local and the native folks that are living on the land doing what they do, and the oligarchs for oil and seafood and tourism and just an endless stream of mindless money. So this is a complicated issue when you look at the income gaps in different states, and should this be a federalized issue or not? I don't know, but yes, Anna Marie, $22.15 for a sample size tube of toothpaste, $7 for a dollar store toothbrush. That's what I mean. The abuse of our insurance companies and protections. You again, the health insurance, the car insurance, whatever. The frivolous abuse is what tumbles that whole multi-level marketing scheme that insurance is, because ultimately it's your governments that require it. Like when you buy a house, you have to have homeowners insurance through your mortgage company. If you have a car, you have to have car insurance. Depending on your state, you can spend $500 and get a thing to not have to get car insurance. So your car insurance is $496 through Geico and cheaper than doing it $500. And I mean, the scam is so precisely calibrated.
Well, I wonder if we were to look at like Johnson & Johnson, that makes like, say, the Band-Aids.
Mm-hmm.
I somehow have an overwhelming feeling that you're going to find Vanguard, BlackRock, State Streets as major investors, one of those. And then I think if you looked at the medical, the corporation of these hospitals,
right,
and look at the major investors, and you go, oh, wow, I have a feeling it's BlackRock, Vanguard, or State Street.
Oh, look at this circle jerk.
Well, wow, I wonder, wait a minute, so then who is in the insurance, and who's actually major investors in the corporate insurance companies? Oh,
right.
And BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. And it's like, it's like we've reached a level
funnel
of the hustlers are hustling the hustlers around the citizens. It's like,
just like any pyramid scheme, it's gonna start to fall apart. From the way that we're running this technocracy and the oligarchies and the insurance companies and
well, unless you're the only
into the taxation and everyday people, that shit is it's crumbling right now. We're watching it. That's what we're watching.
Yep. Well, unless you're willing to be the last person alive. See, power always comes with this outcome, because you're in power now, but somebody else wants that spot too. So that fight
Right.
never goes away until there's nobody left or until the collapse. And it's a power struggle, collapse, power struggle,
Mhm.
collapse, power struggle, power. This is the hop. That's actually what made us unique and special. But then we lost sight because we're sitting here discovering shit and we're doing shit, and those greedy little shits, number
Right.
crunchers, were sitting there going, oh, hey. And here comes the teeth that we never even knew existed. We thought we were getting away from one tyrannical shit, only actually selling ourselves out on the end to
Right.
bookkeepers and shit on the other end.
Well, yeah,
Hey,
but our
Chris.
mamas were bookkeepers because you've got to have that female in the workforce and bring all those personal assistants in. And I'm not dogging that part, anyone. That's not what I'm saying. But we started
who
to
knows?
disintegrate the family
Mhm.
with secretaries and personal assistants. I mean, and that's not a blanket statement. I'm being tongue in cheek, so to speak. But you all know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Well, there's that comfort thing. Even back then, you can read about it in 1600. Hell, actually, you can go back. I don't know. There's always been, the minute somebody has family, they don't even take care of their own kid. They have a nursemaid. Now some parents now did the babysitter because they went to work. But think about it. That practice even started when people had, because I have money. I don't. Okay, well, I can lighten my own load, which is actually my responsibility, but I can pass that off. And then when you watch kids grow up in an environment, I know when I was growing up, you could always spot like the rich, spoiled kind of kids, because then they didn't treat anything like it cost a lot or took a lot to make that, or, wow, I worked all week, dude, to buy that damn cassette player shit,
Right.
Hey, dude, here's your throwback. So I remember busting my ass for 2 whole weeks just so I could buy an 8-track and put it in my truck when they first
Oh,
came out.
yeah.
And I thought that
Which
was
8-track was it? Which album?
was Bad Company.
Bad Company.
The pink. And just so you know, I'm not shitting you, and you can verify this shit. That Bad Company 8-track was pink with a black label. Double fact check that shit. Matter of fact, give me a day or two, and I'm going to bring you that 8-track.
Please
show it to
do.
you, because
I
it's
want
sitting over in a box
okay.
in that closet.
All right. There's 60 people here who witnessed that. We're going to see Rescue's pink Bad Company 8-track. I need proof, sir.
That's it. That was it.
Funny.
But see, it was like, because that's what you did back then. And it's like when your friends saw it, then they would it didn't encourage them to go jack somebody's car,
right,
or to jack somebody. Instead, it would encourage them to then go to their boss on their part-time job going, hey, can I get a few more hours? Because then they wanted one. But see, that's not when you think of kids talking now, when a kid sees something that somebody has, they either A, go to a grandparent, hey, get this for me. B, go to the parent, hey, get this for me. Or C, let me go talk to a friend, see if I can trade something that probably belongs to my dad or somebody for that.
Hustle.
Or I'm going to go jack it.
Right.
And so it's like, well, where did it how about go mow a few yards? How about put in a few days work and actually sweat for this shit and put in some boots on the ground, get your hands dirty and actually bring something to the table. But that's not the message, and it hasn't been the message for a while.
No, it hasn't. It has not.
That's why when we talk about kids, it's like I try to, I don't want to sound ugly, but people you got to start in your living room. Because it's going to be that next generation, whatever that's your grandkids, your kids, wherever it is.
Deliver after you deliver.
Yeah. Any little sponges around you are absorbing your character. They're absorbing behavior from you. They're absorbing, what you're putting out. So garbage in, garbage out. Good in, good
They're
out.
not just absorbing their mirrors. I believe our children, not 100% of the time, it's more complicated than that, but
think it's mirrors.
They mirror their parents. So you're right. What you put in, you put out, because you're reflecting it.
See, I used to think that back, like when my kids were first born, But now I gotta say, looking at my grandbaby and then all the people, it's like, I mean, are the parents actually the mirror anymore? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Is that the reflection that they actually are reflecting back, or is it that public elementary school? Is it that public junior high? Is it
Okay.
the skate park down there? You know what I'm saying?
So the mirror is more fragmented. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I see your vision, because the mirror, it was the parents,
What
pretty
does Ghetto
much
call
in
these?
line. And that
What does
the
Ghetto call
black
these?
mirror.
There
Yeah,
you
that's a
go.
black mirror. And that, but you're right, the mirror has splintered with our education programs, our government programs, our distractions with black mirrors. And I see your point. Yes, I agree.
Well, you don't have
But-
honest mistakes hardly anymore. You have nefarious shit now.
But how
Used
does
to be.
accountability come into that, though? If we say, well, you're reflecting the black mirror or your education system or your whatever, right? Where does accountability start to fill those cracks within character? How much of a percentage do we give to the conditioning?
Well, if I had my kids now, I would be focused on my school board. Actually, I'd probably even just homeschool mine, even in this area, even though I don't have really a problem with the school, but it would just be seeing what's going on. I would want to isolate them, but not isolate them like, in a detrimental way. So I would homeschool, and then I would be focusing on the town. Like for me, it'd be the county seat, but like in the town, it'd be the city councils. But I think it's also just right there. It's watching, okay, when dad is sitting on the couch, and that's one thing I can say now, my kids picked this up because me and my wife say, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes or no, sir, to each other. It's like, hey, you want some tea? Yes, ma'am, I'll take some, thank you. And it's those messages, I think, because I can see that in my kids to this day, even though we do not get along, but because they heard that and they grew up with that they do that wherever they go, and they get complimented on it because it kind of trips people out. But they'll say, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, may I, select off on the may I part. And we kind of didn't. They'll say, thank you, can I please have that? Hey, do you mind if so they'll ask and see, and it's that narrative. But see, here's where I just say, well, I think this is the issue part, is because looking at my own shit, I also know that there was a big outside influence that did not like me. And so everything out of their mouth was negative towards me. And about me. So there was they killed the positive vibes. Just kind of like the media is actually doing with everything now. They created this anger and hate over a person to the point to where regardless of what that dude does, there's 30 million people that are going to flip him the finger. He could come in and rebuild every road in America and they would still flip him the finger because they were programmed to hate him. And that's that. Well, my kids in a way were done that way. So while they picked up mannerisms, the connection between us and actually now that worries me. And so I actually try to talk to my daughter about it because her being married, and it's like, look, man, regardless of what with us, you need to remember the image you're setting for her.
Mm-hmm.
So you two need to work together, because I was worried
Talking
that
about a reflection, you just said the image you're setting for her. You subconsciously said that to your daughter, I would guess.
Yeah.
Yep.
About my granddaughter, because I sit here and I watch her, and then that's what's kind of clued me in. It's that message that they're getting, listening to people emotionally react to stuff. So if you sit and you're hearing the people in the next room or right in front of you watching a TV, watching Fox, CNN, MSN, one of these goofy ass stupid channels, and you hear this announcement, and so you're going, oh, look at that, man, Sally really screwed us over, Sally's doing this. Well, one, they don't even know who the hell Sally is, but they're picking up on your negative vibe.
Mm-hmm.
And so then as they were to mention that to maybe somebody that they do talk to, well, they're not going to know, but they might have heard their parents. So then they say, oh yeah, that's those people that are, believe in that tea guy. Okay, well, now you just taught this person to start kind of
Discriminate.
categorizing people.
Mhm.
Okay, so what's that message? And as they grow, it's kind of like, I know of a certain person who had grandparents just hand him everything, so he was never accountable for anything. So when he did wrong, when he broke that toy, he was bought another one. When he wrecked that vehicle, he was bought another one. When he got in trouble, he was bailed out.
Right.
Well, guess what? When you have a child, how do you teach that child to be accountable when you don't even know how to be accountable? Because the world is at fault. It's the system. And I always take those issues really pissy. I don't like whiners because I've been there. I've done the gambit. I mean, I was raised by a married couple. So I had a mom and dad. Then they got divorced. Then I took care of a drunk mom. I had a solo dad. I joined the army. So there you go. I did the good thing. And then I got out. Well, then I went to prison. Okay. Oh, shit. Now you're a criminal. Yep. Oh, wow. I became a drug addict and an alcoholic too, and an outlaw. Oh, yeah, I did that. Went back to prison, got out, raised kids, became a productive member of society, actually changed my life. And I nowhere in there did I go, the damn system. It's stacked against me. Well, hell, I never expected shit from it to begin with. And so you're not disappointed if you don't expect anything. It was what I needed to do. I needed to get my shit together. I needed to do this. And so I guess that's why, and man, unfortunately, there's youngins nowadays that do this. It's not fair. What the hell what does fair mean?
Rescue, give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Sorry. Hey, morning, Billy. What's up, buddy? And morning, everybody. Mr. John, Wizard. Sorry I haven't acknowledged anybody. Appreciate you being here, kicking back. Hans, what's up? Totally dropped the ball. Night, Miss Chrissy, if you were still here and caught that. Sorry I was missing that. Hopefully you get you some rest, ma'am, and wake up with a smile. Hey, Miss TJ. How are you? Let's see, I ought to scroll up, make sure I didn't miss nothing in chat. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, there, she even said she was going to get some sleep. I'm so sorry, Miss Chrissy. I should have covered that one. Let's see. God, who the hell? Okay. I want to make sure I didn't look for all my little orange boxes over there in YouTube world. Oh, okay, Chrissy, cool. What do you mean, what am I smoking, Hudo? I vape. Well, and I have an occasional cigarette. This is, I forgot what brand this was. Most of the time I vape, and it's a strawberry kiwi. Good point. All tariffs are really passed on to the end consumer. Yeah, see, I remember, boy, it's just like, now I didn't know much at the time. I just thought it was funny that all the people went into panic mode when he was doing the tariffs on the, what was it, the aluminum or some shit. And, well, I do, Hudo. I vape. And then there's those, I got my special pack of cigarettes, because in Texas, you got to buy these weird brands. That's all about the way I could say it. I don't. Yeah, how were your new sons? Yeah, Indy. By the way, I tell you what. You know what, Indy? You gotta. Here, you need to take a minute. Let's see. Hold on, Indy. Hey, there you go, Indy. Take a minute. Can you come up and share kind of how was it? Man, I'm kind of excited to hear how your day went. Anna says, I thought I did a pretty good job of raising my daughters in the common sense area until they turned their back on me and basically disowned me because of the Trump flag on my deck and non-V. See, that's that outside source. That's what I'm saying. You know, you kind of, man. And I was worried on a moral side with my kids on the outside. So, like, you know, we talked on the touching, inappropriate touching, you know, words, the language, you know, empathy for people. So, but I just did not. I should have cut ties earlier and got some outside sources away, and I didn't. Hey, what's up, Angry? How are you, brother? Oh, well, damn, Indy, me too. I'm excited. I'd like to hear about how you went, because I know you is excited to get back in the mix. Rescue, good night. Your life, much saying it's not this journey adventure we've all had, our mountains to climb. That's it, Miss Cindy. And good night, ma'am. Wake up with a smile. Hope you get you some rest.
Good night, Cindy. Hello, Angry. Best life. Hello, Billy. Billy and I are going to make some donuts ASAP.
Oh man.
Air fryer donuts.
Are you doing a stream?
I don't know for sure.
You want me to host it? I don't know. I'll host the damn thing because hell, I want to watch. I just want to learn how to do it myself.
So he's got a few videos of air fryer. He does air fryer biscuits or like rolls and various things, right? And I got one for my birthday from my sons in April, which was very, very sweet. And so he's got this recipe for donuts, and we don't have any actual plan or like, it's just this, hey, all right, you got stuff, let's do it. And I'm down. I need the recipe, Billy. Like, let me know what the batter, the dough is made of, and make sure I have it all. I've got a little bit of powdered sugar, but you could make a glaze or a topping out of anything, cinnamon sugar, chocolate, you know, whatever you like.
Shit, I just would like to learn how to do that because I think I'm just, you know, that's going to be the second thing. So I'm going to already planning. Me and Summer already have a breakfast date one morning, and I'm going to eat some biscuits and gravy.
Right.
I'm going to just start going to, you know, I don't give a shit. I just know that if I wake up, then it's on. So
Gilda Lily with some bacon.
And so my next number 2 would be some donuts, because OMG, buddy, hot, fresh donuts.
Oh, so good.
And you can just, when you got to be gentle when you pick them up because they're so hot and soft and fluffy that they'll just crater. So it's like, oh, no. And then you just kind of go, and it's like, oh, yeah.
Right. Hey, you know what's funny? Wizard said, happy belated Virginia.
Is it
to
your
my
birthday?
Understanding, you and I have the same birthday, Rescue.
Oh, is yours 420?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, happy birthday, ma'am.
That, right? You and me and Hitler. I remember
This one's for you.
And it was funny. It was like both of us were like, hey, you know, ping-ponging it, but it was a surprising and fun. I had no idea it was yours until we were both on together on your stream.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was funny, and I can't remember how old I was, and somebody finally go, you know, that was Hitler's birthday. I said, I don't give a shit. He's dead. I'm not. And then all of a sudden,
go with the 420 aspect.
No, I get it. I didn't hear it like for the longest time, and then hell, I was married, had the kids, and then somebody, I think I was in one of the plants, and they were talking, and I said, yeah, it's my birthday, but well, it's just another day. And it was like, oh wow, today is, that's Hitler's birthday. And I said, so what are you trying to say? Are you going to be one of my, you working for me or what? And
I always take it as that they can see my little mustache right under my nose, because I swear to God, women grow hair, but my thickest part of my facial hair is right under my nose above the cupid's bow of your lip. It's the most painful part when you wax it. Straight up, is the Hitler stash.
yeah, I'm not seeing no waxing action going.
Hey, Milky.
Oh, hey, but I want to say Billy had a thing. He said up here, he said, LOL, I was thinking we could crash Rescue Stream one night and make them, but they take about like 3 hours of rising. And that's cool.
Right.
So what we do is y'all come up on, y'all do it. Man, the floor goes over with y'all and y'all are doing the things and it's now has to wait for the rising. Well, then we just sit around and we shoot the shit.
Yep.
And we laugh and we have a good time. And then when it's time, then the floor is back on y'all and we get to watch and you can edumacate us. And then we can be some
while
learned
the yeast is
individuals.
building up.
That seems like it's cool on the front.
Yeast donuts are the best, though. You have cake donuts, you have, different ways to frost breads that are delicious, funnel cakes, whatever. But yeast donuts, because they raise and they have that pillowy bite. It's so good.
Man.
So good.
See, I can't get them. I tried. It's like my mom's biscuits. I tried after she passed. No, I made pucks, hockey pucks. Now, if you need to play hockey, you just let me know. I'll save you a lot of money because I can make shit that upholds with the regular puck. So, no point paying that high price shit for them black manufactured ones. I can bake some shit that's just as tough. I don't know how.
Hockey pucks you could do with biscuits, cookies, bread. You can make a hockey puck out of anything. Yeah.
Oh man. The rise does not rise. It's like I thought, okay, cool. Because my mom used to make the nice big white biscuits that yes. Where you just tear them open. They're the nice fluffy ones, good for biscuits and gravy. And that's tried that. Yep, that didn't happen. My shit did not go up. My shit just stayed flat and was like, okay.
Well, if they taste good, it doesn't matter if they rise. Some breads are flatter than others. It's all about the flavor and the chew.
There you go.
Yep.
Some of them bad boys. There's a reason why cowboys stuck that shit in saddlebags, because it had no life left in it. It wasn't like it was fixing to go bad. That was a brick.
Yeah, true that. Right, best life. So the air fryer biscuits are not mama's, but they're good. I'd still try them. I made flatbreads tonight, and if you shoot me a recipe, best life, I'll experiment a little bit. Right.
Oh,
I've got a whole bunch of can of butter that I need to make. I've made peanut butter cookies. I've made butter cookies. I need to make the next thing, and maybe biscuits or a type of bread. I'll try it. Shoot. Not that that's what you were saying, Billy, but just saying I have infused butter, and biscuits need butter.
She got some really good butter. That needs to
I got excellent butter.
It's an OMG on the G.
Telling you.
I love palindromes like integration date. Same forward and reverse intuition. Oh yeah.
Right.
See there, Hans hit it. See, if the baking powder and soda is too old, they don't rise well. And I think maybe that's where I went wrong, because maybe they weren't fresh. Maybe I should have got some fresh bacon, because that's for the bacon. You do soda, right?
Oh, you can do,
or you do
neither. You can make breads like tortillas and pitas with no baking powder and soda. It's basically flour, water, oil. So the leaveners, baking powder, baking soda, yeast, even soda, like soda bread, which is baking soda, or anything that starts to bubble and put off a gas, that's going to make it thicker and rise. But you can still make a tender, delicious bread without any of that. Like tortillas or pitas are, they are basically just flour, fat, salt, liquid.
Hey, Nikki. Morning, man.
Hey, Nikki. Nikki, in between, I made some flatbreads tonight. I thought about you the whole time, and actually wanted to send you a picture, but I forgot to take one. But yeah, she's the one I got the recipe from. And there was no recipe. She was like, okay, put 1 knuckle of water in the bowl, and then like 1/3 of a palm of sugar, and then pour out a little oil, maybe till you say 1, 2. And I swear to God, I swear she had 0 recipe, and several of us have morphed on her bread. It was all from in between prepping. She's the one, Nikki.
You ever see that book called Ratios? And by the way, morning, Milkmaid. And morning, y'all been listening since. Okay, Nikki. You can check your phone. Milkmaid, check your phone. Angry. Can you send me the link? Because I want to put something in private chat for VR. What do I look like, a pimp?
I know, right?
It's like, hey, send me the link, man. I want to meet up with her in the back room. It's like,
I ain't
wait,
giving
what?
you a cut. You ain't my pimp. You ain't getting no cut.
Oh, and Nikki doesn't use no recipes. I remember her going on about that before, too. She just throws shit in the bowl and goes, yeah, that looks about right. Mix it up.
That's
Shit
the
comes
feel.
out.
It's feel. You feel it. There are basic ratios. You're not going to put a cup of yeast into a cup of flour. So you do build like an instinct in your mind of basic ratios and the basic process that's going on. Once you do that, you can make basically anything, biscuits, pie dough, cookies, all of them are the same thing, varying amounts of sugar and leavener.
I need to get you or Nikki, and I want to figure out how to make the flatbread stuff. Or
So
pitas,
easy.
if I could do that.
1,
Pita
2,
bread.
3. I would say 4 ingredients, basically. The yeast, water, which I don't count, but I guess we can count. Yeast, water, sugar, oil, flour is the minimum. And then I add salt, but anything like that is just a flavor additive. But the flour, the oil, the yeast, the water, and the sugar is what makes it all move. And you can flavor it savory or sweet from that point. You need the initial sugar to feed the yeast, to wake it up. You have to feed the yeast so it starts bubbling and going, oh, hey, I've got to start putting some gases off to rise this bread that I'm making right now, But a basic tortilla, whether it's masa, cornmeal, or flour, is that flour, masa from corn, or flour from wheat. It's that with oil, water, salt. That is it. That's it. Or lard. Lard is the way to go, actually.
Well, how did they do? Because, because I've noticed this here within the past year, actually. I'm sure they've probably been out before that. We just didn't notice them before. But so there's the normal tortilla that everybody's used to. You just tortilla is tortilla. But then we've been getting these latest ones, and they call them soft and fluffy. And at first it was like, really, dude, how do you have a soft and fluffy tortilla? But it is. It's almost like, instead of being just a flat tortilla, it's like it's got
chewier
air pockets in the layers, so it's like it is a little fluffier. I don't know. Is that like a yeast, or did they put something to kind of make it like a rise?
Not necessarily. When you make a biscuit or certain things, the cold butter. I'm gonna try and explain this. So when you fold in cold butter to flour, as it cooks in that dough, the water puts off a steam that can create pockets.
Okay.
It does create pockets. In fact, that's how you get the flaky in pie dough. And, it's various amounts of flour and fat. But so you don't have to have a yeast or a leavener to make a pocket fluff in a bread. It might just be the water and steam, just like a biscuit. Biscuits usually have baking soda. I'll relent that, but you're pushing in the baking soda, the flour, the butter, buttermilk often, which is sort of a low fat, higher acid, I believe, product. It wakes some shit up, and it just makes, when that air releases as it's baking, it makes those fluffy pockets of deliciousness, whether a biscuit or a pie dough. Those spaces in between are from the fat protein combo. And I'm not a chemist and I don't use recipes just like Nikki, but that's my answer.
Got you. Okay. Hey, Aloha. You have a great night, ma'am. Get you some rest and wake up with a smile. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you had a good time. And what's up? Angry and got bug out coming up. What's up, sir?
Go on, get you some rest.
Just go on and get you some.
Hello, Bug Out. Hello, Virginia. Hello, Rescue.
What, man?
Now that Bug Out's here, I'm gonna leave. Peace out. It's been fun.
No. No.
As on Rescues, I just love listening to her voice. Miss Virginia got some knowledge too. She be dropping some knowledge bombs. Bam. She's a smart lady.
What was you talking about today?
Oh, come on, like you weren't here.
I wasn't here.
Well, you were listening earlier.
Yeah, I mean,
talking about biscuits and gravy. That's pretty
Oh
much.
man, we talked about all kinds of stuff. Yeah, we covered political crap, just societal crap, family crap.
Yeah, they got some kind of inspection going on here. I think it's like in 2 days, maybe. So there's been a lot of stuff happening here. It's always something, you know how it is.
Always something. Hey, what's up, Jungle?
So, in other words, Rescue, you're saying it's been a shit show?
Oh no, man! It's actually what I needed, dude. Whenever I first started this, I was all kinds of bent. I wasn't even gonna do it, and then I actually went across Steve's or somebody's, and they said something, and I was like, "Yeah, no, I need to go on." Plus, I was asked to, ask somebody because I asked everybody, and throughout your day, if you don't mind keeping Sister Marie in your thoughts and prayers. She's having eye surgery today to get some stuff corrected. So. And believe it or not, I just say God works in funny ways, because if it hadn't have been for that, no one on me going, well, no, I told that lady I would, get people to reach out and try to get people to prayer, and that I would, because I was pissed, dude. I've been pissed all weekend. I was ready to beat the shit out of Oak Tree, and that wasn't all, but so when I started out, I've had to vent, but luckily venting and then everybody come up, it's like, okay, whew.
I'll tell you, like these last probably 15, 20 years, I'd say. Yeah, something like that. My mom's been an anesthetist for an eye surgeon. So I actually have just like a retardedly high amount of knowledge about eye surgery just from listening to her talk, you know?
What does she see?
Well, I mean, like, you know, she's the one that does the blocks and the numbs and the putting people down if they have to, which they almost never do. That's not really something that happens when you get to do eye surgery, but sometimes they do.
Right. So I've heard some anecdotal stories about what you can see through someone's eyes. The veins and looking in through the iris and your eye scans and stuff. You can detect chronic diseases and chronic issues with the heart and whatever. Is there anything you've heard about that she saw that was like, holy shit?
Well, what's funny, and here's another shift yet again, but who's really, really good at that is my wife. She does the imaging for eye surgeons.
1 second, BB. 1 sec. All right, Miss J. Have a great day, ma'am. Get you some lunch in. Have a great day and smile.
Have a good one, Miss J.
But
All right, go, brother.
she's the one that does the puts the drops in people's eyes that makes them dilate real big and then gets them to stare into the light and gets the camera just right. But she's the one that does the retinal photography for the surgeons. And this is really weird. I don't mean to brag on her, but her images are so good that they're using her images and they're like basically recording them permanently so that when people go in this whole chain to train for that, they're like, this is what you want your images to look like. They're using hers as the poster child for what they're supposed to do. And it's funny because she's shown me some images, and to me, it's like, you know, the first time that you look at radar or the first time you look at thermal and you're like, well, I mean, I just see a bunch of shit. I don't know. That might be, it's the same thing. I can't make heads or tails out of it and show, look, see this right here? Dude, arteries, they're real broad and then they narrow at the last minute. That means this, you know? And she knows what all the shit is, and I'm just like, okay, I'm just taking her word for it. But and then I'm just sitting here like, if these are really clear images, I wonder what the bad ones look like.
What's the weirdest thing that you've heard, or the most surprising, not weird, let's say the most surprising thing you've heard can be diagnosed through an eye examination?
Man, you're getting secondhand knowledge here, but one of the stories that she told me was something like, she said, hey, I keep thinking that I'm screwing up on this image because this stuff is really cloudy, but I did it 2-3 times and it came out the same way each time. So this just must be what it looks like. The doctor looks at the image and goes, okay, bring him in. She brings the guy in and he looks at the images and says to the guy, hey, I know you want to schedule a surgery, but listen, I think I want to say it was liver cancer, but the guy was like, the doctor was like, you probably have liver cancer. You want to put me on hold and go talk to an oncologist like right now. And apparently the guy did have whatever the doctor said that he had, and it showed up in his eyes.
Wow.
And he was the guy that caught it. And yeah. So there's some weird stuff that can happen in the eyes.
Interesting.
Well, it's the gateway to the soul.
Yeah, windows to the soul, she says. I will not.
And you know, it could be kidneys or something else. I don't know. I mean, I'm sort of making up the liver part, but I think I remember her saying liver. I don't know.
It was a cancerous situation.
Well, yeah. It was some extreme that got seen through the eyes.
Right.
Yeah. It was like this dude would have been on death's door by the time he went to complain about symptoms that he felt.
You know what, Bugger? He probably wouldn't even have lasted that long, because if he had gone in that eye surgery, that could have been actually, because when he went under for the eye surgery and had that done, that could have been, if that's what was already wrong with him. You know what I mean? If the doctor hadn't noticed that. The procedure.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, man. I don't know.
Okay, so Wizard is saying that the veins in the eye, excuse me, look like a squiggly river for the high blood pressure.
Oh yeah.
And so, but what if you have chronically low blood pressure with squiggles? Do you know about that? And I'm not being a
Could be
dick.
a
I'm
head injury.
legit, like Wizard. I was asking Wizard based on his comment, but if you do,
I know it can happen through a concussion because I've had that.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't a blood pressure thing. It was a concussion in the head, and because of the trauma on the head, then
Right.
I guess the pressure behind is what caused it.
Well, there's nowhere for the pressure to go, so it pushes on your eyes. It's the same thing with glaucoma.
But what if it's too low? What if your blood it's too low, not high?
I wonder if they thin out then, because then maybe that's what causes poorer vision, because
Right.
you're not getting as much blood flow into your eyes to keep it healthy.
I don't know. I have squiggles,
Moonlight.
but very, very low blood pressure every time it's tested. It's very rare my blood pressure goes above about 80, 60.
Are you talking about the image or what you see in the mirror?
I'm talking about your systolic and diabolic.
No. You're talking about squiggles. Are you talking about what they see on the image?
Oh, no, I'm talking about the mirror in that case. Yes. But
Yeah, forget
Wizard.
about the mirror, because what they look at is they look through the black of the pupil into the retina. So what's on the outside, like, just totally forget about everything you can see. They're looking at what you can't see, if
Yeah.
that makes any sense.
yeah, it does. It does.
Morning, Wings of Life.
I think
the
that
faith.
Wizard was talking about the squiggles. I think he is. If you can clarify, Wizard. I think he
Said
was
the squiggles
talking about
might not be
squiggles I
there
was
with
talking
low
about, but
BP.
I could be wrong.
But most of those, especially like what they're doing now, you're in and out of that surgery center in a couple hours. I mean, it's that fast. And it's not like it used to be.
lesson to me is that you can get a lot of information from an ophthalmological examination, which at Costco and Walmart, sometimes they're only $40 to $70. And I know I'm not being facetious right now at all. You can tell a lot of health issues or potential health issues from an eye exam, and insurance often doesn't cover those, but for $50 cash, you can get some insight into maybe what to look for. Just a general blanket statement for entertainment purposes only.
Well, you want to know something screwed up? I'll tell you something screwed up. One of the guys, in fact, the shooting video that I did, it's I think the only shooting video that I did, at that boring ass range video. But that guy that I'm shooting with is an eye surgeon.
Mm-hmm.
And I gave him my paperwork for one of the jobs I went on. And I said, dude, sign off on this so I can go on this contract. And he wouldn't do it. And I'm like, really? You're going to take the high road on me? And he wouldn't do it. And I was like, this is how it works, man. Nobody really does these. He was like, well, I have to take your blood pressure and check your cholesterol. And I was like, dude, if you check my cholesterol, there's no way they're letting me on this plane,
Which was worse, your blood pressure or your cholesterol?
I've never had high blood pressure,
Huh.
but I'm half German and half Hawaiian. So take a wild guess what my cholesterol is,
Yeah. Huh. Yeah.
Which is funny because, the resting cholesterol for everyone that's ever been on both sides of my family, it's just high. My cholesterol was listed as high when I was, 14 years old.
But was it the LDL or which is it LDL and HDL? Or was it the good cholesterol? Because my good cholesterol is through the roof. Bad is low.
Mine used to be. And my good cholesterol just kind of trailed off over the years. And to be honest, the Alaska gig was the last contracting job I had. And my cholesterol, with no work put into it whatsoever, because I didn't know they were going to check our cholesterol. It didn't sound like they were going to do it. And then at the last minute, they did. And I was like, oh shit. But they said, your cholesterol's a little high. You might want to watch that, in the next few years. And I said, oh, okay. And I was like, woohoo, because I thought they were going to be like, no, you're done. So my cholesterol has kind of righted itself. And I don't know what I did differently, but it's weird. It comes and goes for me. But what I used to do is I used to take the white knuckle ride, and it was Epsom salts, olive oil, some other shit. You'd mix it together and drink it and just shit your brains out for 3 days. And I could blow 100 points of cholesterol overnight. And then I'd go take my physical. I mean, you got to really want it at that point. You know what I mean?
John Dunning said I had, oh man, epithelopathy? No.
John Dunning?
Epithelopathy. Here, I'll put it on the screen. Yeah.
Epitheliopathy.
There you go. Yeah, that word, which puts blind spots in the middle of both eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. So that pretty
You can
much,
get that.
I mean, do you lose like the center of your vision then, and all you see is like an outside?
Well, we all have that to certain degrees. Your retina will take damage. If you're exposed to flash and all that stuff, that shit, you don't get it back. Your eye just adapts to it.
Yeah, no one wants to be flashed.
I've gotten mine. It's kind of, because I've had plasma burns. I've Miguel flashed eye, burned my eyes.
It's still there.
I've had slag that went into a corner of my eye. I actually had to go and have that taken out. That's probably the most miserable, because, dude, that was the crack of daylight would just make my eyes water and just burn. Like it was sunburnt is what it felt like. I actually rode in the back of a truck with a comforter wrapped around me to keep it dark.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And then I had no idea, and I don't know how many people, did you know that they actually make Novocaine for your eye? And when they put that shit in your eyeball, you now will see everything all over, regardless of where you're trying to look.
Yeah, it's a dilator. There's a dilator too. Oh my God, that's a trip for sure.
She's like, yeah, you need to just put these in if it gets to burn. I'm like, what? Put that in, dude. I could be sitting there looking at the TV, and all of a sudden I'm looking over here in the kitchen and shit, still trying with one eye, focusing on the TV, and it just give you a headache, dude. I'm like, this shit is not working.
When they do the block where it halts and immobilizes your eye, it's really weird.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
I had a sclera, they call it, on my eye. I believe it was called a sclera. It's basically I got some kind of weird, like, I guess it was like bacteria or some kind of shit like that, and it was growing a film over my eyes, and they said if it went untreated, it would actually like basically grow skin over your eyes and make you totally blind. But they were putting me on these crazy drops, and the crazy drops basically killed that stuff. But man, for the longest time, man, it felt like sandpaper every time I opened and closed my eyes. And I had to put these lubricating drops in it all the time so I could actually, like, it was like lifting weights, man. Like my eyelids would get tired and they'd get burnt out. Like I'd have to take a break and just leave my eyes half open or half closed. Like whichever one I was on, I was just like, man, I can't do it, you know?
Did you ever feel a little Clockwork Orange? Just like you were running through some...
It was easier to close them than to open them. I do remember that, but man, I'll tell you what though, as that started to heal, I got the most righteous and satisfying eye boogers because it got itchy after that as it was healing, and my eyes always itched. And like I'd wake up in the morning and I had to pry my eyes open, like, you know, when people say when they get pink eye, their eyes glued shut from when they were sleeping, you know, well, I would get that every morning. I would open it up and I'd use my pinky and just kind of dab my eye, and those little stringers would come out, but it would be like scratching my eye, and it felt so good.
My brothers call that rubbing their balls because they enjoyed rubbing their eyes in the morning, among other things, but they would jokingly call it I woke up and rubbed my balls, but it was their eyeballs, and it was to like loosen up and enjoy all of the sleep that comes off of your lids and your lashes. I get
You
it.
got to be careful too, because if you do that in them corners and you just rake them out, you can it's that little burning sensation that you feel for a little while afterwards, or because you just probably scratched your tear duct. And it's like when I flash burn mine a few times, I've actually had to soak my eyes to get them to loosen up so you can open them. Because especially get outside and you get in a dusty environment, going up and down the poles and shit, get a lot of that eye boogers after you go to sleep. And the bad habit to reach up there with that pinky, and you got to do that, and you push too hard and you just kind of scrape the shit out of that tear duct, and it's like, okay.
Speaking of which, you got to pay a little bit more for them, but totally worth it. The little plastic eye wash, like eye lubricant, little
cup thing.
Not the cup, but they look like little plastic squeeze bottles, but there's like 5 or 6 of them connected together, and you break one off and pull the tip off, and you can give yourself eye drops pretty much.
Oh yeah.
But to irrigate your eye and to like lubricate your eye, if you need one and you don't have it, you're in trouble.
Right. Lubrication is key.
Yeah, there was one time, and this wasn't that long ago, I got something in my eye. I forget what it was. But it was in my eye and I could feel it. And I was going crazy, man. It was one of those things where like you'd rip your eye out if you could and just pull it out and go, see, I told you it was in there.
Shoot your eye out, kid. Just get a little baby.
Shoot your lung out.
Shoot your eye out.
Right. Just a 9 mil will do that. Moonlight Gypsy says that Moonlight was born with no tear ducts. The doctor had to make them for him.
Wow.
Oh, dang.
What does that even mean? They had to make tear ducts.
Was it like the skin was like had grown over it, so they actually had to like cut them open for it to? Wow, that's pretty intense.
See, you should have had an Asian guy in wolf skins follow you around, because that's the quote was, Conan of Samaria does not cry, so I cry for him, if you remember from the movie.
Good morning, Michelle. Yes, telling Michelle good morning.
Good morning, Michelle. Oh, Josh is back. Good morning, Josh. Morning, everybody that came in. Good day, good morning, good evening, wherever that's falling. So
this stupid truck ran the fucking red light, and now I'm running a red light, and now a car is going to be coming.
Oh, so you're saying you're a follower? That's what it kind of sounded like. It sounded like you're saying you're a follower. That dude did it, so I'm going to follow him.
He's not a leader.
No. The guy was going the other direction.
I didn't say it.
Was going the other direction, and he was in a big, slow, freaking 18-wheeler and decided to run the red light, so it would make me miss my light altogether. And just thinking, like, what a considerate douchebag.
So you just decided to run it too. Hey, morning, Mr. Ghetto. But hey, real quick, so John Dunning said the starch in a potato will lube the eye and remove the burn. I've heard that before. That's actually did that decades. Yep. And draw out the burn of a flash burn. So like if you're welding and you flash burn your eyes, you can go in the living room, take your potato, cut some slices and put it on your eyes. It'll help draw the burn out.
No shit.
Yep.
That's good to know.
Yes, it will soothe your eyes, and it will pull. It's kind of like the equivalent of getting sunburn, and then putting what is it? Shit. I think so.
Would that work for OC spray? I wonder.
Well, a flush and then put that on. Yeah, because if you flush just to get any residual, and then that would remove the burning. I don't know. Hey, do a little video. We can do a premiere on it, and we can all see it. Would be a good laugh. Hey, we can even do it the same night that Virginia and Billy do donuts. So we have
we'll do donuts and
we need something to. Yeah, there you go. And then we can watch the hangout premiere. You
And
You
just
don't
spray
even want to say
yourself.
that.
only.
These dudes down here, they made a little den out of plywood and tarps and shit, and they got an OC grenade and they set the thing off and they sat there in there and blew themselves up on purpose with it so that they could practice the decontamination stuff. And they did it at first to test their masks, and then they did it again without them, just to, like, just so they could experience OC pretty much. And they the second time they did it, it was a fogger, like, like what if you put a roach fogger in your apartment or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was watching all the OC gas coming out, and I was going like, I don't think these guys understand how much OC that is, because they were in an enclosed area and they filmed it. And dude, if I could get the film, I would post it on YouTube, man, because I couldn't believe it, man. And there was this pond, and basically, gator infested pond, right? These dudes were swan diving into that thing because their faces were just on fire, and God, it was pretty funny.
Damn. Snot pouring out.
All that stuff. And man, OC it's painful stuff. I'd rather get tased than OC sprayed any day of the week.
TJ Katz, I do not have any videos, let alone a tortilla making one, but I've made breads and other food things on other lives, just random here and there as I'm cooking. Sometimes I'll hit my camera. But tortillas, whether corn or flour, are basically that meal plus oil and water and salt, and that's it. But I'll let you know. Thanks for asking.
Why don't you have videos?
Because I don't want to make them.
Yeah.
But you'll like can on a live stream for like 8 hours, but of making a video is too much work. Is that what you're saying?
Passive part, because I can hit that X and I have no accountability or responsibility at all. If I join someone else,
well hold on just a minute.
Then it's different.
Let's see if we break this down then, Bug Out. So you spend hours on a live stream, but you don't record very many videos.
Facts.
Look at that. Nice. You rescue.
If you clock
What's up, Sage?
If you clock my live time compared to Virginia, I pale in comparison to her as far as online presence goes. That's just a fact of life and the universe.
Wait a minute. This is kind of sounding like the reasoning for running the red light is because the other person did it. So
he's trying to have a pissing contest. He's trying to have a pissing contest, and I'm not going to pull my dick out. The fact is, I don't want the responsibility. That's why. Next.
Well, then just say that instead of going through this big rigmarole.
I did say it twice. I'm not beating around any bush. I'm not going to pull my dick out and flap it around for videos. I'm not beating any bush. That is why. It's just an investment in my time I'm not prepared for or interested in.
Okay. I mean, I believe you, I guess. I don't know what you want me to say.
Sounds like you got doubt. Sounds like there's doubt. You hesitated in your tone there, Bug Out. So it's kind of sound like some hesitation. Like you.
Well, I hesitated because I really was struggling between even mocking any kind of interest of giving a shit whatsoever. I mean, it's just really, I'm just wondering, because there are things like making tortillas that you would think that could be helpful to people.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. There are some things. I appreciate the encouragement, even though we're making jokes. I appreciate it.
It would be useful.
C makes a good point. Did I hear Bush?
Yeah.
Look, Billy says just post some dang videos.
Right.
Actually, with, Virginia's not young anymore. She should have said Bush Senior.
So you're calling me an HW? That is
Well, now, wait a
messed
minute.
up. That is so disrespectful.
Well, I gotta say, then that wouldn't that make you like a bug out Biden? Because I was watching a video that just kind of popped up on my thing, and I was kind of going, "Damn, where is the follow up to this?" Because you said you were doing a follow up, but you never went back to follow up, and that was the hydroponic raised bed deal.
I thought about following up on it, but I mean, it got like 5 views and nobody gave a shit. So I was like, yeah, whatever.
But that was because we were waiting for the follow up. How did that work? Is it working?
I watch
you
all
still
your
use it?
videos. I think a lot of people do. Don't get caught up in the numbers. Get caught up in if you have 1 viewer out of 10 that takes that information, learns something, and it propels something else in their life, you are winning. So if you only have 40 views, which let's say that's your average, 40 views, because you're a loser, then 4 people learned something and went on with it and did something different.
But
that's
now
kind of the thing
you
I
can
think
affect
about the
one.
psychological
I mean,
hook.
I'm not trying to
Affect
drop
one
a
person
bomb on
in a
this.
positive way, and it's worth it.
I'm not trying to like drop a bomb on this, and I'm not. Don't think that I like set you up because you're the one that brought this up, not me.
Now, keep in mind, here's
But-
the visual, Virginia. I'm not pulling the pin on this as it's
Never.
sliding out.
I don't even
I
know
don't.
how it works. Why would I
Now,
pull
you
it?
might get mad at me when I say this.
But okay, so like all things considered here, not only have I continued to use that raised bed and maintain it because it's at my mom's place, not mine. But we live on the same property though, so it's really not that big of a deal. But I've actually got another one, another kind that was bigger, and I've put that together and I've been evaluating that one as well. But I didn't even bother making a video of it because I was like, man, I don't know. It didn't seem like it really like hit that much. Like, man, I put a video of a snake up and like I get 500 comments of people going, "Oh my God, it's a snake." And I'm like, it's a freaking snake, or like
yeah. The teaching part, not as many people are there to learn as are there to just observe and be voyeurs and look at things they don't see in their everyday life. Like that snake that you showed, But again, if it's just that 10% that picks up some lesson and something to applied knowledge, you can't really measure that. You can measure on views and comments and chat boxes, but that's not the true measurement. That one person that takes it and applies it will lead by example to how many others, and how exponential is that. Fuck the views. Just do your thing if it makes you happy. And I say that of any creator or person on here. If
some of these views though too, and I'll say, because one thing I've noticed, if on a phone, if you just stopped on that window, it'll actually sit there and play the whole damn video with you actually selecting it. It'll just sit there and play it. You can actually watch the whole damn thing. So see, people could be watching your thing and you're not even getting logged for views, because if they don't actually select it and bring it up onto the full screen to where YouTube acknowledge you are now viewing this, it just, because the settings and the way that the video are, if it hovers over it, it just starts playing it.
Right.
Well, or since you didn't select it, it might not be logging a view, because they're not really worried about that side right now. They're more worried about the he gets you useful, get you seeing whatever, and so they're working on that front end, not the back end.
It gets in there subconsciously somewhere.
Well, plus your feeds come up. It's like that one there. Actually, I poke fun at you about it, but see, there's a good example, because seeing some of the others, all of a sudden one from last year comes up and goes, "Hey, here," and it was kind of like, oh shit. Of course, it is kind of weird how we've been talking about raised beds, and I've been talking about doing that, and all of a sudden YouTube decided to show me that video. But it's not like we've talked about the algorithm before.
Right.
Yeah, they just named it after Al Gore, the vice president.
Oh, and I will say, Jungle Jet, the reason why probably you'll see most people would like the tortilla things from like Virginia or Nikki or Milkmaid type thing is because, I don't know, it's just kind of cooler when you learn a recipe from somebody that you're sitting there chatting with. Because Jungle Jet had pointed out how there's Jungle Jet was saying how there's tons of videos on how to make tortillas and skillets, and it's just, but it's it's nice knowing the person that actually is hooking you up with the recipe, and I don't know, just that nice little personal connection.
Well,
As
the
like a
social
person that
aspect-
really doesn't cook or any of that stuff, the only thing that can get me to watch it is if I know the person that's doing it, you know?
Right.
And that or Townsend's. For some reason, I can watch Townsend's all day long. I don't know why. Maybe it's because it's like mixed with history nerd, you know? But
Towns is that's a fabulous channel, man. It's mesmerizing. But I get what you guys mean about getting to know the personality, and that's what you're talking about, is building a cult of personality around a skill that the viewer might not even care about, but they'll watch it for the cult of personality. And that's kind of my counterpoint, is that I don't want a cult of personality. If there's going to be 1 out of 50 that get great, that I did my job. I didn't have to create the cult.
I see. That's
By
just
the
a
way-
funny choice of words, I gotta say though, because see, I would have probably described that as in going, well, I don't know, I sit here and I shoot the shit with you, Virginia. I shoot the shit with AC, Bug Out. Do this after a few months, and then you're kind of like, oh yeah, you know, I do these tortillas, and it's like, oh, show me how you do those, Virginia, if you don't mind. And I'm watching you, and I think, oh, I'll go make them. It's not that I wouldn't ever probably make tortillas. It's just that after kind of getting to know you, and you're sitting there shooting the shit, then you kind of talk. It's kind of like the can of butter. Well, hell, that's been around for decades, but I would be encouraged to do it, and I'd like to kind of talking to the person that's done it instead of just let me go watch a video of somebody that I haven't been talking to, I don't know.
Okay.
So that's my thing.
That's a fair perspective. Thank you for that.
I got 2 points on that.
One, cool lady.
First point, probably the more important point, is to go back to that Townsend's thing. If you watch one video from Townsend's, if you're into this prepping stuff, you need to watch the one about portable soup, because that shit blew my mind. He basically made a fruit roll up out of stew, and
Right.
it was amazing, you know. But anyway, the other thing is, the real reason why Virginia doesn't make videos is she's put so much time into YouTube at this point that if she made one video, she'd go, I've been on YouTube all this time and I have one video. And then it would just destroy her
Right?
morale.
What a loser.
Yeah.
You just
That's
took
what it
a
is.
roundabout way to call me the leg lamp. That's cool. That's cool.
No, but what it is like your energy was invested elsewhere. So if you did a video, then you would look at that one video and go, why do I only have one video? And then you would just guilt yourself into making more. And I don't think you just want to pull the cord on that and get that machine started. So instead you just completely ignore it. That's what I think.
I'm going to take the following approach. Bug Out is 100% correct in every word that he said. I have zero debate against his analysis or evaluation in any way. Thank you for the insight, sir.
She just did that to get me to stop talking.
Did you expect it, though? Like, the relent approach? Come on.
No one expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Except the Spaniards.
Hey, Rescue. I was going over my analytics from last night. Tell me how in the hell they came up with this. I was looking at it.
Oh, hold on. Slow your roll a minute.
All right.
1, don't scream at me. And 2,
Sorry.
are you talking analytics for YouTube? Because I have
Yes.
jack shit idea about that. I don't even give a rat's ass, so I don't know. What does it even show you?
I'm curious though.
Go ahead.
There were some people that was recommended to my video from NBA 2K22 best dribbling post scorer 100 game win streak on. So it's actually giving me basketball people watching a basketball video game. They recommended my video. I'm like, what the heck is that?
Oh, it shows you that in analytics?
Yes, it should. The traffic source.
I'll have to look at that. That's no telling.
Go
where
figure.
Yeah, that is just. And baby formula. People came over from baby formula. I'm like, what the heck?
I grew my baby formula on my chest, though I understand not all women, different medical things, whatever, you can't. But I think we had a push for formula, and right around the same time as women being pushed to work. And I'm not being a feminist, anti-feminist, nothing like that, but kind of a coincidental timing. Women stopped breastfeeding, going into the workforce, whatever, and now we're all panicking over formula. Well, my dad was born in the 50s. He had a nursemaid. He had a friend of his mother's breastfeed his ass as a baby because they didn't have fucking formula. Like, bring back the tatas, okay? Tits have an actual purpose. They're not just pretty, boys. They're there for a reason, and we're pushing this out of the culture to get it from the source. And again, I'm not taken down from any woman who cannot, for some medical reason or whatever. I'm not dogging that at all. My twins, I could only breastfeed, and I had to pump for about 4 months because they were preemies. They were too small. Their mouths could not fit around my huge nipple because they were 4 pounds. So I pumped, but pumping does not make the hormones, the oxytocin, all of that. So I dried up after 4 months, and they went on formula. So I have had babies reliant on formula, no matter what I thought about it. But bring back the tits.
You got to bring back the family, structure. You gotta bring back
The
parenthood.
priority.
You got to bring back values.
Yeah.
Well, somebody like Elon Musk needs to make a shop
Just so
where
you,
all
hey,
these sex,
just so you know, Guardian has exams today, so I don't think he's here.
Breast exams? Guardian is having a breast exam? That is
Not a
so
breast exam.
awkward.
He's having some kind of exam. No, I was just picking fun at Bug Out because every time he says Elon Musk, here comes Guardian.
Right.
But see, they need to make basically like a library, where one person takes a book, they return another book. Well, when someone goes in to get a sex change from woman to man, and a guy is going in for man to woman, they could just trade, Instead of doing all this cutting and lopping and throwing away and all that stuff, we could reutilize this stuff. And that way there could still be breasts in circulation, We're
I
losing
agree.
things.
The cutting and the lopping and the making breasts into something they are not biologically meant to do.
And,
We
the
are
driving questions of our time, of our generation, have been what this 0.3% of the population is doing. I say, let's solve the problem. Let's go all the way, like Winston Churchill would say.
Remove the warning labels.
Let's pioneer this shit and figure it out and make the sex change library. It should be like, okay, you have signed up for the sex change. You need to get a tag team partner. You got to get another person getting the sex change because we don't throw anything away here. It's like you got to clean your plate,
That's
The chat's cracking me up. Sorry, I'm listening, baby.
No, that was pretty much it. The other thing is, why do they call race cars Formula One when it has nothing to do with breast milk or anything?
Has no formula in it. So ridiculous. They're not even shaped like boobs. But do you guys notice how most common popular lights at Home Depot, the light covers are shaped like a boob and nipple? Like it's got the round dome and then the little screw thing in the center. They all look like boobs.
That's everything in nature, though. Everything is shaped, and you'd be surprised how much stuff is shaped like the woman's form.
Oh, I mean, I'm not surprised.
Muscle cars, motorcycles, every cologne or perfume known to man, especially perfume, because it
Some dead
embodies the shape of a woman. You know what I
I don't
mean?
wear perfume, just sweat.
Oh, well,
But,
then you need to check out Bug Out's latest video because there's a body odor thing that works real well.
It's true.
Yeah, I watched that. His T-shirt stunk of it the next day, so it had to work.
It had to work.
Hmm.
Well, you can make fun of it if you want, but it was really weird timing, if you ask me, that I started taking that stuff, and then my AC went out, which, by the way, it's supposed to get fixed today, and I haven't been called by anyone yet, which is telling me that it's probably not going to get fixed today, and it's getting agonizing. It was raining the last few days, so I kind of had a little bit of a break there.
So what happened to it? Did it like stop blowing cold, or did it stop blowing at all, or?
The compressor just conked out, so the fan works still, but the compressor's out. The actual AC part of the AC is dead.
Right. That sucks.
Well, I would watch their ass on that because there's a breaker trip on those circuits right there, and most of the time that's what pops, and they could replace that, but they'll sell you a whole condenser.
I have to look into it because this is like a high-end AC, especially for like the kind of structure that it is. It's, the guy's like, man, I normally have 1 million parts for all this stuff. He's like, but this is like a little above what we normally do. And he's like, if I could fix it, I would, because he basically was like, I don't want to come back,
Yeah.
So this guy would have did anything to get it running so that he could have just billed us and been done with it, but he had to get another compressor because he was like, it's not gonna work. He's like, I tried everything.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because ours is a train, and my mom had that happen to her. Well, then after she passed and came, and it went out again. Well, then I went to just looking because I'm not used to calling nobody. So that's actually when I learned that's apparently a common thing that happens. So I don't have no HVAC experience. That's usually if I have a problem, I go find a solution for it. And that's what I found apparently with trains and a lot of outside units. That's apparently a good little call that they do because that pops and then you don't really know. And it's kind of like the mechanic shit. They can tell you whatever. If you don't know, you just don't know. But that's, I'm
it's
not
been a
trying
couple
to
days of misery, man.
I live with an HVAC tech. You should have said something, idiot. I could have saved you that whole consult.
What whole console? What are you talking about?
My roommate did HVAC for over a decade. He's been my friend since the 90s, and in fact, I don't think I've ever even said he existed live ever, but he did HVAC for quite a long time. So I could have remotely troubleshooted for you if I knew. But you never talked to me, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah. So there is the pickle, right?
Right. Squirrely.
Is the fan in the compressor working? Because if it didn't hit it with a hammer right in the center of the motor, see if it pops. Yeah, if you go out there and hit it with a hammer, I guarantee if I go hit it with a hammer, shit's gonna pop. I don't know if it's gonna be the appropriate item that pops, but shit's gonna pop. But no, I get what Matt's saying. Freeze up the. Sometimes you get them clogged, but that's that old style. And it just, I don't know. Hopefully you get your air back on because that definitely sucks. Especially I don't know what your heat index yesterday was, but here it was between 100 and 106 with the heat index around here.
Oh, I don't know what the index was, but it was.
Damn.
It was like I know my wife texted me and I forget what time it was. It was like 11 p.m. and it was still like 89 degrees, and the humidity was through the roof. So like hard to sleep in, kind of super uncomfortable, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, you got the windows open, circulate some air.
I'm going to be trying to sleep during the daytime, which makes it even more fun.
Right. Yeah. The heat comes in. Yeah, I get that.
Hell, you'd almost be better sleeping outside in the shade so you can catch any open little breeze that flies by instead of in there where
Well, I'm going to see how,
refrigerator compressors are pumping away.
if it's real bad in there, I might just go over to my mom's place. She's got a spare bedroom, but see, my niece is coming any day now. So, like, I don't want to be, like, crashing on there because that's where she's going to be staying when she gets here. But
she ain't there yet.
Well, yeah, and I don't know when she's getting there, but, like, I might have to pull the Dillagat clause and just do it.
Just do it. Hey, morning, Shift. How are you, man?
You know, you just want to sleep in your own bed, though. There's something about that.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
I never sleep anywhere else. All I do is kind of close my eye and rest a little. I never do sleep because it's like, nope, this ain't home.
yeah,
Ain't
there's
my little
no
world.
such thing as sleep. That's,
I've spent a pretty large chunk of my adult life not sleeping in my own bed. So, you know, whenever I get the chance to do that, I kind of feel like I cheated life again for another day.
Right. Skated by for one more.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Anna Marie,
Bree, are you okay? Are
Oh,
you in
cross
your own
Yeah,
bed?
I'm-
I'm 12
I'm-
years on a used central layer with no problems, no charges. It's raining, so I'm checking the brand right now. But I have to say, I'm in Wisconsin. Oh, didn't miss it.
Virginia, read what Anti said to me.
I can't see anti. Oh, you mean in StreamYard? When you go
In the
out,
chat.
do you call HVAC Pro or DIY? I'm going to say DIY. That's my guess. Big D on that. Tape. Feeling it.
Yes, Milkman, I'm over here giggling, I'm laughing,
Milkman's giggling like a motherfucker over a D cape. I'm just going to let it ride. I'm not going to push buttons.
No, it was just it was just the way he asked it. And to answer your question, I fix it myself.
What? Are we
He
still talking
hops
about
his ass
AC?
right on over and fixes it. A repair is just a hop away.
Exactly. Oh, for crying out loud! I seen that. That was just one of those things. I just the chat is the chat. That's all I'm going to say.
You sure?
And
I have a see. I didn't think that was going to be all you were going to say.
Chat.
Rescue.
What if the chat is actually a Illuminati council that makes Q predictions?
Oh,
The Bilderberg meeting that just occurred.
this is all in clandestine. That's it.
No, this was the WEF. This is what we have every night on Rescue Stream is the WEF.
More
What's
like
the topic,
WTF.
Monty? Hold on a second.
Yeah.
The full Monty said, quit hopping around the topic. What's the fucking topic, Monty? Enlighten me, because I will not hop around shit. Tell me, I'll talk about it.
Oh no, he's talking about.
He's talking to me.
What's the topic you're hopping around?
Well, angry hops around every topic.
All right.
That's just what angry
Just
hop
curious.
does.
And I answered that, Monty.
Oh, HVAC?
I said I do. I said I do it myself.
Right. He's a doer.
That's it.
Uh,
You got a problem? Go to the solution. If you don't feel the need to find a solution, then your ass ain't got a problem.
yes, Huckleberry, my nickname is IHOP. Anti gave me that nickname because when he found out I had a prosthetic leg, he called me IHOP. So I don't mind it. That's the best nickname that I've had that someone's ever given me to this point because of the prosthetic.
One of the main reasons that I missed the 90s were the old joke books you could find at Barnes and Nobles or like at the mall or whatever, like What do you call a man with no arms and no legs jet skiing? Skip. What do you call a man with no arms and
Oh,
no
you're talking
legs?
about the old days when you could have a sense of humor.
Yeah.
Damn, Virginia. You went way
Like
on back,
horrible,
didn't you?
horrible jokes, right? Or, I mean, they would have sections, Polish jokes, Jewish jokes, Asian jokes, whatever. Or what do you call a man with no arms and no legs on your doorstep? Matt. You see what I'm saying? Like it. What do you call a man with no arms and no legs in the water? Bob, because he's bobbing. Like, we don't get those jokes anymore. We don't get those books. You're not allowed to laugh at general human circumstances. And that's why we're oversensitizing each other and creating all this. All this division is caused by over focusing and oversensitizing on some things. You got to sit back and kind of laugh a little bit.
Well, to get
Like,
rid of self accountability, then you had to give everybody something else to focus on. That's how you get people out of self accountability, because then they can blame or do something else. Well, my God, what do you do with humor? Because that was just open humor, just laugh.
yes.
All of a sudden, so no, that's got to go. Can't be doing
The
that. And there
funniest
is no
parts of
particular way to
humanity
have
are-
socially acceptable humor. It's like, it's not the same.
I mean, Pollock jokes, mama jokes, with it. No, it's not rude, William. I'm being honest. You guys remember, most of us remember going into the 90s, and you could find a book openly, Pollock jokes, mama jokes, this jokes, that jokes. Where did that go? We can't laugh at ourselves because we can't laugh at each other anymore. And that's where this division is coming from, to be honest. I say joke it up, like point out the little stupid shit, because we're dancing around it in our culture and society. And some things are based on religion, culture, sexual, you know what I mean? But that's kind of where the funniness comes in, is, hey, can we laugh in the middle? But no, right now we can't.
No.
Because Virginia, the thing with me is, yeah, I do have a prosthetic, and if this was when it first happened and people were joking like this, I would have been PO'd. But now I'm like, it's just part of my everyday life.
Mhm.
And if someone makes a joke about it and I think it's funny, I'm going to laugh. Like, for crying out loud, Anti, with the comment he made with about if I go out, if I call HVAC Pro or a DIY.
Right.
Well, that's where it's all in the delivery too. If it's delivered as a joke,
Right.
then then the person can laugh. But it's like,
It's
if
satirical.
you do it and all of a sudden you see that the expression on their face just changed, it didn't strike the humor thing. Well, then there's where the person is going to decide that they'll either pursue that anyway because of the other people, or they'll acknowledge that, oh, that might have struck a different way, and then change to a different type. I mean, and you don't see that no more. See, we crested that. That's how they pushed their way through that. It became an attack type thing. So
Yep.
you couldn't just make the little fat joke or something, because then that
Exactly. Fat jokes are awesome.
Well, that became the insultive target words.
Yep.
So then
Yep.
that got used as a hate rhetoric. So
Yep.
whenever it got powered up by that, you killed the humor side, because now it became isolated to that, where, oh, it's used for this. So any mention of that automatically gets put in that category.
Agreed.
Yeah, right. John Dunning, Sanford and Son, or Archie Bunker would be sued today.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
But
hey, what's up,
that's
mayor of
why
social media? By the way, you need to say something to your boy YouTube then, Mr. Mayor, because your town council sucking, brother. Sorry. YouTube
Okay,
sucks.
so Einar and William are calling me special. I would like a clarification, because I am overtly sensitive in this day and age to this discrimination of special. Yeah, I'm just fucking with you.
Maybe. Or is she?
No,
she?
you could go to like a
Really?
rack in the bookstore and twirl it around, and it would have a joke book for every culture and race.
I know, right?
Every single one.
Well,
And
it was humor. you know,
I'm not saying, I'm not pushing discrimination. I'm just saying, come on, y'all, laugh a little bit. Fuck. Like,
why do you think that's why, like, first responders and shit, there's a dark humor to it in a way,
yeah,
especially on site. Bugger will probably sit there and tell you deployed, and there's dark humor out there. That's how you kind of get through shit. Well, as a society, we used to just have a humor that helped us find that laughter and shit. And then you know what? You got up the next morning and you went to fucking work and you paid your bills and shit. And when things felt stressed, you found some kind of humor, laughter show, comedy
I like
club,
it dark and dry.
you know. And then no, not no more. Now it's all politicized and it's all just everybody get pissed off and everybody fight amongst yourselves while we commence to take all your freedoms and liberties away from you. Okay, go ahead, go over there and go fight.
Rescue, I'd rather be pissed off than pissed on.
Yeah, well, then you know what? You're getting pissed on in case you didn't feel that wet stuff running down your back.
I don't believe anything.
God.
I don't believe anything the government tells me anymore. So I've been black-pilled.
I was about to say, if you don't feel a little pissed on with this rash of mass shootings that just happened, like you were up $1,700 at Vegas style, you just lost 8 times in a row.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we definitely just got pissed on. Let's put it that way.
That damn dump trucks, I swear, we need to go down to Florida and remove all dump trucks. They're
Right.
sure and they're for our shit.
William, much
It-
love.
it-
dude.
This is a big wood chipper truck and not a dump truck, but yeah, it certainly is.
He'd be blocking your shit. And you're right, Mayor. MASH was satire about the horrors of war. That's
Correct. Right. And it brought you some truth, though. We don't even fiddle or play around with that anymore about kind of introducing some of that reality within our culture. We introduce the narrative and things like that, but MASH, good example. Just kind of touching on some of that.
There's a Facebook meme
Yeah.
that's going around that says, smart people are being invited to not make stupid people feel to make. I don't remember how the fuck it goes now.
Anna said, "Oh man, imagine the song "Short People" by Randy Newman being played now." I know, right? Turn your radio on or something to hear that one. You're like, what?
Think about. I don't know if you guys listened to these two in the 90s and the early 2000s. John Boy and Billy with their humor.
No, doesn't ring a bell. But then again, you're talking the 90s, dude. 90s, that was all about put your head down, tend to business, provide, because you got kids now. You have a 24/7 job, so it's time to go to work. That's how the 90s approached me. It's like, you've had your fun now. How does that go? Put on your big boy pants, pull on your boots, and time to go to work. You got to be a parent. You had your moment of fun. No.
What if none of it's been fun up to this point? How do we measure it then?
Well, you know, at some point you got to find the silver lining. So all I can tell you is there were days when you have nothing but a dark hole and you're sitting there, you're cold, ain't nothing but concrete.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, you just have to think that there was a time when you saw a creek, or that when you caught that bass, or when there was a moment. And if all you have is a moment, you know, and if it was a person handing you a Snickers bar because you were starving to death, then I would hang on that moment. And if that's the only one you got, I would repeat that. And then I would just add to them as little moments happen again. Sometimes you need to not look at the big ass picture. You need to find the little shit that makes up the big picture. And then you realize that you actually probably had more than you realized, but because you're so clouded out with the shit picture, you didn't see all the cool little spots along the way.
Do you think that's a wisdom-based experience, dependent
Oh, it almost have to be Virginia because I wouldn't have been able to tell you that 5 years ago.
Right.
My thinking wouldn't even have been there. It's totally being isolated down to this stupid ass chair, and then now not being able to distract myself with anything else but to think a lot. A lot of shit has come to kind of a different perspective. I can see the 50,000 foot view, as they say.
But I can expand on that. Fun is a very simple, basic thing. You know when you're having fun at the time. To have something that ends up being a rewarding experience later, so it's a little more complex. You got to chew on it a little longer. Sometimes it takes a few years until you realize that, like, you totally missed the best years of your life. You were doing stuff in the best years of your life, but you didn't realize that you were in those years until later. You know, now that's that rewarding feeling that you get after the fact. But having fun, that's kind of a lot of people wasted their life having fun, and now they're not getting that rewarding feeling because they basically wasted their whole life having freedom to chase their senses around and becoming a slave to them, you know? Where
even robotic, it sounded accurate. You were robotic.
Mr. Roboto.
Yeah, you sounded real robotic, but it was actually all on point. So it hit the words. It just came out real robotic, but it actually was still on point, bro.
Yeah, it was. I agree, Rescue. Your point did come out, Bushido.
Okay, it should come up here. Is this better?
Did.
You're clear.
It's clear now. Your point did come out, though. I hear you. You waste your time.
Right, because I remember all the times that I had fun, and I always tried to have fun. It didn't always work, but I always tried to have fun. But I don't look back at the times that I had fun. I look back on the times that now I find as like a gratifying experience to me today. You know, and they're not. I didn't know what those experiences were going to be. You know, you don't get to pick them. It's really weird. Just like nostalgic moments or nostalgic music, even like you don't. The songs that have become nostalgic to me, it was because at this particular period when this particular thing was happening, other people were listening to this song a lot, and then I never heard it again for 10 years. And when it plays, it's like takes me right back to that time. But I didn't get to pick what that song was going to be. I didn't get to pick the keywords, and I didn't get to pick the moments or any of that stuff. It just kind of does shit on its own, man. It's like,
so
you know,
see control, but sometimes when you don't see it coming, that control is taken from you, and boom, there's something that infects your mind.
Well, yeah, I think our focus, it's what you, because it's like actually the way you said that, Bug Out, is kind of what clicked to me. It's like, because, you know, you said, you know, you don't remember the fun, you know, it's later, and it's like, but see, I think that's what we focus on. We don't, because there are people, I think, that, and you kind of look at them and they're kind of like in a good mood and they're real happy and stuff. And it's like those people remember the good stuff and put the bad stuff behind, where I know I did it at a certain point. You feel so much bad. Well, see, that just becomes the daily thing. Right. And the good shit actually almost is just like a breather. And then you're kind of like, you didn't expect it to really last. You had this moment and now you're back to the grind. And it's,
yeah, but imagine if you moved, you know, you're going to put the negative, heavy stuff on the bottom. And I'll tell you, man, if people are being honest and they're not joking, because this is something people joke about a lot, because people use humor and that attempt to make fun out of things to mask something that isn't fun, you know. But if someone's truly honest, if they think of an ex, like an ex-spouse or something, your knee-jerk reactions when you think of that person, because the lighter boxes go on top in the storage space of your mind, right? The first couple things you'll remember will be the good things. And you have to force yourself to keep thinking it through till you get to those boxes at the bottom that are full of the garbage and the shit and the heavy stuff.
I fucking disagree. on the first thing, sorry, excuse me, that your memory pulls up. I don't think it's the good things necessarily. I disagree.
That's why I
on
stopped
that.
doing funerals. I don't do funerals just for that reason, because to me, then that becomes the image in your mind. So when you say Bob, you're going to think of Bob laying right there the last time you saw Bob. Where if you don't see Bob like that and somebody says Bob and the last time was sitting down here fishing, that's what you're going to reference.
Every
So it's not
trigger
always good.
lead to something different as far as a simple word, like let's say the word blue, the color blue, or the word, water, right? That can lead to something anywhere. And so I don't think it's an autonomic response with X's at all. I think there's a keystone moment that you pull to with each person that you know, and it doesn't have to be a romantic ex. It can be any friend or relationship.
It could be anything. I use that as an example.
Well, I'm just breaking you down. I'm sorry.
I use it as an example because if you catch somebody honestly having memories about something, like let's say you're a rebellious kid that claims that they hated school. I hated school. Oh, I hated school so much. But you listen to them and they'll tell you, the first things they'll tell you about when they were in school are entertaining stories that are like good, and you're like, well, this isn't a bummer at all. Like, why did you hate school? Because the first 3 stories you told me were awesome, Well, there you go.
The intent of the statement. I hated school. Did you hate the social aspect or the learning aspect?
Well, yeah.
Like, I fucking hated
experience.
school. The learning aspect, I was bored. The social, I'll talk to anybody. You see what I mean?
Well, and that's location versus like an experience, because school can suck, but you can have a good experience one day there or something. But your overall experience was going to be negative, and that's probably going to be the impression that it left.
I'm gonna ask this. Do you think kids today, or even us, because I know how many hours I spent in school, do you think their day should be shortened because kids can't be sitting for hours upon hours, especially small kids?
Right.
I think that there's a measure of discipline that you aren't just instantly magic wanded to have, and people need to focus on that,
That structure needs to be built, shown, and then how they can do it, because you're not brought into this world knowing anything. You're learning it from the moment you come out and start breathing air. You're starting to pick up an experience and adapt to whatever environment's around you somehow. And in the school, it's hard to answer that personally, because that the whole overall shit needs to be done. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. It's the whole curriculum, the narrative, the structure of it, it's because yes, there's nothing wrong with kids going to school for 8 hours a day. Okay, there. But now what consists of those 8 hours? Because see, that's where.
Yeah, if you're not going to teach anything, why bother even sending them?
Because the thing about it, the stuff that I've covered with Nazi Germany and the book that I'm doing on Sunday, my niece and my nephew never was taught that. My nephew is in the Navy. He was never taught about
Where'd
the
he go to
communist.
school?
Yeah.
Where?
He
Where
was
did
in
he go?
public school, Oregon.
Oh, in the bigger city?
No, out in the country.
Oh.
But and that's the thing about it. They didn't know that this has happened, but what we're seeing today has happened in the past. That they did not know. They're not taught.
Yeah, the curriculum is the issue for sure.
Well, yeah, because that's what you're actually encouraging, and that's what that's the food that you're putting in.
Right.
Is because you're going to work or even if you're staying home, but you're sending your children to this place for them to learn, and you're hoping, because like in the old days down here, man, all you did was learn the basic shit. It was, here's the reading, here's how to write, here's how to add, divide, subtract, and multiply. And of course, then if you want to go farther, you can go ahead and take the other maths and stuff. But it's like, here's the basics, and after this, now what do you want to do? And then that's where you would either say, oh, I want to go become some college person, so I want to take all this pre-this and pre-that, and or nope, shit, I want to be a welder. Went over to welding class. I want to be a mechanic.
Right.
You went to mechanic class. You want to build some shit. You want to cook some shit. That's see, that got taken off the table, and now you don't even teach that this whole. It's
The
like the word
trades.
arts and crafts, and how it's just, oh well, it's open to the interpret. What the shit got so polluted that now look, you got dipshits spitting through a straw, selling it for hundreds of thousands to funnel money. It's all bullshit.
They split off the trades to
Money
the
laundering.
bad kids, the delinquents, the ones that could not keep up with the bullshit ABCDE curriculum, whatever and we could define that for every state or whatever, right? But the problem I see is that trades, whether homemaking, machinery, there are, depending on your state, you learn firearms, you learn woodwork, you learn how to build shit, you learn metalworking, you learn screen printing, whatever. Every single, and on top of U.S. government, every single one of
That's
those,
the problem.
when they started taking out art and music. Now, I'm not trying to be a bitch. I'm saying the creative minds, we started to funnel it down to where you have to adhere to understanding this curriculum we put out with this strict book set, which has been highly censored. And whatever you're good at, we don't care. Whether it's making shirts or cooking food or machinery, or, there used to be the elective options where people could find some kind of spark in their soul for when they got out of that teenage age.
Yep. Well, see, that's the drive is into this socialism thing is just one, the government. That's to me our biggest thing. We sat here and let a few thousands of people control millions, and how that's just about insane as shit now that I actually break it down. So, but there's no quick solution.
We are stigmatizing people that are better at trades, whether it's cars or
well, you don't encourage.
I've already listed. We're stigmatizing those people as the ignorant people who can't get through reading whatever they're telling you to read. And that is so fucked up. We are training our kids to not do anything with their hands.
No, but what we get now though, and this is where I really inflame people, but okay, I'm going to let you in on a secret.
Bring it.
I'm not the dumbest guy in the world, okay? And I'm starting to
That's pretty damn
notice.
close.
I'm starting to notice that people that are going to these collegiate style occupations had no damn business walking into that university and pretending like they were made out of the shit that it took to become what they think they are.
Yes.
There are some piss poor, there's some shitty lawyers, there's shitty doctors, there's shitty everything now. And you wonder why a doctor from India can come here and just smoke the pants off of all the Americans and outshine them. It's because in India, you have to be better than everyone else to make it.
Yep.
And here, if you throw money at something, you buy your way. Yeah, you just took the words out of my mouth. You just buy your way into it here,
Yep. Keep in mind, you guys, when you go see an MD, they could have been the D student in their class and still pass.
And the thing about it,
no,
the pharmaceutical companies actually want doctors that damn stupid, because they'll just keep prescribing, and then we get what we have in the United States right now.
Most of these doctors are all part of the corporate system. If they work in a hospital or they have a practice that then they work in that hospital, they're having to adhere to those little corporate rules. That's what the doctor I was actually going to see, I found all that out because that's why he actually left there. And it's because if you want to have this practice, it's the same bullshit they do with the legal system with lawyers, and the bar association threatens lawyers if don't push through that, otherwise we'll revoke your shit. Well, they were doing the same thing. Hospitals are like, okay, well, if you're not going to pump this, then you're not going to practice here. Well, for doctors, that's your battleground. That's where you do it. So all of a sudden, there's no job. So most of them all cater into that system to begin with. But no, I agree with Bug Out. I ran into that whenever my networking degree. Shit, I sat there and watched people playing freaking games and shit, and they were still passing through that class. Didn't make a shit. Why? Because that tuition had already been paid. So basically, the diploma had already been paid for, and that's all they gave a shit about.
And the
Yeah.
thing about
Oh, go ahead, man.
the thing about it, in 2020, there was a senior, and he's probably not the only one, so don't give me. But there was a senior that had a .15 GPA, a .15, his 4 years of high school, and they still graduated him. What's that tell you? And he was in the top 50% of his class. What's that tell you about our school system? And I will say this: do you know what city that was in? And
No.
the city was Baltimore. Baltimore, Maryland. The guy had a .15 GPA, but he still graduated high school. What's that say about our school system?
Oh, I can believe it. Hell, I know of a kid here who graduated and he had all kinds of little tags in his folder. He didn't, if all the kids in the other class had a 30-question quiz, he took a 10-question quiz. If he missed an assignment, he was given to the end of the semester to get it cleared. I mean, because see, that's it's this stupid quota shit. It's that whole base to this type of life of pay to play shit. It's like we were talking about earlier with me and Virginia, and it's like every layers of this, because this ain't nothing but a bunch of money hungry, greedy shits controlling the narrative. So it's to dumb everything down. That's why you don't learn about the importance of your country right here in these schools. Don't learn how important it is for you to actually put effort into something, put your hands on. Don't learn a trade that you can sustain yourself with. Don't learn how to do things. Don't look things up. Don't engage your brain. I mean, my God, when I was growing up, it was a running joke how we only used 10% then. I don't know what the hell we're down to nowadays, because it's like if you're not going to push it, you got to push it. You got to use it. You were given tools, use them. Well, that's the hard part. That's where that's my darkest moment, is when I start kind of thinking of the overall, just right here, 330 million people. And it's like, so what are the odds? And I'm not a gambling person, so I'm not good at figuring them, but they just don't seem very good.
We are not encouraged to use our hands.
We're not
We are
encouraged to use our
encouraged
brain.
to outsource labor in every way. It's not just overt laziness, it's complacency. It's passive, insidious, slow. Go ahead. Sorry. Bushy.
Oh, well, I'm just saying that Athenian approach, that always resonated with me growing up, because, you know, you read about things like, for example, Spartans, and everybody that I always knew in the military and afterwards and all that shit, they always compared themselves to Spartans. And I was like, man, fuck Spartans. I want to be an Athenian, you know? Like, you know, the Athenians in the Punic War, or Peloponnesian Wars, or Punic Wars, I can't remember, but it doesn't matter. They beat the shit out of the Spartans. And they spent just as much time practicing sculpture and pottery as they did learning how to fight wars, because they were like, man, if you level and evenly learn things, and you can specialize in things, but you have to use all of your brain, and this part of your brain over here might come into play over here. And a really good example of that, and I forget the guy's name, but there was a famous pirate who did puppet shows in France before he became a pirate, and he had to learn fencing to make his puppets appear like they were sword fighting, and he never touched a sword in his life, and the first time he picked one up, he knew how to use one because he used the interpretive gestures of fencing with his puppets, you know?
Jokes
but anyway,
on you. I'm not.
What's up, Kiss Off?
But back to the Athenian stuff, it's like, you know, there are areas of your brain. I think everybody should work with clay at least once in their life, you know?
I
Why are you
took
laughing?
pottery. I'm laughing because I took ceramics in college as many times as I could for an elective before they said I couldn't get credit. I fucking loved it. The working with the pottery and the wheel and yeah, I agree with you. I know what you mean.
And it's a part of your brain that is, it's always, whenever somebody messes with it, it's like you have no idea what you're doing. You're like a baby giraffe trying to stand up because there's a part of your brain that is completely untapped unless you do that, you know? And there's no right or wrong. That's the other part about it that's kind of great because, you know, you can make the stupidest little pinch pot that looks like garbage that little kids make for Mother's Day at 2nd grade.
Yeah.
Or you can make a Ming vase, you know? It's like... You are your own limitation, you know?
That little mother pottery piece is going to mean more than the other.
Yes, rescue, 100%.
It's just the value where you see it.
See, a lot of people say that, but they're wrong. So, I mean, there's that.
Bullshit.
You might want to write that down.
Well,
I've got
there's people that think that,
I made in
and they're wrong.
ceramics when I was like 6. I shit you not, I still have it and it's still together. And the pieces I made in college, all of them have been broken by my beautiful angelic blessings of children. But I made a few. I spun a few pieces that were really freaking cool, and I get it. You are creating something, and there's a manipulation to it as well. But
you said that, Virginia, and it actually reminded me of the most mean thing I think I ever did to my mom one day.
Oh no!
One time, I was like 13 or some shit, and we had this townhouse, and she had these little shelves at the top of those stairways that had these little baby statues on them in all different poses and shit. And we got in this argument, and she's at the bottom of those steps. And then she told me no, and she reached over and slammed the front door. And as she walked off, I chunked about 3 of those and busted them on that wall.
Oh no!
You know, to this day, that is the shit that it's like a stake in my heart.
Right.
Because, oh man, she just came and she stopped and she just looked at those and then looked up at me, started bawling and walked away. And to this, it was like I never could replace him. Oh yeah, that became a spot.
I did that. Okay. I've done bad things, but one of the things that eats at the back of my heart is...
Oh, is this the story about the entire football team at the party? Is it that story?
No, because I was under the bleachers, still a virgin. But this one time, I got in a fight with my brother. And he worked on model cars, like, you know, intricate OCD painting each goddamn fucking muffler and everything. And I got in a fight with him one time, and I destroyed one of his shelves of model cars. And he came after me with a baseball bat, and our babysitter called the cops. But long story short,
You sent him to jail.
Like that anger point of destroying my brother's hobby that he had done, you know, those little cars, like just like you're saying with the ceramics or whatever, you know. I think about it to this day, and I mean, I was probably I don't know what age. I'd have to think harder, but God, I feel bad decades later for destroying that work that he had put into those.
See, it's kind of weird because, like, you feel really bad for doing it, but you told the story, and now
I want to break some of his cars.
Well, there's none left.
Well, did you notice? I don't think there was any remorse though for the incarceration.
Oh, there's hella remorse. Hella. I do. I feel really bad because he became a car fabricator. He ended up going to college for he did diesel mechanics and stuff, but ended up doing fabricating, and the artwork is what he really wanted to do, like these badass ghost air spray shit. He's an artisan. He's an artist. So looking back, yeah, it does sting. It stings pretty bad.
Who else said, did you ever apologize to your brother?
I did apologize. I told him that's one of the
probably numerous times over the years.
Right.
Those things kind of have a tendency of coming up at inopportune moments, and you just kind of
as far as sibling things. But see, he got his shit though. He came after me with a fucking bat. He was so pissed. The babysitter we had was scared out of her mind. My parents were out of town. I would have been babysitting if that wasn't the case, because I was 14 or 15, maybe 13, and we had someone that had to stay overnight, and so there were explosions. There were 6 of us. There's a lot of kids there to keep away from each other, and I have never seen him so angry to this day.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if right now Rescue and I were not getting this story from you because you were dead because your brother caught you and killed you, and instead
he beat me to death with the baseball bat,
right?
Now I'm just
but we don't know it because we would have never heard the story.
Be just another
misery. Yeah, that's cool. That's fine. I can be a fragment of your nightmare. I'll take it.
No, you're here. You're part of the dream.
Right? I look to you and I see nothing, just like in a nightmare.
Bam. I'm just intentionally, to make myself feel better, deflecting that fully onto you, Bug. I just said word. Then I don't feel. Otherwise, man, that was a crushing one there.
A million smiles, dear. Hoot Owl, I did apologize. Yes, absolutely. I'm very, very close with my brother, and I did apologize. We have mutual understandings over life experiences, so it worked itself out, but I did.
Shit happens.
My brother and I, we wouldn't let other people intervene or mess with each other, but between the two of us, people were surprised that both of us survived to adulthood.
Right?
Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm gonna have to ask this: which one's older?
My brother was a year and a half older than me. He was a lot bigger than me too, but I was a lot faster and way more nimble than him. That's how I got so good. When I was boxing for the Marine Corps, I was really good. I had really good feet. You know what I mean? Because I was used to fighting somebody twice my size.
Mm-hmm.
And
I wasn't kind of getting that impression. I was kind of getting the impression that you were kind of getting pretty good at running from the person. That's
right.
Didn't it kind of sound that way, Virginia?
So.
Kind of sounded that way, didn't it, Virginia?
Leverage to get out of there.
He was nimble. He was quick. That was kind of sounding like that was hauling ass. No, I'm just.
Well, my brother had longer arms than I did, but he didn't know how to use them at the time. So it appeared as if I had better reach than he did, even though he probably had 2.5, 3 inches of reach on me, which is noticeably he has gorilla arms, and he's like your size, Rescue. You know what I mean? And but he never at the time didn't know how to strike. He wasn't a striker. Where I'd taken boxing. I had taken Shaolin, of all things, which I really love Shaolin, by the way, but
And that was the other thing, because I could go on the inside too, but the problem was I couldn't let him get a hold of me. So like, if I was doing stuff on the inside, I was in trouble. That means that he was about to hurt me, you know, because once he got his hands on me, man, it was bad, you know. But
Rolling in the hay.
oh, he was so brutal too, and he was so cruel. There was one time we were in grade school, and he beat me up pretty bad, and I remember like he cut off part of my finger with a snow shovel, and then he hit me in the face, and I couldn't see out of my eye, but I was so beat up that I couldn't fight back, and he and his two friends were doing contest to see who could smother me with a pillow the longest without me fighting back, you know. And they basically were bringing me to the point where I was almost dead over and over and over again, and they're like, oh man, he almost went that time, you know. And then later, because my brother, he was this big tough guy, but if things didn't go his way, he would rat you out. Like, he would tell on you pretty much. So they would do all this shit to me, and then when it was my time to get back to him, I'd make a plan.
What a snitch.
I would orchestrate the plan. I would get him. I'd get him out, because my brother was dreadfully afraid of nature, you know. So what I would do to him is I would get him out, and I would catch spiders, and I would turn him loose in his bedroom, for example, or whatever, put him under his pillow, all that kind of crap. But man, if I really wanted to get back to him, I would get him out in nature and then go, remember that time? And like, he would already know that it was about to happen. You know what I mean? You know.
So what's the worst sibling fight that you ever had? Like, where something was, oh shit, what was it over?
What's up, Jewish Prepper?
See, I usually got the worst of those, because not only was my brother bigger than me, but he's naturally a cheater. So like, he and a couple of his friends would just beat the shit out of me. Huh?
Choose one that sticks out of your mind when I say it right now. Boom. Which one?
Like, when I say that I hurt my brother, like that it went too far. Is that what you're saying?
Either you or he hurt the other. It doesn't matter. What's the most impactful, memorable encounter?
Did he ever do anything worse to you than chopping your freaking finger off with the shovel?
Yeah, they did some pretty bad. He didn't chop it off all the way. He went into the bone on it, but.
So there was worse than that?
There was a time when
worst.
My brother, he was probably in the 8th or 9th grade, but he still, for some reason, he was on a bicycle, which my brother went in this period, because he was a really big kid, where he got really fat. And then when he got into high school, he started working out and losing weight and stuff. But right before that, he was sort of at the apex. He was the fattest, and he was a really fat kid for a second there, you know, like incredibly fat. And he was at that stage. And I forget what he had done. Everything I always did to him was as a direct result of something else that he had done earlier, you know.
Sure.
And I'm like that to this very day. To this very day, it's the same way. You want to fuck with me? That's fine. You'll think it's gone. You'll think everything's cool. And when an opportunity arises later, I'm gonna fucking get your ass. I'm gonna get you every fucking time. But anyway, that has nothing to do with here or there. But
clearly,
my brother learned this over the years, you know. And
so in other words, Bug Out is saying he holds a grudge.
He
for
just
a very long
I
time.
just like
hot
when
air in our faces for like a solid 90 seconds, and we're still waiting for the story.
I just like when nature works its way out. But there was a time they built this new bridge. It was like an overpass, a little small 1 or 2 lane.
Bug Out's like my wife. The store's right across the street,
dude.
but yet you want to go across the street to the store, and yet you're going to walk 5 blocks down that way, 3 blocks that way, 5 up blocks that way, 3 blocks, and then you're finally going to walk in the store. And it's like, holy shit, couldn't we have just crossed the street?
Yeah, maybe. So they just built this overpass, and my brother wanted to look at it because it was new construction, and he went there, and I just happened to be rolling by, and I saw his bike there. Okay. Well, there were these big pour-offs of concrete from when they finished and put a sidewalk on the side of it and all this other stuff. And he was down there with his friends, and I gathered all this concrete and I just started blitzing him with it, and I knocked him the fuck out, and I kept throwing shit, and then I threw his bike on top of him at the end, and I just rode off. I didn't know if he was alive or dead, you know. I just rode off, and I was just like, well, I can cross that one off the list, you know. And it was just
Paybags.
And you know what's weird, man? I was thinking about this. Like, he and I, we never chipped or broke each other's teeth. We never detached each other's retina. I look at all these injuries that happen so often to people, and we never did that to each other. And it's not that he had broken my nose so many times that, like, there's so much scar tissue inside of my nose that, like, when doctors look in my nose, they're like, they think it's like a traumatic experience, like I was in some kind of like IED or something, you know. And I'm like, no, that's just from growing up. And they look at me like, where did you grow up, you know? And I'm like, the anger management, brother. It's a long story, you know.
Which chapter do you want to know about?
Do you want to go early childhood, my teen years, the fights with my brother? What chapter do you want to know?
Oh man,
you're up next. So what's your work? You got a sibling?
Yes, I do.
Well, go ahead. What's the worst fight?
Worst fight was when me and him was going after the same girl. That was the worst fight. That was. Yes, we have come a long ways after that, but we both wanted to date her. But yeah, that was the worst fight.
Okay, so who got her? Which one of you actually won her over?
Neither one of us actually got her.
More importantly, don't ever say how far you came to anything. Thank you.
Neither one of us actually got her.
That's what you get.
Nobody would have ever won that battle, by the way. That's
very true.
Could you imagine what Thanksgiving would have been like if that would have took root? Holy shit.
What's Thanksgiving?
Right.
Like, angry wins the girl. Oh, he wins. And then for the next 20 years at Thanksgiving, he brings that girl around his brother, and it just resurfaces every single year, you know?
That would never happen.
Yeah, of course it wouldn't.
Right.
You clearly understand dudes. You got that down there, Virginia.
Stop it, Joyful.
I'm just saying, like, to siblings, it's not about, like, what it is. It's about the fact that someone tried to force their will and the other one said no. And then there was a resolution and one side says, I won, and the other side is pissed off. That's how it works with brothers.
Yeah, pretty much.
It could be girls. It could be freaking Star Wars figures, man. It don't matter. Like, you know, that shit don't go away.
I have 2 brothers and 3 sisters. Who do you think won every time?
Well, chaos wins. That's the thing.
You had.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Or touche.
Yes.
As they say, blood for the blood god, you know?
You know what's funny about chaos? It's consistent. The only thing we can rely on is change. Am I wrong?
If
But
you
the
want,
thing about-
you could. Well, technically that would be correct. Yes, ma'am.
But the thing about it, neither one of us actually grew up in the same house. Me and my brother did not grow up in the same house.
Did one of you live in a tree house?
So, did you guys know each other when y'all were going after the same girl, or was that a new discovery?
Yes, we knew each other. We were both adopted by different families. Little of my backstory. I was actually adopted at the age of 3. But my parents let me and my brother spend almost every holiday, everything together.
So y'all's adopted parents knew each other and stayed in contact, so that way you guys could stay in contact.
My foster parents is his adopted parents, so his mom and dad. So I would just go over there after when I got my driver's license, I would just go over there and see how.
And hit
they
on
were
his
doing.
girlfriend? You would go over
Right.
there and hit
No,
on his
I would
girlfriend.
not hit on his girlfriend.
No, it's
Apparently
mom.
so.
It's sister? Sister. It's the sister.
Ooh, now there's you a weird one. How's that
He
work?
giggled.
He's got
It's
different
the
parents,
sister.
and you hook up with the sister over there, and it's like, well, how does that
Got
family
it.
No,
reunion go?
I'm not
But if you
laughing
think about it,
because
though,
it
like-
happened, but I've actually
makes sense, though.
thought about
Like-
it. Yes, Stan.
She doesn't have to change her driver's license or anything because the name stays the same. I mean, it's a pretty smart plan if you think about
Good
it.
on that hood.
Well, no, the name would change because his foster parents were one set, and then the other brother had a different set of foster parents. So then their kid would be his
Wait.
sister, but then he
I
hooks
thought
up
he
with her, and
said-
it's like, what's up?
I thought he said the two adoptive parents were Siamese twins that were separated at birth.
I'm so confused.
Well, that must have been that dump truck interference, or you intercepted a call from China.
But yeah, that man because actually I have an older sister and two older brothers. I'm the youngest out of the four of us, so you can just imagine.
All
I
four
always wanted
original
to-
family.
What?
All four original family, all like original parents, or
From the same mom. And actually, we all have a same mom, but all of us except for me and my brother have a different dad.
okay.
See, I always
And my
wanted to date. Oh, go ahead, man.
My biological dad married my biological aunt. That's what.
Whoa,
screwed up,
hold
not
on.
the whole-
You wait, say it.
Now,
What?
was
Say
that
it
on the
again?
same side, or
You're-
at least you're saying biological? Hopefully, that means on separate sides. But
My biological dad
Mm-hmm.
married my biological aunt, my mom's sister.
Okay. And then did they have children?
Yeah, that I don't know.
All right.
But my dad was pretty much with both my mom and my aunt at the same time.
Word. So at least the kids would have the same grandparents. I mean, look for the silver lining.
there you go. See,
Okay,
Kill the
so-
lily.
You're not right,
Shoot.
Virginia. Virginia, you're not right.
What I always wanted to do was date Siamese twins. And then when I go to like the school dance, I would tell everybody like, no, I'm with this one. I would never be with the fat one. You
I
know,
feel like that's appropriation on the Siamese twin part. Why do they have to be Siam?
I didn't make the term. I'm just saying
Yeah,
until they
that's true.
come out with, or I think now the new term is conjoined twins,
It's
actually.
conjoined. Conjoined.
But I'm not gonna
So
use it.
you can
I'm not
do
using
anything you need
Because
to
I'm
do.
old school.
Exactly.
Siamese twins.
Right. Well, that was a
And so the-
circus act.
Siamese is supposed to be the ones that look identical, right?
They're connected by a
Okay, that's-
biological piece. Like in the Mutter Museum in Pennsylvania, you have one of the originals. They were like these Chinese brothers, and they ended up having, I think it's like a dozen kids. They each had a wife. They had separate children, separate marriages, but there was this tiny membrane that connected them on their chest. And what's interesting is when they died, the autopsy revealed it would not have killed them to cut them apart. But a lot of some Siamese twins are actually conjoined to the degree that cutting them apart would kill them. There are many ways you can be conjoined.
Or they share like they're ambulatory, but they share two legs, but they have two torsos or some shit like that. You know, I mean,
Yes.
there's weird stuff.
Okay.
dude, there's
But
these girls.
What I'm saying is like if I dated conjoined twins, then I would be like, I would give the other one a complex, and I would just tell her that I wasn't dating her because she was the fat one. That's what I'm saying that I would do.
You would teach one of them sign language. How do you communicate this when they're conjoined?
No, I would say it out loud to like destroy the morale of the other one while I praise the one that I was
Just
with.
to enjoy the
So
misery.
you're not planning on getting along then with the other one very long.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. You just
That is
Pull
so
it.
disrespectful.
No, it's not. It's
you're
not.
just
It's
popping
part
open
of,
a vest and hitting the button.
it's part of growing up, and I think everybody really wants to do it.
But they can't grow out.
But
can
if I
grow up,
did
but
that,
they can't grow out of it.
if I did that, I would have regretted that today, and I would be wiser. But now that I didn't do it, it's still on my bucket list of things I want to do. So
Well, that's because
what's worse?
But see, because once you fully mature, then you don't have to go do that to acknowledge the impact. So you just move on from it. But you
I'm
can
just
only-
trying to figure out
That
how.
sounds like a guy that
You-
never tried skydiving. You know, that's all I'm saying.
Okay,
actually, it
how
was fun.
big is the bucket for your bucket list? That's what I want to know because if
It's a
you're going
bottomless for
twins
bug out.
batting like 300.
Later, Benjamin. Take care, brother.
Seen those girls where they played baseball and like one of them swings and the other head goes? Dude, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's a lot to take in. It's a lot. So what do you
Look,
bet?
you can say it, Virginia.
How
There's
big
only like
is your bucket
there's a
list?
0.0002% chance that there's a conjoined twin listening right now. You can say it. Just come out and say it. Just say it.
By the way, everybody in
There's
chat, don't
these
forget
conjoined twins
go up
on the Learning Channel, and
at
it's
the top of Hit
basically
Live
like
chat.
one body and two heads. And they play baseball, and it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. I'm sorry, God, take me to hell now.
Be sure and change your chat up at the top, everybody on YouTube, from top chat to live chat, so you can kind of keep up. In case you wonder why it bounces.
And I love the question Anti asked, or said about this
What about
being
the
a Murray
parents? Yep, you're
episode.
good.
About the Murray episode, yeah.
I heard Maury Povich in his day was quite the carouser, by the way, for how collected and composed and mature that guy pretended to be while he was in his Hollywood mode. Apparently that guy was a real
Dude, that show was a total trip. I couldn't believe, and it just kept growing and growing, and it was like, really, this is it. This is where we're at. And of course, I had no idea that was just the beginning.
but man, that was
It was
like
a shocking
That's
all
way before Connie gave him any chung. Way
but
before.
that's like that was like the 90s, early 2000 era where like Jerry Springer and Maury Povich, you know,
that
people
whole form
wanted
of
to
entertainment blew my mind.
people wanted to see the dregs of society just going at it. Like Cops was real big at the time too, you know. And
Yeah.
it's really funny because there are a couple episodes of Cops where there are people that I knew growing up getting arrested on Cops. They, you know, whenever I watch the old Cops episodes in Cincinnati, I always like take it serious because like I see people I know in it, you know. It's pretty wild.
It's like, hey, I knew
Way to
that dude.
represent. Ohio.
But,
that 70s show was amazing. Which character were you?
WKRP.
Oh, I loved that. Yeah, WKRP in Cincinnati. I fucking loved that show.
That's it.
I enjoyed that show, but I'll tell you, man. Before
John,
people forgot what it ever was, I was really kind of done with that show because anytime I'd go somewhere and I would tell somebody where I was from, they'd go, "Oh, like that show?" And I'd go, "Yeah, exactly like that show, dude. That's exactly what it's like. I live in a radio station," and you know, I would just be like,
Yeah.
"Come on, man."
What else did you have to be known by? I mean,
I know, right? What does
The fact
Ohio
that-
have to offer otherwise?
We have the best natural history museum and zoo in the country. I don't know. Those are two things. The best mortuary, the best mortuary
there we
school,
go.
and the best
Best
coronary
mortuary.
lab. The best coroner lab in the country.
But you don't have the
we got
Mutter
the word
Museum.
professor.
But
That's
I don't
in
think when
Pennsylvania.
it comes to playing with dead people, you don't get much motivation. I
And
think the energy
the thing-
level is
Mutter
pretty
being-
much
The thing
down.
about it,
You
the
need
one thing we do
motivated
not
for
have,
playing with dead.
we have
the one
Procter and
thing we
Gamble. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
don't, the one thing we don't have in the state of Ohio is a good professional sports team. That's a given fact.
Well, I know. Didn't y'all
Well-
ban one of them back? Some dude named Pete or something because he gambled on a game, so you didn't want to let him play no more or something. I mean, I don't know.
Well,
that was
I was a kid
baseball.
when the Big Red Machine was going on, and I'll tell you, man. Here's the thing. See, Pete Rose was a manager by the time that stuff happened, you know, does that change the stuff that he did as a player? That's the one question I have with that whole thing. And I don't want to sound biased or anything. And like, he and Johnny Bench were West Siders anyway. So like, they're not even from the same part of town that I was from. I'm more from, the neighborhood I was from sounded more like ghetto than they sounded like Pete Rose, if you know what I'm saying. But,
right.
But like, still, like, to rob that dude of his Hall of Fame spot that he deserved, you know,
you're still bitter.
Misgivings as a manager. If he would have got out of baseball and not become a coach and a team manager and all that other stuff, he would have been in the Hall of Fame, hands down, no questions asked. Just, you know, you look at like, Joe Nuxall, for example. Like, what if he would have screwed up as an announcer and just totally did something or said something like a Don Imus moment and got canceled or whatever before he died? Would they have taken him out of the Hall of Fame? You know,
I loved Imus. R.I.P. Imus.
But what I'm saying is like this whole correctness in sports. Like, here's my opinion of sports. Okay, they're like, okay, professional football. Well, what does that person stand for? Answer: who gives a shit? Score points.
You know
Get
what?
out there and
Right
play the
now,
game.
I'm pulling out a tampon to absorb your impression of professional sports. Go ahead.
Then the next thing is,
I've got the OB ready.
they're like, oh, we're professional sports. Now let's test someone to make sure they're not on performance enhancing drugs. How much does that guy get paid? Here's what I'm saying. If there's a performance enhancing drug that dude isn't on, fire his ass. That's my opinion of professional sports. These people should be super freaking human, and they should be using their bodies and destroying them for the $50 million a year that they make to catch a football. You know, like if that dude could have ran that 100 2 seconds faster, that dude needs to inject that shit right into his butthole and do whatever the hell he's got to do to be a better human being than he was yesterday.
But they don't want to get hurt. They don't want to get hurt. That's why
hey, you see what I'm saying? That's where I disagree with this. Like Floyd Mayweather, best boxer ever, really? You're like, the dude knows how to win a boxing match, but is he the best boxer? By no means.
Who gives a fuck if he can box? His ears are weak as fuck.
His reading comprehension is weak as fuck too. But anyway,
John Dunning said the second biggest cemetery in the world is in Cincinnati, Spring Grove.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful cemetery. I can't tell you.
Used to go there and eat lunch, he said. Beautiful place.
I used to take girls there overnight. I lived pretty close to there, so that was one of my date spots.
And John,
that's almost scary because I think didn't Bug Out at one point say he went to mortuary school too? So is that what he was calling a date?
No. But actually, one of the things I have been accused of being a decent photographer. Okay. And Spring Grove Cemetery was where I learned how to take pictures because there's a giant part of that cemetery that's all statues and stuff like that. You know, it's like it's not just headstones and stuff. You know, there's like monuments and all that kind of crap there. And I would go there and take photos and stuff. I've spent a lot of time in that cemetery. That's where my father was buried. So I spent a lot of time there because I went there all the time, and I felt at home there because that's where my dad is. You know what I mean?
I ain't dogging that at all. I spent tons of time in cemeteries. In fact, the little apartment complex I lived in Virginia, for some weird reason, there were buildings all in this circle, and in the center was this cemetery with graves from like most of them you couldn't read. I would say the oldest one I saw was 18 something. So it was old enough, whatever.
Are you saying I can't read?
And I would take a blanket out there and I'd sit there and maybe I would just lay there. But it was a really interesting spot to see the trees, the stars in the sky, the nature, and take those pictures. I agree. I get it. There's something.
I wish I still had those photos somewhere there. They're like photos. They're not digital. But if I ever found it and I scanned some of that stuff, man, because I started getting really, really into photography to the point where I was carrying around pieces of glass and I started learning these tricks where I could hold glass up and make basically like color filters for the camera and stuff. And this is all stuff I either learned from watching other people or I just kind of came up with it on my own, you know? Like I had a piece of glass that basically acted like a fisheye lens, and I didn't even know what that was called, but I knew if I put the glass up over the lens and I took the picture, it would do that effect, you know?
So you didn't look into NASA previous to the fisheye lens experiment?
Well, NASA's not real. We didn't go to the moon, so there's no point in me reading about it.
You used a fisheye lens. Everybody knows that.
Oh, so yeah. Well, I mean, in the Hollywood set where they took the photos, they used it.
Just ask Kubrick. Oh wait, he's dead.
Just ask Rescue. He doesn't know nothing about that.
No, of course not.
He must be in the bathroom right now because he would be losing his shit right now if he was here.
No, he does.
We can talk about it more.
Well, if he's in the bathroom, it's a good time to lose his shit. So did you go through that phase of where photographers were taking their picture in reflections? So like the reflection of a doorknob, but it was all warped, but the photographer was all off in like the glimmer on the side, you know?
I mean, I did stuff like that, but really what I liked to do was to find the perfect framing, and I think you'll know what I'm talking about because I learned it in art by creating art by hand was how I learned it. But they always said to make the image bigger than the picture, you know? And I would always try to do that with the camera. So, you know, you always say when three people say, take a picture of me, and somebody stands back and they take a picture and you see like a big, long, flat space. You see the mountain in the background or whatever it is they want the picture of them with. Then there's these three people clumped together and you're like, that's the stupidest picture I've ever seen. But if you get really close to where like the people are barely in the picture and the mountain is taking over the entire backdrop, like it's just so much more of a commanding photo. And now it's like with Photoshop and all that stuff, you can make that, you know, in 15 seconds. And it's kind of funny because like, I don't understand how there are still photographers today because it's so easy to do now, you know?
There pretty much aren't. That market for the photography market is completely dead unless you're doing weddings, birthday parties, funerals. Ooh, look at that propped up flag. L-shaped stand. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, wow.
All that stamp. Is that stamp like what they did instead of Photoshop when they made the picture?
Mm-hmm. I could hear you. I just wasn't. So, I hear you. No. Anyway, so know your photo stuff. I know you were like a photographer type.
Well, here's the other thing. I was really good at mixing, man. You remember the old 4-tracks that everybody had back in the day?
Yep.
I could get like 17 tracks out of a 4-track, you know? And I was like the bounce master, man. And I got so good at it. And I would run the old Radio Shack pre-mixer, and I could run a whole drum set into one line, because I could use the pre-mixer and I would move the microphones in and out while the drummer played. And I was like, man, we'd have to play with it for a minute. But I was like, once we get this, you can just play every song and you don't have to do it 10 times in a row. You can do your playthroughs once the microphones are in the proper position. You can just play the freaking song. And people were like, what? Because that wasn't how it was back in the day. If you were really like, you know, doing the drums right, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And dude, it was just like, I got really good at mixing and people started asking me to mix their shit for them, you know? And I never charged people money. I never understand why I never did that, but I didn't think like that back then, you know?
Right.
I would find the time, I'd go over there and I would record tapes for these people. Then they would submit it and then they would cut a 7-inch record, because was how it started back then. And then with the 7-inch record, they would pass that out and sell it a little bit and kind of get sort of discovered. And then people would want like the EP or the album or whatever. and this was a type of music where like I'm talking like maybe 300 people would buy this record. I'm not saying it's like big time, but I'm just saying like it was so funny because if I would have spent half of that time on my own shit, I probably would have been the guy selling the records, you know. But instead, other people were asking these favors of me, and I was getting them like basically little back alley butcher shop record deals, you know. And I was just like, man, but now with the electronic shit, anybody can do it. You just line the stuff in, you play with the levels and stuff, but that wasn't how it was back then. You had to know how much soundproofing to use. There was too much, and then there was not enough. You know, it all depended on what you wanted it to sound like. You know, like if it was a bar band kind of thing where they had that raw sound, you wanted to not use too much soundproofing because you wanted it to sound like you were standing in the room listening to them. You know, but then like
You know what,
if somebody,
I feel like Bug
well,
throwing out
so-
Billy Truth Be Told vibes. He can do everything. He's a master photographer, master DJ, master.
Well, that's
this.
what got me.
Fly
yeah,
across.
maybe
the
I'm full of shit, right? Maybe I have no idea what I'm talking about. Maybe you're absolutely right, Virginia.
Well, Billy said it's BB the Dos Equis guy, so it's kind of like
Exactly, the most interesting man in the world.
Well, I can tell
own
you the things I
biggest
can't
bar.
do.
My
I mean,
shoes
no-
have the biggest teats. I
Nobody
can
ever
fly-
wants to hear the stories of shit I can't do because those stories are boring, you know?
I can parallel park a train. Dos Equis.
But let me tell you something. I can't sit through taxes. I cannot freaking sit through it. And my wife doesn't even get mad at me anymore. We used to get in big fights because like I would just look at the tax person and I'd go, this is it. Like you've hit my limit. I'm done, you know? And now they try to make little wisecracks where they're like, are you playing a video game right now? And I look at them and I'm like, yes, I am, you know? And they're like, oh, well, what if I have to ask you a question? And I'm like, well, you're asking me a question right now. And it seems like you're wasting our time, doesn't it? You know, like, dude, you're the tax guy. Do the tax shit. Leave me the fuck alone.
Hey, what's up, Outlandish? Morning.
Hey, Outlandish.
Yeah, man. I'm like, I mean, when it comes to admin, I hate it. I hate doing administrative tasks. God, there's so much stuff that I'm not good at. There's stuff I'm like notoriously bad at, like menial tasks in the house. I spend my whole day getting yelled at by my wife for things I didn't do, you know, like I didn't put a shirt here or I put my pants here, and she always tells me not to put my pants there, but it's like clearly that's the place that I put my pants when I get off work. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I'm like, one of us doesn't get it, but I'm pretty sure it's you that isn't getting it because that's where my pants go every day, right? But
she tells you no, and you just do it anyway. So you're just being rebellious.
No, it's because I learned that in religion there is free will, and that's what makes us human, and I exercise that.
So what is the hands on the floor religion? Enlighten me, please.
Well, really, any religion.
Wisdom.
You know, self-autonomy and discovering who you are as a person.
Nice try.
You know, here's the thing. When you're at the pearly gates or whatever the hell it is, when you're standing in front of Sri Kasava or Shiva or, you know, like Buddha or however that pans out, or Ahura Mazda, and you're standing there, they're going to go, oh, you know, you almost made it, but you left your pants on the chair too many times. They'll never say that. I'm just saying, I have a pretty strong feeling. They're going to go, yeah, you know, remember that time that you threw that bike at your brother and you thought he was dead? Yeah, we're kind of looking at that. That's a little bit of a thing, you know. They're not going to talk about the pants I left on the chair. Like they're not going to give a shit about that.
Yeah, I agree.
No, it'll be the character inside anyway. It won't be the action.
Mr. Rescue, thank you for letting me come up. Miss Virginia, good to see you and hear from you and joke around with you. Bushido, you're just a character unlike none other. But you might want to go back to the hydroponics because we are waiting for your
I wasn't the hydroponics, first of all, but I mean,
same different.
This is awkward. I feel like he's hitting on you while he's saying goodbye.
No.
No, he's not. He
Yeah, he is. A little
He's
bit.
just
Stop slapping
he's
your
a-
wrist. Yes, he is.
he's afraid that I'm a serial killer, and he's just trying to make sure that I'm nice to him.
Virginia, he's actually right.
Pinky?
But everyone have a good day. do not do anything I wouldn't do. So that leaves a lot of things open. Talk to you everybody later. And
Later,
one more
man.
thing. Tomorrow night, Mr. Zachary Smouse will be on my channel helping me do a stream about his favorite president. Come and find out who that is.
Buchanan.
Ronald Reagan. Everybody
Ronald
knows
Reagan.
that.
Are you talking about that guy that banned machine guns? That guy?
That
Yeah.
guy.
Well, I'm going to leave before angry. Good night, rescue.
Oh, he beat you to it, but later, Virginia. Thank you, ma'am.
She was in a hurry.
Steak sandwich calling her name. That's usually what happens.
I ate a piece of steak. Refrigerator steak. That's my favorite. Cold steak. There's something about it, man.
Just gnaw on that bad boy.
Yeah. No utensils, caveman style, you know. Throw a little piece to the cat here and there.
The quick snack. Simplify shit. There's moments when you glorify it all, but most of the time, yeah, it's just simplify shit. It'll make a turd. That's all that matters.
But yeah, you know, here's the thing, man. And like, here's where I can see originally. Let's talk, let's call it 1990, right? The left would say we have too much of a Puritan. Let's go to the 80s, because that's when the censorship in music started and all that crap. Remember that? The PMRC and, you know, the Jim and Tammy Faye Baker heading up all this censorship stuff. Let's go to that period of time. In that period of time, I felt that I had things in common with the left, you know, because I was like, well, they're against censorship, and so am I. And they're for personal freedoms, and so am I, you know. I was like, I do like the federal stance of the right wing. I like how our money is going towards securing or furthering the interests of the nation and not special interest groups, which was where I disagreed with the left, you know. And I still, my thing is, I'm not about like being this Spartan that throws non-producing citizens off a cliff or something, but we reward non-producing citizens every time, and we never reward producing citizens.
Yep.
If you produce and you're successful, we're going to tax you more. Like, what's the incentive? You know what I mean? Here's the thing. What I would do is reward everybody the same. Boom. Like the Emiratis, they get a check in the mail. You know, every time they send another boatload of oil out of their country, they get another paycheck. Actually, Emiratis in UAE, they don't have oil anymore, but now they get that tourism refund thing in the mail. Like, they don't have to work. They just get money, you know? We could be that if we did it right. And what I mean is,
too many people.
No, all this tax money that we get,
But
we
you
divide
only
it
get
up.
the taxes because people go to work.
I know, but we won't be at the level that an Emirati is until the Middle East uses up their oil and we start selling ours, and then we could be Emiratis for a good 15, 20, 30 years
But
if we did it
don't have-
right.
We don't have to do all that. All we have to do is stop sending all our money out overseas. And hell, we could, if we kept all the damn money that we send out and we actually charge proper tariffs for shit that comes in
Yes.
and stuff, then we could actually, this whole country could damn look like Dubai damn near. I mean,
Right. And that's not even half of what we could be doing. You see what I mean?
yeah.
But with just what we have right now, let's forget about that stuff. Okay. With what we have right now, I would say if anybody has a child, you know, anybody,
like, if you're a guy swinging a hammer, making $60,000 a year, if you're a guy that's from an impoverished neighborhood and you got a part-time job next to your house because you don't have a car and you're making $19,000 a year, or if you're a freaking millionaire, because guess what? You're one of us too. That's the thing that people keep forgetting. We keep isolating successful people, and they're still one of us. And man, if we keep isolating these successful people, they're going to become successful people in another country. Like if they say we're going to make the 1% pay their share, they're going to pay their share. Well, they're just going to become Argentinians, or they're going to buy an entire state in Ghana and move there and just own that country. And dude, that's what General Electric did. So if you think that the people aren't going to start doing it, that's what the corporations started doing about 20 years ago. You know,
well, I think if everybody were to pay a same tax rate, a flat tax rate across the board,
yes,
you know, a certain percentage, you should just, you know, whether it's 3%, 2%, whatever percentage, you know, but if it was even across the board, regardless of the amount of money you make, you're going to pay that percentage.
Man, the Godfather's Pizza guy that ran for president, he had a good flat tax plan, and I was like, that guy, voting for him. He never made it, you know, and then he ended up dying from the COVID coof. But
Josh, I don't know, brother. Let me just see how things are going. You know, it's cool. I saw that already. We'll see how it goes. See if I even get on it.
What you talking about?
Josh was asking if he could come up tonight, I guess, when I come on tonight, because he doesn't have to work tomorrow. And then Outlander said Americans no longer have the work ethic they used to. You couldn't give people a check just for living, because then none of these lazy asses would produce anything. Sorry, it just wouldn't work here. Well, we used to be encouraged to be successful. And then somewhere along the way, and I think with the introduction of credit sure didn't help. And then the whole shows, the narrative, the messages that was kind of going out was to do away with the nuclear family. So no more structure.
That's the problem.
And then taking away any accountability. So then all of a sudden there was always something to blame for something. Take this medicine for this medical problem. Go here. You have this alphabet thing is what's wrong. And just started with excuses. And then here we are 30 years, 35 years down the road, and it's nothing, but there's always somebody or something else to blame. And so somebody needs to just take care of me. Somebody needs to pay somebody. And it's just like, no, we need to get out and break a damn sweat. We need to actually raise a family, actually pass on work ethics and moral compass to the next generation. But see, that stopped.
Yes, I agree with that. And like what I'm saying is, like the WIC program, for example, I think that's a good, smart program. Now, you and I, we're paying taxes. We're working every day. We're doing all this stuff. We're regular people, right? Now, I would much rather my tax money go to new parents to make sure that they can get all the free dairy and child supporting nutrients that they need, so that it doesn't become some malnourished weird tweener that like doesn't have any teeth by the time they're 16 years old, you know. Like, it's going to save me tax money later when these kids hit that stage where they become unhealthy adults. Like, make them healthy early and keep them healthy, you know. It's going to save us money in the long run, you know.
But you have to encourage participation on the parent side. See, it's like unemployment. I got no problem with unemployment. Shit, man, you don't know what's going to happen. Hell, could be a death in a small little business. Next thing you know, you ain't got a job. Well, you got bills. So I get unemployment, but you should actually have to go make a job out of finding a job. You shouldn't be able to just throw out a couple of things and then sit back. And there's so many that do.
And I've taken unemployment a couple of times, and it was always in my contracting years, because the way I saw it, and before that I had like had that hard-headed, I'm not going to take unemployment
I don't need it, blah, blah, blah. And I got over that shit quick, because when a multi-million-dollar corporation cancels your contract and shit cans you without giving you any heads up, when they knew this was coming down the pipe 3 months ago, like, guess what? I'm going on unemployment, and it's not even them that gets hit for it, but you pay into that shit. The people that take unemployment, unless they extend it, coof, but if you do it the right way, you've already paid into that, so nobody's hurting. That money's there, and that's what it's there for, so it's not anywhere near as bad as people make it out to be. But my whole thing was, you pulled the rug out from under me. I have a good job, I'm making some good money, things are happening, and then boom, you flip the rug out from under me. It's going to take me a few months to get to the next gig, and there I am. I go on unemployment, get me a little bit of money in there to keep the lights on, get another job, turn it off, start working, boom. So, we're right as rain. But the thing is, like,
hey, Grumpy,
how are you going to feel appreciated as a citizen where if the lady that had 8 kids with 8 different fathers is getting money and stipends and benefits, and the guy who's working his ass off that got married early and stayed with his old lady and had a couple of kids and did it the way you're supposed to do it, he gets nothing but more taxes the harder he works? How does that show how we feel about people that are providing the money that other people are living on? You see what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's just this whole shit that they've been doing, dude. It blows my mind, because the tax money is just like, and now people are this latest little stimulus and shit, and it's gonna crash. Dude,
I almost want the socialists to get what they want, because what comes with socialism is compulsory service. We had this conversation before. But
well, you want them to pay the price, but we're just not going to be able to probably bounce back from that. So there won't be a "see, I told you so" moment.
But the thing, this would be the satisfaction, though, man. Like, all these people, they think that they're going to get socialism and then go, that's it, gravy train, and they're not going to do anything. And they're going to go, no, come here, get on this truck. Here's your rifle. There's Ukraine. Go find the drones with the bombs on them, and then we can figure out what to do next. Hey, here's a shovel. There's the road. There's the asphalt machine. Keep filling it, because we got roads to build. And then they're going to go, wow, socialism sucks. And you're going to go, see, I told you so. And,
and then we're already there. Ricardo actually said the gasoline down there in Melbourne hit $2.25 a liter now. Holy shit,
dude, man, when I was in Holland the last time, and it's been a while now, but dude, I was looking at the gas prices and I was like, thank God you are 5 minutes away from anything, no matter where you are in the Netherlands, because you couldn't afford, dude, a full tank of gas is like, you gotta be a planner to have a full tank of gas. You know what I mean?
Oh, dude, down here, this is like some of these F-350s that are doing little short hauls and shit, and them trucks, it's costing them $180, $190 to fill up. Oh, lost bug out. So let's see, Grumpy said, what's the solution to this problem? Well, Grumpy, I mean, if I had to put it on the most basic, simplest version, it is people need to start gathering together in their areas and start looking at whatever elected officials and what their take is, what's their general take on shit, and learn how to not look at people itemized, but look at them as a whole. Do they believe in the Constitution, Bill of Rights, Declaration of Independence? Do they believe that things are wrong right now in our country? And then they are, then you chalk them up. But then there's plenty that aren't, and start calling them out, man. You start calling them out, it's in the smallest little area you are, but try to, get people, point out facts, try not to stay emotional on things, and maybe you can get people to pay more attention. Just say, look, here are the facts. I just want to, and then point out. Good example is that Uvalde deal. Those people need this all pulled together and de-seat that guy. He totally does not need to be in that position. Well, see, this is a pinnacle point to show of what needs to do. That should not be acceptable. And that's all over. Everybody needs to start looking at all their people. Countywide, then you need to look at your county seat. City, you need to start looking at your city council. Because you got to, this is, you can't, there's no major removal. It's going to start at the ground level, grassroots, I guess, as they say. And because that's really what it comes down to. If you keep shooting way up there in that 10 square mile, well, they're changing shit all underneath your feet right where you are. So that's why so that's on that. And then I would say I think if people start thinking about the message that other people, young and stuff, are hearing when they talk, and maybe change the way that they talk, that would be helpful. It starts to slow the narrative down. Because they want everybody pissed off. They want chaos. They want you just on emotional response to everything. So then there's that. Morning, Eric. So patriots shouldn't expect decades of liberal creep to be erased overnight. No, Grumpy, that would be an unrealistic expectation, sir. There he is. Welcome back, sir.
No, that was the guy with the AC guy. He put us off and said it wouldn't be till like Wednesday or Thursday that he had that compressor, and my wife was freaking out, and she kind of got in his ass. And then he said, well, there's another part I could get, but it's more expensive. She was like, do it. And he was like, all right, well, I'll be there later. And so while I'm asleep, at some point of the night, the guy's going to wake me up while I'm sleeping, and I'm going to have to like let him in to mess with the thermostat and sign a paper or something, blah, blah, blah. Pretty much, I'm not going to get any sleep is kind of what she just told me. But I'm not going to sleep anyway because it's like 90 something degrees in my house. So, it is what it is.
Yeah, Grumpy said the woman knows what she wants.
Yeah. And we had a little weird pseudo argument about this the other day where and it's all about how you say things. You know what I mean? But basically what she was telling me was, hey, on Monday, someone might come by to fix this AC unit if they can get the part, and you're going to have to wake up and take care of that. Now, if she would have said it that way, I would have said, Roger that, and that would have been the end of it. But what do you think she did? 10 guesses. I'll give you 13 guesses.
Well, she just told you how it was going to be.
She started the conversation with saying, I know you think you need to sleep. That was how she started that. Now, how would you choose to use that as, like, I know you have this little hobby of yours called sleeping that you think is so important, but nobody gives a shit about that. I was just like looking at her and I was going, I think I need to sleep. Did you just say that? And I was, hey, rewind to the beginning real quick. Let's go over that part again one more time. And
she just knows you're capable of so much more, Bug Out. That's what it is.
She was getting all mad going, I didn't say that. And I was like, you most certainly did say that. I've seen it. But, yeah, and then she started going off and going crazy because here's the thing. When she gets stressed, she starts swinging, but she'll swing at anything. You know what I mean? And she's not digging this heat. And, she's one of those Nordic princesses, you know what I'm saying? And dude, she swings at everything when she gets stressed out. If she can focus on the target, she'll knock it out of the park, but if she can't, it needs a compressor. We don't have a compressor. Boom. We got a problem. I got a problem. That's what that means. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, you're the husband. Fix it. Make it go away.
And I'm like, this is a great opportunity for you to know what it's like to be a husband. You could suffer in silence like we do every day,
But are you sure that
Perfect
she was
learning
into
opportunity.
Are you sure she was going to go along with the role reversal?
She clearly was not really feeling that, you know.
Didn't sound like it.
No, she was not a fan of that approach, and we definitely had a difference in our dogmatic views of how the suck should suck, you know.
Heck Gal said, "Yep, bug out how you say it. LOL. Hubby made the old cooler and air conditioner with an old auto fan, and we use frozen water bottles in it. We'll do small area in my truck with topper for dogs."
Let me tell you a story about Dusty Data. Okay, Dusty Data was talking in a live stream he was doing about the little crappy Arctic Air, that little mini swamp cooler thing that you can buy, you know. And I said, dude, I'm digging that, man. Can you run it off of like a phone charger? And he said, man, it's got a USB cable, so I'm sure you can. And I said, all right, I impulse bought it. I buy so much stuff and my wife looks the other way, but it just so happened. She goes, what's this $41 charge on the card? And I go, oh, it's one of those Arctic Air swamp cooler things. And she goes, some plastic junk. And I'm like, well, it's definitely plastic. And she's like, you spend money on the dumbest shit, blah, 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 right? Well, guess who's holding this thing like it's the prima donna's child and the three wise men are coming, you know? Like, man, she figured out this thing, man, got the water all in it and stuff. And oh my God, man, it's like this thing is like her lifeline to the universe right now. And she's going, this thing is so good. It works so good. I can't believe it works, you know? And, oh, dude, she's a fan.
Best $41 ever.
Right. And, you know, I'm going like, man, I wonder what it feels like, you know, because I kind of bought the thing and I wanted to, like, in, I don't know, such an instance as this one, to, like, maybe feel what that feels like and not have it just be 6 inches away from you at any given time, you know? But...
So you don't get to use that during the day?
No, dude, if she's around, I do not have jurisdiction over that particular piece of gear. You know, that's all I'm saying.
Oh, so she's not working today.
She is working today. So today, that's why I'm not worried about it. Like, she was telling me to go to my mom's house to sleep, and I don't want to do all that shit, you know. I'm just going to sleep here because I got my little Arctic Air thing. I'm going to throw some ice cubes in it and, like, turn that fucker on. I got 2 other fans going. Man, if you can sleep in the Persian Gulf, you can sleep anywhere, right? You know? I mean, I'm a little older now, so it's getting tougher, but, you know.
You'll sleep when you get tired enough.
You just got to want it bad enough or drink enough beer. There's your 2 options.
Well, yeah, you can definitely boost it along. Accelerate the mood.
Like I told her, I was like,
so it doesn't cool down a room like it says?
Well, I used it, and the plus and the minus of that. And I should do a video on this thing, to be honest. But
yes,
the plus and the minus is, I used it in my car at work one time, and I decided not to use it in my car, at least not with the water in it. It's a decent fan by itself. There are better fans, but it's as just a fan, it's acceptable, you know. But one, it leaks. It is leaky. So like I use a little baking sheet that I put it on, because water comes out of it. It condenses water like crazy. You know what I mean? And water's just coming out of everything because it's just blowing like water vapor all over the place. And if all the little vents that are in the front of it, it'll get water condensation and it'll run off and it'll drip and like, you know. So the other thing is it creates an incredible amount of humidity. So in my car, when I was using it, everything was wet. Like I was sticking to the leather seats, like to the point where like it was like my skin was Velcro, because it was like so like moist that like, you know, I would like lean my head back and I'd go to turn and like my cheek would still be stuck to the seat and it would go and it'd like rip off, you know. And I was like, oh man, this is bad. And I was thinking like, if I use this thing every day, I'd probably get mold in my car, you know. Like it was just, it was just too much, you know? So I was like, okay, that's now, and the shit hit the fan, okay? If you got your windows cracked and your moonroof open and you're using cami nets and shit, that thing running off a cell phone charger would be like the bee's knees, but that's not how I'm doing it. I'm not at that point. So
Eric said, bug out, sleep in your truck. I've taken many naps in my truck. Never underestimate the comfortableness of my truck.
oh, dude, I spend all day in my truck, but what I don't have over where I'm at is a garage or a carport. So I have ultraviolet radiation going straight in those windows. The inside of my car will be 200 degrees by you know, in like what, probably 4 more hours, you know. So I would die if I slept in my truck right now, you know. And if I rolled the windows down, if I rolled my windows down and went to sleep, it would look like I had monkeypox by the time I woke up because the mosquitoes would just destroy me because it's been raining. So that's a no-go.
So we did that, man, I don't know, that was one of them hurricanes probably like 20 years ago or something, because the kids, well, maybe 15 to 20, somewhere in there. But where we were at, we would stay because we were out for a couple of weeks of power there. But with the kids being little, boy, they get agitated quick. So we spent a lot of time, we had a van and just would go out there and I'd run it with the air conditioner and we'd run movies and just had bean bags and shit, comforters all up in the, it's kind of like a little single room. We'd hang out there during the heat of the day.
Oh man, if you know, there's so many things that I could do. Like when there's no power, my back porch, it's on the friendly side of the sun, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I mean, if I put a and I'm talking right now, like as it stands, if I had a really good, and we got some like kind of astronaut chairs out by the fire pit, and if I really gave a shit and this was going to be a couple more days, I'd go grab one of those, put it on the back porch, and I would sleep there. But this is only going to be, it sounds like, one more night, so, or day, I guess, you know, whatever. One more sleep until it's over. So
What it is the repair dude called and said that the part won't be in until to like Tuesday or Wednesday. But then Bug Out's wife, because the guy said that there was a more expensive piece that he could get, so she just said, yeah, get it. So that's what was taking so long, that we're waiting on a part. But now that shit's all been accelerated. So now Mrs. Bug Out says no today. So the guy's supposedly on his way out there to fix their shit.
Well, he's got some other job he's on, so it's going to be like after I'm asleep. Once I fall asleep, you know, of course the phone's going to ring and he's going to go, oh, does this dog bite? He's going to say all the other dumb shit that people say. My dog loves when people come over because she just stares at him and she's like, get out of the car, motherfucker. See what happens.
Right. Monty said the part's out on the ship. It's like that.
Well, the part that they wanted to get is out on the ship. You are 100% correct.
Yep. It won't be coming in anytime soon. Hey, did you hear about the volcanoes the past week or so? Italy, Philippines, Russia.
I'm surprised that humans, or maybe they can. I'm just saying, like, you know, all these fires are precariously things that could have been avoided. So we must have found a way to start a volcano, is all I'm saying.
Well, I think it's the one in Italy, too, is actually putting lava out. I think it was that one.
Italy kind of has a bad rap with volcanoes if you are a student of history.
Well, they say something about the Russian one. Was it the Russian one? The last time it erupted, they think that's what caused the demise of the Roman Empire. Was the blackout and some 2 degrees in Celsius drop in temperature caused the crop thing and then a famine?
Yeah. Well, you know, the sun is crazy, man, how it works. Like, you know, a solar flare was what caused all the Irish to come here because they had a potato blight that was caused by a sunspot or a solar flare, and their crops didn't. You know, they had a famine pretty much. So.
Oh, Monty said Pompeo. Oh yeah, Eric said bug out. Getting a window AC is an option.
Yeah, I thought about getting a floor unit, to be honest. And actually, I'm going to. I almost got one before, and then we just ordered 2 mini splits, and it's not for here. They're for other little projects I got going on around the property here. But I almost bought a floor unit because I said, hey, we could use this floor unit anywhere if we had to. And I didn't buy it, and then this happened. And what that was life telling me, dude, buy the floor unit, you know? Because the AC can go out anywhere, and I can plug the damn thing in, and it might not be the best AC in the world, but it's an AC. And dude, right now I'm at the anything is better than nothing stage, you know?
Cooler is better than hotter.
So, yeah. I'm gonna do that because I went to that Ollie store not too long ago, and I don't know. I told myself I was gonna make a video about the stuff I bought there, and I don't think I did, or maybe I did. I don't know. I can't remember. I don't remember what I do and what I don't do. What I just think about. But
it's like, was that just a thought, or did I actually do that?
I went to that Ollie store, which is like a Big Lots kind of deal. You know what I mean? And I was like, yeah, I'm going to go here. I'm going to throw some money down. And here's what I'm going to pick up. But I think there's a little Telegram chat with preppers that I'm on. Telegram is awesome if you're a prepper, by the way. A whole lot of prepper shit on there. But I said, yeah, I'm going to put this on this little Telegram group that I'm in. And I'm going to show everybody what I picked up. Because I got a couple books. Got some books, got some stuff, you know, between like gardening shit and this and that and whatever, you know, got some crap going on anyway, you know what I mean? And, but when I was there, I saw these floor AC units that were on like overstock markdown. And I was like, man, you know, first of all, I was impressed by the low BTU rating. Everybody's like, well, you want more BTU rating. And it's like, no, because if we're preppers and we want to run something off of like a solar generator, we want it to be as little power as possible, you know, which is the SEER rating of said AC unit. I get that. But if it's a 5,000 BTU system, even if it's a horrible SEER rating, it's only a 5,000 BTU system. So like, you know, you could run that off of a goal zero generator if you had to, you know what I mean? And so needless to say, I was kind of in my head, I was going like, man, I should get one of these, you know, like this could be one of my apocalypse answers because dude, AC, man, people are talking about ammo and food. Man, I'm past all that shit. I'm thinking about how do I run an AC unit when this shit goes down, you know? Like that's what I'm worried about, you know?
Well, Hoodow was actually saying no floor unit if you think that mini leaks water, oh brother. But then Katrina says, I have a floor unit. It doesn't leak at all. Find one that uses...
Yeah, put a hose in it.
The self-cool, uses the water to self-cool unless you have the dehumidifier on it. It doesn't even collect water.
Yeah, and I don't really care about a dehumidifier would be nice here, to be honest. But see, I had a dehumidifier when I lived up north. I ran a hydroponic system in my basement, and like that place would have been a tropical forest with mold and fuzz and lichen, and dude, it would have looked like the Everglades if I didn't have a big giant dehumidifier. And it actually had a connection where you just put a garden hose to it, and I just ran it to the drain that was in the basement, and it was like problem solved, you know? I actually made, I had the fab guy at the place I was working at the time make
basically a replica of the drain for my drain in the basement, and then I had him put a hole in it and run a hose thread into it. So I just ran a hose out of the dehumidifier, screwed it into the drain plug, so like if a python went through my drainage pipe, it couldn't like get in and like eat everybody while they're sleeping or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if at least they ate you, they wouldn't get it back out.
But yeah, I actually, and dude, the guy that bought the house, he bought it on a VA loan, so it was some kind of veteran. But when he did the tour of the house, he said, leave the dehumidifier and the drain. Like that was in the paperwork at the bottom of stuff that he was talking about. He wanted the gun safe and he wanted the dehumidifier and the drain plug. Like, the house was built in like 1900. So I'm like, there's not a house that I'm ever going to find that's going to have a similar drain plug to that, like what was in that basement. So of course I was going to leave it, but whatever. He didn't know that.
Damn.
And the gun safe that I had in there, there was a spare bedroom that we had, and I actually built like they weren't load bearing walls, but I actually built walls around the gun safe because I was like, I don't want anybody to get in here and pry this thing out. Like this, I'm going to make this the hardest thing to get it because it was a crime area. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It turned into the opiate crisis really was not kind to that neighborhood that I was living in. When I bought the place, it was like almost a senior citizen neighborhood, but all the senior citizens died or moved out right when I got there, of course. And all their shitty kids took over all the buildings, and it just became a drug neighborhood. And probably 4 years after I got the place, it was just a cesspool.
Dang.
And I was stuck in a drug neighborhood. Like, damn, man. Like, here I am. Never thought I'd be here. I'm in the drug game, but I'm not using drugs. I'm just stuck in it.
I'm just in the middle of it.
Yeah, dude. I'd go to run. Because I was a contractor. I got to run. I got PT tests and all that shit. I would run, and because I had like a haircut like a regular dude, and I would run, they were like, well, who runs? Cops run.
He's the popo.
And these gangsters would be like, hey man, what are you doing? And I would stop and I'd look at them and I'd be like, are you fucking serious? Like, what does it look like I'm doing? Like, dude, I'm washing dishes for the space shuttle. Like, I'm fucking running, you dumbass,
Later, Yankee brother. Don't work too hard. Be safe.
I'm getting mad just thinking about it. Sorry. But, yeah, they'd be like, what are you doing? And I'm like, the guy jogging with the jogging stuff on, with the shoes and the running shorts and all that. And you really don't know what I'm doing.
Right.
Well, it's just weird, man. You run around here a lot. Well, I mean, I live 3 doors down from you, you fucking retard. Like, I see you every day. Like, you know who I am, dude. You see me every single day when I'm taking groceries out of my car, but whatever.
I'm imitating Forrest Gump right now. What's it look like I'm doing?
Exactly.
My wife calls me a smartass all the time because I go in there and she goes, what you doing? And I say, I think I'm building a house. And she'd be like, oh, whatever, you smartass. Go back in the kitchen another time. What are you doing? No, I'm working on a car.
Dude, I bought a Ruger LCP just because of those gangsters, man. Those guys were kind of aggressive. So then when I was running and I'd run by and they'd be like, what are you doing? I'd walk right up to them and go, oh, you got a problem, man? You don't like me running? Because it's like, if these dudes like fucking mouth off to me, I'm just going to shoot every single one of them,
You're going to get got like Tupac with 2 locks.
So you can tell Bug Out doesn't need to play Minecraft, does he?
Well, they're gangsters. The cops would have believed me, They would have pulled out all their little shitty high points, and I just would have been like, there's 1, there's 2, there's 3, extra credit. That guy was running, I was fearing for my life.
No, earlier I typed in Pompeii.
Yeah.
Pompeii.
Yeah.
Krakatoa is another good one, man.
Where's Vesuvius?
Same area.
That's what I was thinking.
Vesuvius was the volcano that Pompeii was hit by.
Oh,
and there was another town, or was it Krakatoa? Krakatoa and Vesuvius are like rather close to each other. Dude, Italy's got real bad volcano luck, man. That's all I gotta say.
Krakatoa's been fixing the fire off again.
Yep. If you see me running, someone better get what's chasing me. Yeah, you just got to run faster than the guy behind you.
Well, that's not me anymore. I need to start running again, but I need to start doing anything again. I work out a little tiny bit, man, but my cardio has suffered so bad.
Well, that's why carrying is handy, because then if you can't run faster than the other guy, then you shoot him in the leg, because then you can run faster than he can.
Well, dude, that's why I don't carry, to be honest. I mean, I have a CCW, I have a concealed carry license, but I hardly ever carry because and for the liability of it, I'm serious, man. If some dumbass did some shit like some mass shooter stuff where I was at, I would kill the guy, you know?
Yep.
And then the cops are going to ask me, they're going to come to my house and shoot my dog, and they're going to like go, why do you own guns? And then they're going to put me in jail and make me explain myself, and I got to go to court and I lose my job. I'd just rather escape the place, let the guy kill everybody, and get out and go to work the next day. That's my plan, you know? I mean, I'm serious, man. I don't want to be a hero for these idiots. These people, man, they made their choices. They made their bed. We almost deserve this shit by now, dude. You know, if you think about it, like, we look the other way. They pass these fucking gun laws. They keep putting people on SSRIs and all these psychoactive drugs. Everyone's getting their wiener cut off. It's like, man, we have fostered mental illness to the point where it's our main export to the rest of the world right now with Disney and all this other crap that's playing ball with it. It's like, man, and you wonder why these people are shooting everybody. They're crazy, you know? Like, we're not addressing crazy. Like, and I'm just like, you know what? Let these crazy people that want to tolerate crazy, they want to foster it, they want to pretend like it's normal. You can pretend like it's normal when it's shooting you in the face when you're at the discount store, because I know how to get away. You know, I know how to stop the threat, but I also know how to evade the threat. And it's just, that's the choice I'm going to take. You know, the times that I carry is when I can't get out, dude. When I go into a gas station and it looks a little shady, I'll stick my gun in my pants, you know? And by the way, I don't use a holster. I have a clip on the gun.
Goes
because
inside.
I carry so infrequently that I don't even bother with a holster. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would just be dumb if I had a holster, because like I put my gun in my pants so not often that to even have a holster in the car is almost like I feel stupid even putting one there. And I got one sitting on the table. I just don't use it, you know? The clip is good enough for me.
You got people down there eating people's faces off.
Well, dude, it's, you know, I mean, people do crazy shit. And dude, like this gas station down where I'm at, man, I walked outside one time and these two guys were fighting with, like, one guy had like a bike chain and the other dude was using like a backpack or something. And they were like 2 cars away from my car, you know? I got my car, I started it, you know? They started getting close to my car, I honked the horn, and they went the other direction, and I was like, smart, you know? It's like, you know, if I get out of this car, it ain't gonna be what you want it to be. You know what I mean?
Have you seen the magnet that attaches in your vehicle by the top of the slide?
Yeah, I have. And actually, I know some people that love that thing, and I know some people that have not been so impressed with it, and I don't know who to believe, man.
Really?
I think it might depend on the gun that you have and like how the slide architecture is.
Right.
There's a dude that I know.
Morning, Kim.
The one that he has, it's slotted. He can actually rack the gun while it's in the thing before he breaks it out.
That's the one I'm talking about.
And then I know another guy, he says when he hits fucking washboards on a dirt road, his gun falls off and goes under his brake pedal and he can't stop. So I'm like, yeah, that kind of sucks, you know?
Hoot Owl said they did a disservice when they closed mental institutions.
They really did. Hoot Owl's knocking it out of the park right there, man, because this is when all this stuff started, you know. And I'm telling you, like, we have an addiction problem. We do. But the mental illness with the addiction problem is really our problem, if you know what I'm saying. People that have chosen not to participate in society and just get high instead, you know.
Well, yeah, we cater to them now.
Well, what do you do? You know?
Well,
you know what? You need, if you want to, if there's that damn many, then you put an area in and go, there you go. You can just self-sustain. And whatever happens. But if you want to be,
you know what we should do?
Rescue societies. Well, then you know what, you need to pull your weight.
I don't normally do this for free, but I thought about it for 3 seconds and I thought of the solution to your problem. And I'm going to give it to you free of charge. Okay.
Ellis Island.
No, even better. We're going to blow a whistle in a referee outfit and we're going to have halftime switch president day. And we'll get Filipino President Duterte to come over here, and we're going to have him address the mental illness crisis in America, while Biden goes over there and works on their drug problem.
To see the ones with mental illness, when they're in addiction, it don't help. It doesn't help. It
no, and
that's why they have the addiction.
Right.
You have an addiction because you have a mental health problem.
There are people that it's like they're not dangerous, okay? So they're not killing people and making skin suits out of like fat chicks or nothing, and they're not like raping people, but they're clearly like they can't function in society. And when they got rid of what used to be called asylums or mental health facilities or whatever, they got rid of these places that these people would be in. But they really, I think in its absence, we've learned that maybe the flavor that we had before isn't quite what it should have been. But I clearly see the demand for that place because you look at all these tents. Look at Paris, dude. I mean, like even Paris is like loaded with this shit. It's not just America. And dude, it's like we need these places. And I'll tell you what, take my tax money. Take it, you know, like clean these streets up, clean them up. I will pay for that with my taxes.
It's not gonna clean up anything, Bug-Out, because if you don't address the actual issue, which is the nucleus family, the moral compass, the drive, bringing self accountability. If you don't address any of that, then nothing else is gonna really. That's the thing. It's like,
but that's a symptom that's bleeding. Stop the bleeding, restore the breathing, treat the wound, and protect for shock. Right? We're bleeding on the drugs and the mental illness and the homelessness right now. We're bleeding
but they've
out.
Already set the wrong narrative. You can't do that. I mean, hell, they did that with methadone clinics that basically sent the message of just, you don't have to stop.
Yeah.
Just go here. That's all.
It's part of solving the problem, though. You know, like we have to find a place where we do solve the problem, but living in a tent on the streets is not where you're going to solve the problem. Like, that's not where we want to have that fight because the darkness is going to win there. You see what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, I could see. I mean, I personally, now there's my 2 cents when it comes to it. You go drive through Houston down there, I guarantee you I could go down there and find you a good 150 vacant buildings that are at least 3 stories or more. And you figure, well, wait a minute, why is that? Well, then those could easily be commandeered since they seem to do shit with the right-of-way crap for roads. Well, go ahead, and the shit's been vacant for damn decade. They're not doing anything. Well, use that shit. Put them. I could see that. But see, you're just.
And the next stage,
you would have to do that with the other in plan.
But what are you going to do with it? Is the next thing.
Well, and that's where the other part kicks in, because then that becomes the seed work. Is the moral compass and the fortitude and the self accountability. You know, check
this out. You're going to love this, man. I just thought of this one too. And this one's free also. But if you're in that boat, you then need to decide what your residency is, because you'll be treated in the state that you're from, right? And if you're a guy that's from Wyoming that went to Oregon because they let you have a safe injection site or something, you know what I mean? Like, you need to choose what state you're from, because that's the state you're doing it in. You know, you're not leaving. You're gonna be there. And that's where every state will get federal assistance, but they need to figure out what their game plan is going to be, and it has to get approved by the federal government.
But see,
And
that's what used to happen, Bug Out. It used to be
it
that
is,
way.
but we're not doing it anymore.
No, because it didn't work
I-
for the system. The greed takes over. There's more money if you'll just go ahead and relapse 40 times before you OD, because then
There's
we
another
keep
problem.
getting federal money. See,
And
why get
then
you
that's
better? It's
another
kind of like
problem.
a doctor giving you medicine. A doctor doesn't give you medicine to cure the thing. He just gives you medicine to sustain you while you feel whatever it is.
But I also think we should have a certain amount of strikes and you're out, you know, like, and believe me, man, I've quit smoking enough times that I kind of sweat when I hear that, because I know if I ever got on like real drugs, like I'd be screwed. You know what I mean? So I do say that with a certain amount of like lump in my throat, where, I mean, at a certain point, we're wasting money on you, you know?
Yeah.
And
that's the prison system's the same thing, dude. It should be self-sufficient. It's not supposed to be a place that's happy. You should make sure that people aren't abused, but it shouldn't be comfortable. And there's no reason why it should be, you know, because if anytime you kind of give up some shit when you break rules, especially when you're totally competent of knowing those rules, you're choosing
Dude,
to see. There's
well,
that
what I'm
excuse
saying-
thing we do again.
I'm saying, like, you know, they're like, we want cable television in prison. I'm like, okay, let's get cable television
Don't need it.
from 2001 and play 2001 cable television in the prison. And they'll
No,
go,
you shouldn't
what the
even-
hell,
shouldn't even
man?
watch it. You
We're
shouldn't
like,
even
oh,
watch
you
TV, Bug Out. See,
You got the
lost
cable
that.
television.
That's
They're
a
like,
privilege out here for the working person that pays a cable bill. See, the only thing, if you go there, you should be doing is you should be mowing the grass. You should get up and they should have a job for you to do every day. Every person
Education too, man.
should be going to work, doing something on that system, just like it used to be, where you went out there and you beat the ground, you planted the cotton, you planted the cucumbers, you planted the tomatoes, because that's the shit that was going to be in the kitchen, and that was the clothes that you were going to put on, because they were going to the garment factory. Everything was self-sustaining. Texas was that way.
Dude, I think
then they got greedy, and the money kicks in, and then all of a sudden it all falls. Well, the drug thing was the same way back in the beginning of the let's get sober shit. You know, you had Palmer drug abuse program, Narcotics Anonymous was coming out, Alcoholics Anonymous was now picking up speed, kind of getting something, and people approach that. Well, sinners would approach that as in, okay, we're going to get you clean, we're getting you sober, let's show you a better view of life and encouraged in you. So when you got sober, you also learn how to go do things better, to better yourself, to be a productive part of society. And then, but the money, because it's kind of like everything else. Well, if we fix you and you go out and get sober and don't relapse, well, shit, man, money's limited. We need this revolving door. So come on in, look at these 12 steps. Yeah, okay, yeah. Man, relapse, come back in. Sure, it's kind of just falls into the college degree thing we were talking about. Falls into pharmaceutical shit.
No, it's true, man. But look, here, let's put it this way. That guy on the street, okay, he's going to create victims, because he's going to have a habit that you and I working all day long couldn't support, and this guy's going to have no job and he's going to support that habit. So how the hell is he going to do it, right? There's a whole myriad of problems that get opened up there. They're going to be stealing, doing some shit that nobody would probably ever admit to doing, if you know what I mean. And I'm talking about the wiener stuff. They're going to be doing some shit they would never ever want to talk about ever again afterwards. They're going to be stealing stuff. They're going to be robbing people. They're going to be doing whatever they got to do, because they're going to make that payment, dude.
But you can only help people that want to be helped. So you have to go in and decide right out the gate where the line's going to be, because you can only help. Otherwise, you're just perpetuating the problem, because you're fixing to try to grab all of them and do it. Well, you're going to here goes the cycle of the thing. So at some point at the beginning,
and let me say this,
draw a
though,
line and go, only those that want it here.
And allow me to say this too, man, because I mean, I do have experience with addicts, but I also defer that the lion's share of experience on this topic is going to you. I'm not telling you that you're wrong. Like, I would never do that, because like, you were way deeper into this shit than I ever could go. You know what I mean? But so it's not, dude, if I'm counterpointing you. It's not that I'm saying that you're wrong. Just know that.
Fine.
Yeah.
You might get mad when I say this, but it's okay. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, even if we're throwing money into a facility where there's a guy who's going to go in there 17 times, if that's 17 times that he's in there and he's not robbing little old ladies at their social security checks, I hate to say this, man, because the me 10 years ago would say F that, but the me today, the tired, wore down, we're not winning this battle me, is saying, F it, man. Just put them in the freaking place, you know? Like, get them off the street so they can't cause more damage to people. Here's the thing.
Well, because if you're going to go ahead and open up, now here's where the hardcore part comes. So all I can tell anybody in chat is be prepared. Because I'm a realist too. So
are people going to hate you when you say this?
You know, this is a good chance. I don't know. This might actually be a perspective changer, but you know, sorry, but no. So at what point do you limit that door of that? Well, I don't really want to do anything, because that's what you're really saying. See, you don't want to draw a line because of the severe choice of on the other side of that line. And you know what? If your asses don't want to participate and you choose not to, then you walk your ass on that side of this fence. You're not coming over here. And if you know what, whatever happens to you happens. And what, you know, and if it just, there has to be a point when people are accountable. And if you're doing this, and if you're going to die, then you're just going to die. If you're going to starve, you're going to starve.
Yeah.
There has to be that reality to things. But
here's
the
my thing,
problem
man,
is that somewhere along the way, when we used to have platforms in town squares to say what was not appropriate behavior, these are not appropriate actions, it ain't happening, and these are the consequences. Somewhere, at some point, this little heart came out this door and they said, gosh, that just seems so harsh. And from then on, it's been an ongoing problem. Sometimes, you know,
okay,
you can make a million freaking cars, but that doesn't mean all 100 million of them were perfect. So, and you don't spend the next 20 years trying to figure out what went wrong with that one.
I see where our disconnect is, dude. You're talking about the user. I'm talking about the victims of the crimes the user is going to commit.
Yeah. But you're either going to get clean or you're not committing no more problems.
And dude, this is stuff we got some wide open territory, like how they decide to resolve a habitual offender that has absolutely no drive to get clean. Well, dude, let the pros deal with that. But what I'm saying is, like, you know, there's plenty of people that I know, and I've actually had a little bit of both, okay, in my life. I've had some friends that, looking back, I could have told you that they were going to be a drug addict when they were in the first grade. You know, like, you give them some powdered donuts or some Halloween candy, or you give them anything, and they just went too much. They went too crazy with it, and they made an ass of themselves. And I'd be sitting here looking at my other friends going, what the hell's wrong with that kid? You know? Well, later on, you get to the party years, and it's like, you know, hey, you can smoke a little bit of that, you know, and there's all kinds of stuff you can do a little bit of. You can put a toe in the pool here or there, but you don't ever want to swim in that stuff because that's bad. And they dive right in, and you're like, dude, you can't do that, you know? And sure enough, man, they start making other friends, and they start getting harder to find. And when it's time to go to band practice, you can't get them on the phone. And the next thing you know, they're heroin addicts, you know? And
Damn.
And you're like, dude, I told you, called it. But then I also know some guys that, you know, happen to, and this happened to a couple dudes I know, they received wounds and damage, and they were put on a opiate course to deal with pain, and they had a persistent problem where the pain wasn't necessarily ever really going to go away, and then their prescriptions ran out, And now they had what probably was an addiction to opiates that they didn't know because, hey, I was prescribed it, so it's fine, right? You know that one.
The doctor
And then
said it was okay.
they still have the pain, and now they're cut off from the prescription, and they more than likely have an addiction to those opiates.
Yep.
And then what do? Like now it's like time to figure out a solution, you know? And
they turn to illicit drugs because they're cheaper.
Man, they'll return to anything that brings that to the table.
And you know, about half of the friends that I had that turned to drugs that way, half of them, they found that part of them that could pull them out of that, and the other half shot themselves. You know, it's like about 50-50 once you're in that boat, you know. I'm no statistician or anything, but that's about seems the odds from what I can gather.
TT1 says, I've been watching for the last 30 minutes. Y'all are going deep. I went to a treatment program. It helped me, but I put in the work. Bushido was looking from the victim's point of view.
Well, yeah, and no, here's the thing, man. Like, I totally get, one, you know, the recidivism rate for things like, and dude, Monty, like, you have beat the odds. You know what I mean? Like, you know, the odds were not in your favor. Actually, you too, Rescue. The odds do not smile on people that are divorcing that particular.
But see, here's the thing, Bug Out. What dictates the odds? It's because the effort to go into it has transferred the other way. So now it seems that the odds are against you, but really, the odds weren't against you at the beginning. Now the system just wants to make money off of you. So yes, now it's fully against you. But we've got it that way.
Dude, the system has nothing to do with it.
It's the greed. It's the whole treatment. It's like the dude you were talking about, the Dr. C, and you had that example, and then went to heroin. Well, that shit really does happen.
No, yeah, it definitely does.
That's the easiest way for them to do is just go, oh, you hurt this? Well, here, you're this. Here, just take this, especially any pain. Nobody even digs into pain management. That's even a joke of a term, pain management. Look at that. And that's a self-created one. 30 years ago, there was no such shit as pain management.
Right.
No,
that's a
true.
created one because now we can justify giving you dope. And it's not going to fix anything. Instead of like either trying to fix maybe an issue, or if you are having constant pain, going with a more natural remedy, teaching you a behavior and a style, a mental program, because you're going to be taking something routinely. We don't address none of that shit. Oh, it's written in paper. It's in a book and it's on a shelf somewhere, so that way, if anybody ever corners somebody's happy ass, they whip out some little doctor book shit and they go, no, see? And it's like, but that's not what's practiced. What's practice is, oh, damn, my foot is hurting. I was mowing the grass. Oh, well, here you go. Let me give you this. This will be all right. Well, all of a sudden now that person wants more. Well, guess what? That ankle continues to hurt even when it doesn't. And then all of a sudden the doctor might finally go, hey, you know, damn, that ankle is looking fine. Okay, and give them a week or two, something else is wrong. So you either create a hypochondriac, that's why I said the system.
Yeah, you're right. And the word that you're looking for is legitimizing. They have legitimized capitalizing on the drug trade. They basically became direct competitors to the illicit drug market.
Yeah. And it's all the commodities are us. And those that can survive, fine. If you can't, and you're a redundant cycle, cool.
But it's, you know, I don't know, man, because yes, I mean, you're right. But at the same time, like, I feel like I got to say this, you know, it's just like, there's some dudes that I knew, they were pretty effed up for a while there, you know, and like, I totally do not blame the medical industry for just throwing stuff at those guys at the point where they were all, you know, when Humpty Dumpty's getting put back together, I'm like, okay, yeah, you might want to dope that guy up because he looks pretty freaking bad. You know, like, I didn't think this dude was going to live, and like, he has a face again. That's weird, but okay, you know. But then it's like, how do you go from that to not being on that? How do you transition? The transition is what they don't have mastered, and that's the part that
Well, they have no motivation for it. They're making money. They have no
you're
desire
right.
to help you
Now that is
transition.
the system. But dudes like picking up crank at a biker party or something, like there's no prescription for that. You know what I mean? And
No,
that's like
that's
a
called.
different way to come about it.
Well, that's why I personally. Now that's when if you make a choice, then you've hit bottom, and then that was you. That was your soul knocking on your door, your brain telling you that it wants to stop. And if you don't pay attention, but then that's most of the time people that OD'd or something extreme usually happens because that was the knock. Or you get the other side, and that's all perspective. Because see, then sometimes people get locked up, and that's how you can look at it. I personally, when it happened to me, I looked at it as God's way of saving me, giving me a chance to reset and to get my breath. So I did, and there's moments, but see, at one point it comes to the person. The person has to want to. I've sat here and watched hundreds. Oh, and they started out. I've watched people start out because something severe, but it wasn't really in them. They were reacting to something. Oh, I'm going to lose my family. I'm going to lose my job. So they really didn't want to get sober. There was a reason why they were doing it, and it didn't have an anchor in them to actually hold them through. And that's actually what happens most of the time with people with addiction problems.
Yeah.
If
actually, it's funny you would bring that up because it was maybe 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago now. It was on New Year's Eve, man. There was a friend of mine, and I didn't realize exactly what was happening with this guy until after it was over. And I was trying to go through the pieces of all this with this dude's wife, and man, it was bad, dude. Like, he went out on New Year's Eve, all the fireworks were going off, and he went out behind his house down by where their trash cans were, and he freaking blew his brains out with a 45, right? And he went out, and she was in the house, dude. She wasn't like gone or anything. She was like, "Hey, where are you going?" And she walked out, and she heard the sound, and right as she heard the sound, she ran around the corner, and he was like just bleeding out, like in the bad way, you know what I mean? And she was holding him when it happened, and then she had to run in and get her phone and call 911 and all that stuff. Well, anyway, fast forward, that's kind of depressing. But anyway, turns out the dude he was like on his last strike for forever on his job because he was like screwing up at his job because he was starting to get high at work and stuff. And like, he already had an incident that he had contested that he knew he was going to lose his job. He had lost his license because he was messing around with some other girl he was getting high with, that his wife had no idea about, and he had gotten so many traffic citations that he kept hidden from her that his license was already gone and she didn't know it, right? And then God, there was something else too, and I forget what it was. Something about dad, but like, it was a culmination where the guy was just like, dude, it's all about to collapse all around me, and he just was like, I just gotta check out, pretty much. You know what I mean?
So was this just like a character thing? Like, he just had, from youth on up, he just ended up developing issues, or did he is this a vet dude that had like?
Yeah, but he did he did have a little hairy point about maybe 15 years before that, and so he kind of fell into a slump at one point through the VA and got out of it. But then I think man, I don't know. I'm trying to put pieces together like forensically here, but I think
that's cool.
He was married for a long time, and I think he found some young piece of tail and got tempted on that, and then that just opened the door to all the other temptations, and he just picked right back up where he left off. You know what I mean? And
well, it sounds like, I'm assuming then he was, because you said VA, so then a vet, so he basically wasn't getting any kind of therapy to deal with anything when he came back.
No, man, but I'll tell you, like, I talked to that guy about as much as I talked to you, I mean, like, I talk to him pretty regularly. Like, and if it wasn't spoken, it was like through messages and stuff. Like, it's not like if the guy had a problem and he wanted to reach out to somebody, he couldn't have. But instead, what he did was he started getting bitter and started almost attacking me, you know, to the point where like I kind of like I sort of started avoiding him because I was like, man, this dude. And he started because he had my wife on social media too, because he'd been to my house a million times, you know what I mean? And he started going after her a lot of times. And she is kind of like an absolutist, you know, when she says something, she's like, she doesn't know how to, she's not very good at like being moderate and how she words things, you know? So the two of them were fighting a lot online. And I was going, come on, man. Like, you can't put me in the middle of this, dude. Just chill out. Like, fucking ignore her or something. You know what I mean? And he was going, oh, man, it's the principle of the matter. I got to stand up for what's right, blah, blah, blah. And I was going, oh, God, this dude. What I didn't know was he was high the whole time he was talking to me, you know? Dude was just out of his mind, you know? And so I kind of like, almost like, you know, with the dangerous situation, you know, which that we really don't know what happened with him. But what I'm saying is like, you know, I was kind of like, man, like, it's this thing is not like how it used to be, man. You gotta get it back. And he was going like, well, dude, it is what it is. I don't give a fuck. And then I started kind of like not coming around. We would text each other, but I wouldn't like, you know, like if you and I had a falling out kind of, it's like, you know, we would still text each other every couple days, but like I wouldn't be showing up, if that makes any sense. And that's kind of where we were when it happened. And I felt really bad, but at the same time, I was like, man, like, fuck, I don't know. I thought dangerous was like falling off on some drugs or something. You know, that's what it seemed like. But maybe he was just dying. You know, I don't know, man. We'll never know, I guess. But I was going like, fuck, man, this is like kind of sad, you know. And I was like, I don't know what to do. And that was, you know. And I had said that to Virginia at one point. I was like, man, I don't like where this is going. And I didn't like that cough that he had either, which I had tried to address with him a couple times. And he just told me to fuck off whenever I brought it up. But
well, see, because that's, I got to say, when it comes to recovery and doing that addiction, that's why that first step is always the hardest, because not only do you have to admit some flaw in yourself, but it kind of is fixing to acknowledge just how low you thought of yourself, and that reality starts to kind of hit you. So it kind of, that's why that first one, when you really take it, and that's why my wife, I can pretty much over the years now, I can talk to somebody, I watch their face and I can listen to the words, and it'll be like, nope, this is relapse. Because you can tell when it's genuine, when it hits them and they're wanting, like, look, man, I don't know what to do. I just know I don't want to do this anymore. See, because there's the moment, and it's that philosophy, it's that way of thought. You have to bounce that bottom to where you say, look, man, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. All I know is I don't want to do this anymore. So let me find a way out. And, oh, hey, you know what? I sat in this meeting. I liked what you said. Can we buddy up? You know, can I talk to you? And most people that have been on the other side go, you got it, brother. I'm right here. So then you have to humble yourself, because now this is a person you've established a connection with. And this is, if you're really true and you want out, then every time you have that moment, that feeling, whatever the hell, you call them. And see, there's the next hardest part, because now you have to open your shit up, because now I have to call Bug out and I have to go, dude, I don't know what the fuck. I'm just feeling so anxious. I'm so wild. And you have to be able to listen to that and then respond and kind of get me to go, okay, no, I got this. And I make it through another few hours, and then shit, I'm panicking and I call you. See, those little interactions of humanity and empathy are slowly disintegrating in our society. So the people that are going to take those steps and work with people like that are becoming fewer and fewer. And unfortunately, in the professional level, that shit's out the door. It's all about salary and money, and it's just hours, quota times. So it's that slow interaction. It's the little, you know what? It's almost like it's going back to the old original AA days, where it's going to be in the Siller little meetings, where it's those little small groups. So those are going to the ones that are going to help pull people out of the shit. Yeah, there you go. Monkey fist, where it used to be the thing back with Palmer Drug Abuse Program, it was the monkey fist, and it was because it represented the first thing that gets thrown from a ship to solid ground.
I went to one time, and they gave me this wooden plug. It says surrender, and the other one it was through alive in recovery through Christ. And then I got this in a 6 month one when I was there. It was
Morning living.
45 minutes one way to this one church, but it was pretty cool. Pretty cool. There was like over 40 to 60 people in that circle, and I was like, I was inundated because I'd never been around that many people that was in recovery.
Morning, Stan.
Because my little group here, we have like 6 or 7 in this town.
But see, and that's it, brother. It doesn't. There's big ones and then there's small ones. It's the act of actually doing it. It's almost like faith, and just like in a Bible thing, it's 2 or more gathered. Well, sobriety's that way. You just.
And Monty, just because he said there's big ones and little ones, it doesn't matter what size you are. Okay, like don't take it that way. I'm sure he didn't mean it like that. That was funny, dude. I don't care who you are. No, dude, actually, but to be serious though, I feel kind of hypocritical even pretending like I am an authority that can even speak on this when you guys are talking about this stuff. So I don't know what to say right now.
Well,
you know what I mean?
No, but in a way you are bug out, because see, you're on the other side of that coin. So that is a key spot to be. You're on the side that doesn't know. So you're actually in the majority of people. So talking back and forth, it's actually you're the very kind of person that needs. Hell, otherwise it becomes the same shit when we talk about the other shit and it's an echo chamber. Well, you're not, because you have a different perspective, because you didn't walk this and see that. What's up, G-Mo?
Well, I know my brother, man. He's disabled. He's in a wheelchair. Can't talk anymore, which is funny because he used to be able to speak 5 languages. It's just kind of irony how the stroke that he had took out that part of his brain, but whatever. But I've noticed, and it's kind of funny, they never took him off of the opiates that he was addicted to. He has the maximum amount of opiates that can be prescribed to a human being right now, and he's on like this big fentanyl patch and some other stuff, and like it's crazy, man. My mom had to put a safe in her house because they give her like a week's worth of it at a time, but it's like his prescription is to the point where like she literally has a fire safe in her house, just for holding that shit.
See, I wonder how much of that keeps him from like not regrowing, but redistributing, using the parts of the brain, just because you're basically dumbed down now. You're just medicated.
And I mean, he's already beaten the odds. Like they said he'll never do this, he'll never do this. And he can communicate, but you have to really be around him because he juxtaposes his words. But yes, dude, I've brought that up a bunch of times. But the whole point is, like, he has no desire to. The only reason why he's on this earth right now, yeah, he enjoys seeing his daughters, but that happens once or twice a year, It's really like he's on earth right now to get high a few more times before it's time for him to go. That's pretty much why he's here, So
the main drive is just get high.
Like he'll get on his wheelchair, he'll roll into the house, and he'll ask my mom what time she's going to work tomorrow. And she's like, I go to work the same time every day, because his brain is like, and it's kind of funny, man, because he literally was Mensa material, you know what I mean? Like before it happened, which was part of the reason why his addiction got him so bad, because he was so functional. He was an IT director for an insurance company, and he was a full-blown drug addict, and like I can only imagine a regular dude probably couldn't juggle the two, you know what I mean? But I don't know, man. I mean, I've been surprised before, but like he'll go in there, ask her what time she has to work, and she'll go, I work at the same time. And he'll be like, so you're going to come in here and give me my stuff, right? Like that's, she's like, yeah. And he's like, cool. And then he leaves, doesn't say anything else. He's like, all right.
He just wants to know about the shit.
When he goes to sleep, he's like, when I wake up, I'll get high again. That's all he gives a shit about,
damn.
Yeah.
See, there's nothing you can do. There's not a damn thing. You're either going to say, okay, this needs to get funded and feed this, and then there you go, kind of contain area, or you just kind of go, well, there you go. I do want to take a quick sec, though, 1 sec, Money, on that. I just want to, so everybody that's listening, just so you know, want to throw this out there real quick, off topic totally, but so Sister Marie, one of the ladies in our community, is having an eye surgery this morning. So if you would, keep her in your thoughts and in your prayers, and as you go throughout the day, just kind of promote that positive vibe for her, thoughts and prayers. Appreciate you. Okay, Money, go.
A while ago, you was talking about like people like Bushido's who I'd need to talk to, right? Well, it's kind of the opposite with me, really. The ones that really fuel my strive to stay clean is seeing the ones that relapse. You know what I'm saying? Because it makes me think, hey, I've been there before. I don't want to do that again. I don't want to be where they're going to be in the next couple days or next month or whatever. That's what fuels my strive for that. Because there's a saying in recovery: you enable the addict, you bury the addict, and that's true. I got a buddy right now. He went through treatment 2 times before me. He was gonna finally kick it in the ass and leave it behind, but this last year and a half, I haven't even hardly talked to him because and I can't go around him because then it puts my recovery in jeopardy. You know what I'm saying? To even try to talk to him into pulling his head out of his butt. But and it's like my adopted brother. That and I
only one of you paid the price for your addiction, though, Money. So
I know
who you got to live for.
That's why I got to do me. I can't do for him. Hey, Riddle.
Hey, what's up, Jeff?
There's another guy right there. He's 10 years sober off of alcohol. Jeff Riddle.
Well, and I'll tell you, that's the one thing I've seen over
Brother
the
from
years.
Another mother.
The worst thing somebody newly recovered out of addiction or alcoholism, either one, or hell, I would think it goes to anything, is don't get too. Sometimes there's always been an energy of freshly sober people, and then they'll want to go and help people, and sometimes it becomes like quicksand a lot of times,
right? And
it'll pull you in. So you kind of got to people, places, and things, and there's a reason why that's a phrase, because until you kind of get to a numb spot, it's kind of like watching first responders when they first start. Everybody's gung-ho, training's training, it's all good. But then the first burnt person, the first fatality wreck, first something, there's always a reaction. Well, sobriety's kind of that way. You get sober, and when you get really sober, when your mind really clears and you start to your change of thoughts and everything, and man, it wants you feel good enough to want to go and help somebody, but you can actually overstep your boundaries and pull yourself over onto the other side without ever knowing it's happening. And I can speak from experience, the more relapses you do, then the harder it gets. And because what you do along the years, what I realized over the years, I learned excuses is what I did. I learned excuses. And anytime I get in a pinch, I learned what they wanted to say. And, that's, you run that. I sat here, we talk about talking with people. I've sat with hundreds of people and done speeches. Hell, I sat there and did it with Frank Beard, the drummer from ZZ Top, in the Astro Hall. I played the whole Pomodoro. I grew up in that whole game. Hell, I started doing hospitals when my parents used to send me because I had anger issues, fixing them. That's why. And so drugs was just an excuse for me, and it put me in a crowd of people. Because here's another problem with addiction. It puts you around people, like-minded people. So if you don't feel accepted somewhere, pick up an addiction, because then the people that have that addiction, they'll welcome you. And so when you feel a loss, you'll go find a gap for that loss. And that's where alcoholics take places in bars a lot of times, because you just, oh, well, people are friendly if I sit here. But this is an alcohol. This is a bar. So it's drink, drink, drink. Or you're at home. You've learned that, okay, I can deal with things better. I just drink, drink. You know, you party, you're going to run that shit. Oh, wow. It's like, oh, you snorted that. Yeah, I snort that shit. Hell, check this out. Oh, wow, what a rush that was. All of a sudden you're running that shit. And that's how it happens. Things are just because you're looking. You got to learn to stop looking. Step back, take a deep breath, and it's really awesome shit is all around you. You just have to change your people, places, and things.
Yep. I mean,
That's how I got in that little bender of having sex with octopus.
Change your people, places, and things.
because there's all 8 arms on you.
And dude, you don't put it in the beak. That thing will cut diamonds. That's all I gotta say.
You know, like you was just saying, rescue. It was my choice to stick that needle in my arm, you know. But whenever I was getting out of jail, when I was getting out of jail, halfway through getting out of jail, I was like, man, I can't wait to get high again. And then once I got out, I was like, yeah, we'll give it a week or two, see how long I can stay clean. And then from there, it's been 3 years and 2 months. A month.
What's up, Hawkeye? Hold on, I'm sorry, 1 sec, money. What's up, Hawkeye? How you been, brother? I kind of been worried about you. I hadn't seen you around for a while, and kind of had me guessing, wondering what was up. So hopefully everything is all right. Your fingers are working because you're here. That's a good sign, unless it's the voice to text. All right, sorry, money. That freaked me out. All of a sudden I saw Hawkeye's name, and it was like, oh hell, I was just asking about him the other day if anybody had heard from him.
You're good.
It's just, man, and seeing, I will say, it's.
I think being in a real small town, well, actually, like both of you are, that would make it like kind of weird in the beginning, but it definitely would make it weird in the end, because like to find someone that could relate to you would be like probably a lot more difficult. I could only imagine, you know.
Believe it or not, Bug Out, most people around here that are successful, which I didn't get sober around here. I mean, I really didn't even. We came up here, it was actually ironic, just weird things, but we had built this house. This was a vacation place. We would just come up. And then it was later that when they moved up here, and then I ended up meeting my wife up here, but I didn't grow up around here. It was after the fact. But most people, since I've been here, most of the successful people with their addictions are the ones that move from here. And then they might come back in 4 years or 5 years. And they come back, and because they've separated from those people that they were around, because it is a small area and it's hard to change your people, places, and things when, well, it's one Walmart. So, you know, you've decided today you're getting sober, you're doing the thing, and guess what? Tomorrow you're going for the loaf of bread, and heaven forbid, look who's standing on the aisle getting a loaf of bread too. That was the dude you used to party down with day before yesterday. Oh shit.
I got you. Yeah.
It's real hard. The only ones that are real successful around here are the ones that they want it. They stay isolated for 90 days, 6 months, kind of get the physical cleanness, and then they move off. They go stay with somebody, or they just move. And it's because you gotta. That's what makes it such a hard thing. You know, I think more people probably come to their knees and are ready, but because of where they're at in the locale, the life and the environment that's already around them, it's like somebody in a HUD housing. You want to get sober? I mean, you live in probably drug central, and most of them I know, as far as the ones down here in Houston. So it's like, how are you going to do that? Well, now you got to try to relocate. Okay, well, if that was easy, you'd have done it before that. So that's now, there's where it's just, man, the problem is so big. And it's on different levels. There is so much greed attached to this too, because it's not like people actually have an intentional drive to fix this.
Yeah.
Morning, Mama Maria. Morning, everybody that's
Black
showed
hole.
up. Good day, good morning, good evening, wherever that's falling for you.
Okay, y'all. I'm gonna still be listening, man, but I'm gonna try to get to sleep a little early because this freaking AC guy is probably gonna wake me up. So, like,
Right
the
on,
sooner I do this, the better off I'm gonna be. Talk about trying to be responsible. I think I need to take a clue. You know what I mean?
It's all good, brother. Get you some rest, hopefully, before it gets the heat of the day, too.
Yeah. I definitely. Hopefully, this thing is all fixed by tomorrow. Let's put it that way. I think I can do one more night of this, but I don't know about two. But anyway, man, I'll see y'all later. See you later, Monty. You guys take it easy.
Later, brother.
Damn, we chased the sober guy right on out of here, Money.
Morning, Mama Red.
Yeah, and hopefully it wasn't too serious for everybody, but it's such a serious issue, and so if you know somebody that's having an issue with something, man, being a lending ear, you don't want to feed into it though, so you need to kind of keep reminding them of the right way, and then help them, see if you can help them find a path to take, and it's not just a drop off at the door kind of thing. It's being there. If there's somebody close to you, reach out and be the one that they can call every hour, every 30 minutes, or whatever it takes for them to not do the shit that they're doing. Because whether it's drinking, whether it's, drugs, whatever. I mean, get them, if you talk to them and you can get them to call you every time that they feel that way, then you can help keep them from that, and you can give them something to work with, because there's nothing in play right now in the system that's designed to actually be beneficial for people. It just feeds their pocketbooks. So it's going to take individuals reaching out.
Yeah.
Actually, not far from me down the road is actually 3 nights a week is an AANA meeting. I think that people, if you have a problem, I think people should go. It's not my forte anymore, but then again, I've been clean for well over 30 plus years. So
that's awesome.
I don't knock people that are recovering. I just don't say recovering anymore. I kicked that shit in the ass, and it's it's been buried and gone for a while. Oh, damn, Hawkeye said I fell down a water retention pit and broke the fuck out of my shoulder. Well, holy moly. Actually, Mama Red, it totally sucked ass. And I was really pissed off when I first started this stream this morning, but I feel better now. Not that anything's changed. I just feel better. I got a shit out of my system. I vented a little bit. But luckily, staring at this screen, dude, my vent was even kind of limited, because I'm like, well, yeah. Find accountable friends to keep you level. That's it, TT1. And by the way, welcome, brother. TT1 in the house. We were just too deep, I guess, earlier. I had to wait till we got back up in the ship on steady platform.
So, about that one link I dropped earlier about the gas in Mendocino, California.
Yeah,
it's the only gas station right there in that little tourist town, right?
But of course.
So here's some numbers. It's actually at $9.60 a gallon. I put it in at $9.20, so I was wrong.
Damn.
Okay, so the owner.
My wife actually texted me and told me the one down here when she filled up on her way to work a while ago was $4.45.
The owner, she paid, this is straight from the New York Post that I'm reading it off of. She paid $50,000 for 8,880 gallon delivery this week, which she has 10 days to pay for. 3 months ago, the same load would have been $30,000. She said if she didn't charge $9.60, she'd be out of business. So And that's there right now. That's not in 2 weeks when the national average is supposed to be $6.20, like Monkey Wars was talking about 2 weeks ago.
It's a collapse.
Yeah. I mean, it's just
D-Dog said, "Hey, Rescue, just got off the Zoom call after 5 hours. Things are moving forward." Hell yeah.
right on, Devil Dog.
See, I think I missed something up here. I'm trying to recuperate from the house right now. Okay. G-Maw got a cousin. Oh, I love that, G-Maw. So you got a cousin who said, "I'm not a drug addict. I go to the methadone clinic." It's like government sponsored.
Or if they're hooked on opioids, it's Suboxone. So, you know, it kind of trading they're kind of trading one thing for the next. In a way.
Dude, I didn't like the methadone program when it first started. I just thought that's not addressing it, man. Y'all are handling this way wrong.
Well,
because in the beginning, dude, you just go. You just go and tell them that you were doing it, and they'd go, "Okay, here," and it's like, holy shit, dude, you got people that are steadily just doing this.
And the people that work at those methadone clinics, they're just there to hand out the little cups of methadone. They're like, here. You know, they're not there to actually help. If you get what I'm saying, they're just there to hand it out. And
well, they just changed the drug. Nobody, I mean, they don't even encourage. You don't even have to like go sit in 30 minutes of therapy or some shit to get it type stuff. You know, you don't even have to sit in a group. You just walk up to a damn window. In some of these places, from what I remember seeing, the one I remember seeing was a window. Literally the damn freaking window. You just walk up and then it's like, here you go. And it's like, wow, really? Just like that. And it was just like, and this is solving what? You know, oh, here, don't take meth, but here, take this amphetamine.
Right. Jeff Riddle.
I mean, when it comes down to it, you got to, I don't know, man. That's where it's stacked against everybody.
See, Riddle says Rescue is right. You can make excuses, you can make things happen, but you can't do both.
That's right. Government wants addiction to keep going more there. It does, because I mean, it's just one. It's the greed, and it's also feeds the other side of everything, because now you're doped up and you're not actually paying attention to any damn thing. And most of the time, if they get you far enough along, you'll just go ahead and follow the herd, because that's where you're going to get your shit.
Man, it's. Are you working?
Such a sad day nowadays. I mean, it's just because it's with everything else going on too, and you just got a whole generation that's, I don't know. Oh, there you go. Eric said, went to 2 AA meetings because a friend invited me after hearing other people's stories. I didn't have a problem. Well, you know what? And I've heard other people, Eric, say something to them, because what it is they were in their little problem because they thought that their shit was so bad, and they're just, man, my world is, and they're doing this a little bit but it was an addiction for them. So it was a problem for them. But they went to some meetings and they heard some people that had really hit a bad rock bottom. And it made them realize that their life was not so bad, but what they had done, they had self-created their own shit. And then it got them sober. And so it happens. And that's actually one thing that I used to encourage. I don't anymore, or I haven't in so long. Hell, I don't really talk to too many people about sobriety anymore because, well, I've been where I've been for quite a while. So people are who they are. But, you know, and when you share your story, it has a powerful outcome. You know, you share your story on the wake up moment for you, kind of where you were at and what kind of woke you up. and got you to rethink, and then kind of the beginning of the path you took, you'd be surprised what those 3 little things have a major impact on somebody that you might not ever hear, or you'll never know about it. But somewhere somebody went and thought about that, and you struck the right thing because there was some kind of connection. Because there's no book on this shit, because we're not all the same. We all feel and see and hear and say things in a way different way. So you have to just listen to people's stories, and then you'll find the one that kind of goes, I got that. Oh, I see what. Yeah. Oh, bam. And yeah, after the door shut on me and I knew that this is it, I had to change something because my shit was getting me in these spots. It was reflecting back and then reaching out to people, and you kind of reflect. I don't find very many people that have kind of walked the same shoes, but I've met a few that have fit shoes at all different levels at some point, and you get those. It kind of helps you build a platform that you don't know anything about. See, that's the thing. You got to remember that when you get sober, you're entering onto a pathway that you really don't know anything about. So that's why it's critical to put good shit in your head, positive stuff. That's why the book I read from sometimes, that Og Mandino, see, that's where that all comes from, that type. Positive thinking. Because garbage in, garbage out. Positive in, positive out. So if you're trying to conquer something, you need to build up positive, thought to it and address it that way. Because if you just sit and dwell in your shit, that's why you get what's called a sponsor. You call it a buddy, a friend. But you get somebody you can reach out to. And then that way you got somebody you can kind of go, hey man, this shit's, I'm feeling it, and they can help get you kind of grounded. And then it teaches you how to do things that you weren't doing before. So this is new shit, and you just have to approach it that way. You have to go in to absorb as much good shit as you can, because that's all new shit. So once you get that, because then you start kind of getting a self-reward out of the deal as you go on. Because as you go on, then you'll reap the benefits of getting sober and having a clean life and a clean frame of mind and a clean way of thinking. Excuse me. When I moved here, it was a lot smaller. Has boomed in the last 25 years. Yep. I could go back to the bars I hung out in, and the same people would most likely still be there, along with their kids. Right, Eric? Michelle, I'm always here for those who want to talk. A friend that listens, that cares. Cool, Michelle. See, that's because you never know, man. That's a person. Everybody has those moments at different times, and there's no big neon sign that goes off saying, having a moment, having a moment. So you can be a lending ear to somebody, that can change everything. Sad thing is, we hope the young people who had friends die from OD would learn from their friends dying. They don't. No, they don't, Katrina. And I mean, I don't want this to sound ugly, so please don't take it that way. Don't ever read more than what I got, what I say. But, I remember as a young person when they used to drive this 18-wheeler bed with a wrecked car on it to show the ramifications of drunk driving. Good 4 decades later, and guess what? Still happens on a number one cause, drunk driving. We don't learn. We got excuses. That was them. That's them. They made a wrong call. They shouldn't have. They should. If see, that wouldn't happen to me. It never happened to me. Think about it. Prison's full of guys that'll never get arrested. Morgues are full of people that would have never died from a drunk driver. There's all these never would have. Anything is capable at any given moment, at any given day. In the twinkle of an eye. So it's the education. That's the one thing I can say. My son is so number one responsible, regardless how much we don't get along. And one thing I'll always brag about him is he doesn't drink and drive. he will literally end up being the designated driver if he ends up, and they're like, let's go out to eat, and then they start drinking. He won't drink. He'll just have tea. And if but see, he lost his best friend by a drunk driver, and he saw some of his other schoolmates die from drunk driving. And so you have one or two every now and then that will kind of get that. But unfortunately, parents don't reinforce that for those kids that see that from their schoolmates. You don't have parents at home that are walking with that same, child down that path. They're not approaching it that way. They're just like, oh yeah, Joey died, and yeah, that's pretty sad. And they just keep going. Well, then that kid now sits in the room and processes it himself. And most of the time, his buddies that are doing some shit that they shouldn't be doing, because they're all in a lot, he'll go over there because now he's got somebody that'll kind of, and then that problem leads to another. So guess what? You have another drunk driver on the road sometimes. Sometimes you have the one that anchors, and a lot of times you have the one that now picks up the same thing that caught. Think about that. It's so bad.
Yeah.
Disney actor who played grandfather on Andy Mack jailed for trying to have sex with a minor. That's that. I hope they start busting them all. 100 tree. Let's see, what did Eric say? The world is a scary place. Your first couple of years being sober. Right on. Amen, brother. Yep. It's a whole new way of life. I mean, and your safety blanket's gone.
Yeah.
You have to rebuild your safety blanket.
Because you got to hit
positive shit.
You got to hit those emotions head on because, oh man, the first.
Yep.
Okay, so it was within the first 6 months of being clean. Someone close to me passed away, and the emotions, I couldn't run away from them, because I had to hit that shit head on, and it yeah. Like, yep. Okay, so the previous 3 years before that, right? I could always run away from it. You know what I'm saying? Just like what you were just saying. I could always go and run away from it, go get high and this and that. Think that I was avoiding it, but deep down you're not. You're just tacking on another Band-Aid. And, yeah, being clean, like Eric was saying, yeah, it is a scary place.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a foreign country. I mean, it's like a foreign country. It's a foreign world. That's not where you were. That's not what you were in. Right. That's not where you're going to get reinforcement from. So you now relocate rather mentally, emotionally, physically, but you now changing those people, places, things, and then that creates a whole nother environment that you're unfamiliar with, and it can make people nervous. That right there can cause enough people to relapse. They walk in a big enough room and they kind of go, oh shit, this many people, and nope, see them go right back out the door.
Yeah.
The worst thing you can ever do is force somebody, to me, because if you're forcing them, then you're polluting the group that's actually there for original intent.
Right.
Because they don't want to. They're not going to have the interaction like everybody else. Everybody else is going to want to be there. Somebody that's then forced to go there by a court order or something totally ruins it. Because they're not there for them. They didn't decide on it. They didn't. Hell no. So they're not going to be in tune with the rest of the group, which means your focus, your narrative, the whole feel of the group is going to not be intact. It'll be an outside source and probably could cause a couple people to end up relapsing.
My buddy here in this little town, that he leads the NA meetings every week. Well, meeting every week. He said the first time he went to the treatment program, he was more or less like being the Robin Williams on there to crack jokes, make light of the subject, this and that, and didn't take it real serious. Said he got out, was in was it 6 or 8 months, and he fell right back into it, you know. And then he was there for about a year, and he pulled himself right back out, and he decided to put himself back into treatment. And that time he took it serious. And I mean,
dude, I went through like four or five treatment centers. I think 5. And I also, hell, I got sober and became a counselor. I actually went to school and shit and became a counselor. But because I did not practice what I preached, see, it was out of the book. And so I did that. Well, then all of a sudden, but then that was God's way of getting my attention, because then I proceeded to, got locked up. Let's see, got locked up. I died. I got locked up again. So then all of a sudden it was like, oh, wait a minute. This isn't working. But see, I played it all as a game. It became a game almost. It was like, oh, shit. I learned how to dance that line. And that's the worst thing you can do, is learn that game. Because the minute you learn that game, all you did was make the field a way bigger place. And so it took, that's why for me myself, it took what it took for me to get sober, which was basically locked up, then overdosed, and then locked up again. Because see, overdosing wasn't going to slow it down. It's, to me, from my perspective, I see it as God going, okay, you need to wake up. Well, I didn't. Then I got out, and then I'm doing, and then I OD'd. He brought me back. You need to get it together. I didn't, and he knew I wasn't going to do it. So, bam, put me in, and then it hit me. Oh, Hawkeye. Okay, hold on. I think because I got your email, brother.
do people realize how much illicit drugs are available off the dark web?
I think I have your email.
You can buy anything off the dark web. I mean, anything.
I thought I had your email, Hawkeye, or do I have your phone?
You know, it rained and stormed all night long here. And then, according to Ryan Hall, it's supposed from now until Thursday, it's supposed to be real windy right here through the middle of the state.
Sorry, I would know. I'm not even going to say I was listening to money. I thought I was.
I know
and I
what
heard the
doing.
words, but
I know you was getting a link for Hawkeye. It's okay. No, I was saying it out in general, brother.
Okay.
It's all good. What? Supreme Court Justice. Oh, that's that new court justice.
Where's some damn contacts? There they are. Let's see. I thought I had Hawkeyes. No, I don't guess. All right, Hawkeye, let me go to your About page and grab your email.
That's crazy, outlandish. So the new Supreme Court justice, the one that doesn't know what a woman is or anything like that, you know, she applauds, I can't say her name, applauds taking away Americans' Second Amendment rights. $6.22 for diesel.
Hey, Hawkeye, there's my email. If you want, email me, and then that way, because I don't know, man. I guess I thought I did.
Yeah, you have to have a real good VPN to attempt to go on the dark web, and then nope, I won't go there. Just from what I've read on the outside sources, what all's available. Nope.
Well, here's the bottom line: you go into the dark web. If you don't know how to navigate around the internet and shit, and kind of how the internet's working, you probably don't really want to go there, because you're actually going to go into the very back end of the world where people that
bad
for lack of a better word, I'm sorry for it, but people that fuck around with doing the bad shit, that's their hanging out ground. So
Yeah.
you're gonna go fish around in their playground, then shit could happen. So don't go there. If you don't
Right.
know, you don't want to go.
That's right.
That shit you do in an isolated place, Linux, VPN, blockers, sandbox, looking at source code of everything. It's like, sure, you can get a copy of this, that, and the other, but boy, if you go ahead,
And the
don't have
government-
one thing in place when you click on something and somebody's all up in your shit.
and the government highly, well, they've done,
Dude, they run half of it.
well, yeah, that too, but they've also caught a few of them, not all of them, that run on that place. I'll just say that. So, yeah, this one guy they was tracking for 6 or 8 years, and he finally ended up messing up. And I'm like, and they was telling about what all VPNs he was using. I'm like, good golly.
Oh, dude, they make that sound all ooh, and it's really not what it is. Is they know that there's no way to control that. See, because
I
it's
thought they
a
was trying
learning
to put a
thing. You
spin
can
on
just sit down here and you can learn code. You can just, there's no way to control how much somebody can learn of coding. So you never know when that person, whether it be 10 years old or 70 years old or in a living room or a university, up and goes, hey, if you do this little comma here in a bracket and then put the forward, oh, okay, then it'll carry it to here. And next thing you know, there's a whole another section of code that's been developed. Well, see, they can't track all that shit, dude. So what they do is they make it sound like, oh, we're hunting down the hackers. No, they don't. They
So
sit
they
here
put
and
the
watch
spin on
the
it.
shit and they watch what comes out. And then they basically just go hit them up and start paying them on the back end to do little other shit. And the ones that are really into it, well, then that's the ones that go into hiding and you don't even hear about them. Because if you do, then they become like homeboy over there right now. Because that's what happens to the innocent people.
Who?
Mr. Snow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see, this is when you're kind of like into this kind of stuff, but then all of a sudden you start to see this and you go, oh, well, see, this is all across. I mean, there's people, it's like you hear about these little, oh, they've hacked into this. Dude, there's people up in all this shit. You just, it's a digital world. I mean, it's just code, dude. It's kind of, okay, have you ever heard of a prodigy math whiz that's like 9 years old and that kid can just unbelievably do math? Or have you ever heard of a 9-year-old that's like been able to play an instrument that's just beyond any adult?
Yeah.
Huh, there you go. Well, what if the kid does coding? What if
Right.
that's his knack? So see, it's not so rare and like, oh wait, oh shit, no, dude. You can YouTube half of this shit nowadays. You can get started in the coding world in the blink of an eye. So it's an uncontrollable thing.
I seen that one where they was three years old, I think, and there was a musician.
Savant, thank you, Hawkeye.
There was a musician savant. They could pick up picked up the fiddle at like the age of 3.
My
and they
bad.
was-
All right, sorry, Hawkeye. I had it. I forgot. So that's why, yeah, I didn't even look there. So it was like, oh, okay. My bad. What a dumbass. Yeah, as soon as he sent me one, it's like, oh, yeah, look, it's attached to all these others. And it's like that. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, now I remember. Well, it's a little late now.
See, that's the first step is admitting it.
Dude, that's why I'm straight up about everything I do. That's become a habit because shit gets worse the more you try to hide it. So you just, here's how the cow ate the cabbage. If you don't like it, change the picture.
And then when you said I'm a dumbass, I'm like, that's the first step. I've caught my own self saying it to Mo. I'm like, I'm a dumbass. Yep, that's the first
Dude,
step.
I sat right there as soon as I saw that because hell, we had sat there and had a conversation. Hell, he's going to be in Austin. I think next month and shit. So it was like, but the name I didn't connect, and it was like, oh yeah.
Did you see where Centerville was mentioned down there?
No, what do you mean? I said we're down where?
Down Texas.
Okay. Well, that's where Centerville is, or at least one of them. The one that's down here is in Texas.
Yeah, it was. Well, there's a Centerville just 40 minutes.
That's why I said the one in Texas is located down here. No.
Yeah, it was to do about what happened this weekend at one of the multiple things. The shootings or something. I don't know. They just mentioned Centerville.
I'm fucking too old for this, man.
You talking about Centerville for Uvalde?
No, just it was.
Talking about the F word?
Maybe, I don't know. It was the convict that got loose.
Oh, the escape dude. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that happened in Centerville.
I think so. I don't know.
Yeah.
It was one of them.
Well, that name just caught my attention whenever I was watching the news clip for down there, and I'm like, well, shoot, I know, right?
I tell any dumbass that might be listening for some ungodly reason in TDC, or if you do happen to have a relative in TDC, I can tell you ain't no point in running from a Texas farm.
No.
Because, dude, between the horses and the dogs, and this is just what they've done since it got created. So they're all about it. They probably relish the moment going, yeah, finally, it's been a few years. We finally got one to brave it out. We can go have some fun. But yeah, it's crazy. What's up, Hawkeye?
We had a big storm that just come over us last night. Kim. Sorry. What's up, Hawkeye?
I was holding. Can you hear me?
The left shoulder is out of commission because I saw the right hand come up just fine, but the left doesn't seem to be making any movement.
No. I fell into I had a 6-inch piece of cast iron pipe on my shoulder. I was helping a couple of plumbers. We were replacing about a 30-foot section of sewer line. And if you remember,
this is at the restaurant.
This was at the restaurant. So if you remember seeing those pits down in the restaurant when I was walking down there, so I was holding this and I thought I was over an area that I had put a little bridge, and there was nothing underneath me. So I basically just stepped into it and then started falling, and it's about a 6-foot pit. So I kind of lunged forward and caught the shoulder up underneath the corner of the pit. So it just ripped the whole joint out. Broke the ball, just broke everything.
Damn it, boy.
Fuck, I'm too old for this, man. Jesus. I used to be able to heal, but
play with the bull, you're gonna get the horns.
Fucking hey, man. That's no shit, man. So I got to go in today and talk to we're going to take some x-rays and see if that ball, he got it back into position, but he wasn't sure if the ball was together. So we're going to take some x-rays today. This happened last Thursday. So we're going to take x-rays today and see if it's together. And if it is, then he's going to put me in a cast. And if it's not, then they're going to have to do surgery on it, I guess, or something. I don't know. I'm done. I told my wife, I said, I'm done doing this fucking 20-year-old construction again. You know?
Sounded good, just didn't feel good.
It just did, Jesus. And when I started falling down that pit, I just knew. I mean, you've had accidents. I've heard it. You know what is going through your head when that accident has happened? You're just like, just let me live, just let me live. Let me catch something, let me not stand in don't let this pipe hit my head and suck me under the water. And, all that shit's happening like all at once.
You hold up that whoops sign that the Wile E. Coyote used to hold up.
Well, and then the bad part was I was with 3 other guys. They were all plumbers, and I looked at I was in that pit, and my shoulder was completely over here. It was like in front of my face, and
Morning,
I
Miss
just
Brenda.
I just looked at him and I said, I need help, man. You got to help me out of this pit. And so he was grabbing at my shoulder that was out of position. No, you can't do that. Grab this one. And so he grabbed that. They got me out of the pit. And I mean, I was covered in friggin' sewage. And my wife had to come pick me up, take me to the hospital. And I got in her car, and she just looked at me and it's like, Jesus, what the hell did you do? Like, man, wasn't something I planned.
What's up, Ridge Runner? Morning, sir. Dude, that's yeah. Well, hopefully you're gonna heal up okay.
Well, I hope so. I got a big knot on the back of my head where I kind of turned and hit the corner of the pit.
But you didn't actually get hit in the head, no head
But
injury.
I didn't get hit in the head, and I don't think I ever lost consciousness. So I do remember going under the water for like a split second, and then I pushed myself back up out. So it was not fun, man. It was not fun. There was a lot of shit flashing through my mind, you know.
Oh yeah, you have them oh shit moments.
No.
It's like, I don't want to die.
Yeah.
I want to be around. I want to get out of this.
Just
anything,
out. You know.
John Dunning just put some. He said I was buried 12 feet in a trench, collapse. It broke my back and shoulder, broke my ribs in over 20 places, collapsed my young lungs and more. Damn it, John.
Jesus.
You got your ass whooped. And then I believe you're right, TT1, with the pew-pews and them going after them and all these little shootings that keep happening. And just, man, there's such ridiculous shit that they've come up with. And the wording in that bill is just atrocious as hell. I mean, it's just crazy, dude. It's not gonna take one way or another. I mean, people just ain't gonna. What the hell is up with that trans show that went on in Texas? Been seeing it on Facebook. I don't know. Oh, probably in Austin, wasn't it? Austin or San Antonio. Some Democratic town, I'm sure. Oh, Mama Red said, F disgusting and insanity. That was in Tennessee. Wouldn't surprise me. It happened in both. Oh, Dallas. So Texas and Dallas. Oh, okay. Yep. See, that's kids in a gay bar. See, that's why, man, people up there. I don't live there. If I lived there and that was really okay, no, I'm here. This is it, and everything. I would be getting out. I would have to be going around neighborhoods. Some people have to get on some kind of city council shit and start changing that whole people. That's the thing. They don't want you to look at that city council, that mayor. They don't want you to look that central, because if you do, you'll remove their ass, and that will totally change the town overnight. I mean, and if they ever wake up a whole town like that, buddy, that will send ripples out the wazoo, which I say that like there's some shit. November is either going to happen or that's different. There won't be another. And I will say, Lucky Dane put a thing on her community page, and it linked to this lady. Damn, man, I can't remember. I want to say that lady's YouTube thing was Gothic or something like that. She was a cool young lady, and she talks about the Overton effect. Have you ever heard of that?
Yep.
And
Glenn Beck wrote a whole book about it.
I gotta say, man, I was sitting there listening to her and then kind of seeing how the whole news and the way everybody, it's like the Amber Heard bullshit, the little Hollywood freakos in court, and that gets all the attention and all the chats and all the stuff. And it was like, and you know, I don't know. It was like, oh, I see that. I can see that in play now. I'd never heard that before until then. That young lady said it. And then I was like, I'll be damned. I could totally get it. I see it, especially in this digital age. Maybe that's it, TT1 Gothics, because it's either, I can't remember if it's the 3X or just 1 or 2 or, let me see. I think matter of fact, you know what? I'll go to Lucky Dame's page and I will get the link to that, because if anybody isn't aware of it, I would think it's a pretty awesome little thing, you know, for anybody to, hell, I could go to the girls thing. No, I want to share Lucky Dame's first, and then let's see, where did she put that? Right here. I think she's such a busy lady. No, damn it, I can't remember where I saw that. Well, damn it. I hate it whenever I say that, and then oh, here we go. This is it. So it's the one at the top of her list. So how can I share that?
Hey, Milkman.
Well, I tell you what, I'll do this.
Oh, Milkmaid, it's a mess, man.
Okay, here's what I'd like to do. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. Okay, so I put the link in chat. That's to Lucky Dame's channel, and that's to her community part of her page. And it's the very top one, and it'll be labeled, we must prepare for an angrier world. And then that's the link to that, girls. And I would just like to do it this way. That way, if you guys would be interested in seeing that, you can go give Lucky Dame, a hit on her channel and then pick up that link, and that'll help that other young lady. So it's worth a watch. If you're not sure, if you've ever heard of the Overton effect, I mean, I like the way that little young lady there, it's, no scientific kind of stuff. She does it kind of just simple little way of just, I don't know. I thought it was interesting just sharing it with you guys. Alrighty, so Hawkeye. Let's see, where are we at? I think. Oh, there you go, TT1 Gothics. Yep. So I think Milkmaid was wondering about your shoulder, so she was ignoring you a while ago. I guess she kicked us to the curb, so I don't know if she wants you to tell her that again, that horrific story of diving down the tunnel.
I'm almost ready to do, when I get better, I'm going to do a video of it.
Hey, you're
Garrett. No. I come across this short. It was either on TikTok or Facebook. I don't know. This guy's dressed up. I don't know. Anyway, he looked like a Holstein cow. Had a little udder hat and everything. He was standing in the bathtub. Had 2 gallons of chocolate milk. He's under there going, moo, moo. I love chocolate milk. And then he dumps it on himself. And I'm like, where is Milkmaid? She ought to see this.
I don't, you scared me when you said he looked like a cow, but then you said he had cow. You said he looked like a Holstein cow, but he had an udder cap on his head.
Yeah.
And then that's scary. It's like,
yeah. And I'm like,
so which part of the cow?
Anything for views. Anything for views. But yeah, his tops and bottoms, whether they was long underwear and they spray painted like a Holstein, I don't know. I didn't get that much into it.
Well, I mean,
was
if the udder cap was on top of his head, then that must have meant his mouth was the asshole or something. Otherwise, I mean, the rest of the body, the udder hangs down from the ass. So if
Right.
the udder's here, the ass was
I
here.
know. But anything to have abuse. No.
He's spitting that shit.
Oh, the Karnak, the great Karnak, I think it was, or Cernak.
Mr.
Hold
Johnny
it up there,
Parson.
and then he would rip open the end of the envelope, blow in it.
And by the way, morning, Miss Brenda. I think I said that. I'm not sure, but if I didn't, I did now. Morning to everybody. Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever that's working. YouTube constantly running ads. Actors want it for cash and free coding for kids. Yep. Well, it's TikTok. TikTok over here is used for the stupidest, goofiest crap under the sun. TikTok over in China is actually used to encourage like coding and engineering and developmental stuff. They actually get encouraged for successful shit, progressive stuff, not crazy shit. They just unleash that on us for us to ruin ourselves with, while they pump in fentanyl across the border. And feed the cartel.
Johnny.
Feed the cartel dope and shit and money so they can traffic kids and funnel fentanyl across the border.
I gotta fly, guys.
It's just like the Contra Iran affair.
Well, that's going to be hard to do with one wing.
One wing, man. It is with
Can you raise your arm? Can you raise your arm up like this?
I love that. Here, I'll let you see. Here. Let's see my fat belly.
Oh man!
Oh, he's got it all.
Got
baby.
the sling. Yeah, it's anchored in.
Yeah, it'd be hard to fly.
Yeah, it would be hard to fly.
You'd be going in a circle.
Weight on the one side.
Dang.
Well,
brother. I hope you get to feeling better.
Keep my email, and I'll get on the stream when I start feeling better.
Okay. What I can do is, if I see you in chat, then I'll send you an email. So.
Okay,
that way you'll have a link. Cool, brother. Well, be safe.
Keep the faith, man. Keep the faith.
Yes, sir. Keep your head on a swivel.
Later, Hawkeye.
Yeah.
Now, hey, by the way, since you are limited to just the one, you might want to protect it. Otherwise, you're just going to be a limp duck.
Well, thank God I'm right-handed. But
keep the finger activated.
Yeah.
Well, what
you see
well,
that?
Yeah,
finger?
for yours, it's this one. Well, that's okay. It fits Biden anyway.
Yeah. It's broken. It's broken anyway. My whole body's broken.
If they come for him, that's the one you use anyway.
That's it. I okay. I use the Zach finger.
That's it.
Okay.
All
See
right,
you
brother.
guys.
Later, Hawkeye.
Bye.
Huckleberry, I wish he had a video of his fall. Right? That'd be like a million hitter.
That part where right when you go over the and you're suspended in midair and you hold up the sign like the Wile E. Coyote, whoops.
Oh yeah, dude. And if the camera was from the facial end, that would be priceless, because then you could actually get the moment that it was like, yeah, there's nothing under my foot. Okay, back to one figured up and be safe. Yep. I'll have to back up and hear the story of how that happened. Well, back up and hear the rundown. He was carrying a piece of pipe and stepped over in a hole that would basically went down about 6 feet into water, and his left shoulder did not didn't enjoy the trip very much.
Did you? Okay, that's wow. Chat is bumping today.
Okay, I was wondering why you would be digging so much. I came across some on YouTube that took a year to dig by hand. His bunker. I personally want the root cellar eventually. Holy moly.
Did I go too far up? I was looking for the link that I think Outlandy's Patriot put up. Gosh darn it, it's way up here. The new Supreme Court justice.
Oh, that chick where she
Yeah.
cheered for the 2A thing. I saw
Yeah.
somebody said that.
Yeah. Well, I'd mentioned it. I just didn't know. Yeah, it gives
That's
it-
is she actually? I don't think she's officially on there yet, is she?
Is there a way to get her off? To boot her out?
Well, I would think that in a good, awesome little thing happening, if we took control and got all this stuff and all that, we could actually, the people could speak up, and I would think that the people can change whatever we want by numbers. When you get control, you got to get the media. We can get the media. I guarantee you, if you could put out a message, you could get a good portion of people, but it's just we're not in control of this whole system. So,
But there's still half of these ding dongs out there that's still asleep, and they're applauding her. They're applauding that person, going, "Hey, we got someone for our."
well, that's because their mindset's been programmed and telling them how these are bad, these are evil. Because it's the matter of fact, just like we were talking about the Overton effect. See, because if you keep repeating this, regardless if it has any validity to it, but if you'll keep repeating it enough in the media, then it will slowly shift the narrative that way. That's like the push with the gay thing. And I say that chick does a good little walkthrough kind of doing the gay thing. It's like it used to not be, but then it slowly got shifted. And then now look at us. Now you have drag queen shows.
No, I wasn't meaning it like that. That's kind of like
money,
waking up
it's
in
in
bed,
Article
you got
3 of the
Beetlejuice from
Constitution.
Chicago next
There
to
you go. See, Devil Dog said it's in Article 3 of the Constitution. That's how you get rid of them. Okay, TT1, be safe, brother. Lots of good business, I hope. Successful day. Smile. I know you will. You're like Mr. Motivator. If I'd have known you was going to hang out this long, brother, I'd have sent you an invite. So I'm sorry I was an asshole today, and I will try not to let that ever happen again. I thought you were just hopping in and out, and I just realized that you've actually been here for a while, and I should have sent you a damn invite. You'd had me fired up, brother. You are like the man.
Milkmaid, what you need is a Reese's.
Yep. Take a break, Milkmaid. Eat a Reese's peanut butter.
It'll make
cup.
that hangover feel a lot.
But damn, TT1, I'm sorry, brother. But I hope you have a great day. And I'm glad you were here. And I totally dropped the ball. Man, that's going to dwell on me now. I'm going to be thinking about that one. It just, I dropped that ball. But be safe, brother. Much love. Thanks for hanging. And y'all call me, well, yeah, you're a bully, Milkmaid. I mean, we were just trying to help. See, you're being a bully again. You're firing back. We're just offering help, going, hey, you said you feel bad. It's just like, here, have a Reese's. If you ate a Reese's, you'd probably feel better. And what do? You lash out again because you're mean.
I know.
Mean,
See, that's why I was
mean.
laughing at that one little short video about the dude dressed up like a Holstein cow. He had chocolate milk in his hands, and what we always give
GT1's got it. Okay, see, she loves Snickers. Somebody needs to give her a Snickers then, because you're just not acting yourself.
And see, we're always flipping her crap about, does chocolate milk come from a chocolate cow, or this and that.
Ooh, but that's chocolate and peanuts and caramel.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, John?
Oh, they do got peanut
The
butter
VA went
Snickers,
well.
though.
So glad I finally got a good doctor. It's about my turn finally. Right on, John. I'm so glad. Right on, brother. Very, very cool. In fact, I'm going to get a fun-size Snickers right now. Well, if it's a fun size, it's not going to be enough, ma'am.
Hey, they call those midget Snickers.
You're kind of pretty radical. You're
no.
pretty radical. I think it's going to take a couple of those fun sizes maybe to do enough.
So in other words, if you see vertically people, just call them fun size.
Let's see. So wait a minute. This is what? So this is fun size Snickers. So what'd you do? Is that from Easter or some shit? That's what it is.
No, they have them.
Oh yeah, but that's usually people only end up with those in the kitchen after holidays, unless you. And she just seems to have fun-sized Snickers around the house. Yeah. She probably got to see she's done ate all the Reese's peanut butter cups is the problem.
But see, here's the thing. They also have peanut butter Snickers. So if she eats one of those, that's still milk chocolate and peanut butter.
There you go. Yeah, see, look, she says, yeah, I have a bag from last year. See, I told you. I knew where that was going. John says, finally got my choice in the doctor is rare indeed. Yeah, that's cool, John. That is awesome, brother.
You might think Twix is better, but
patties.
It's still milk chocolate and peanut butter that we're talking about. American Warriors.
So happy for you. Actually, try M&M candy bars. They are good. Yep.
Yeah.
But see, here's the thing, Michelle. She really loves Reese's peanut butter cups. We're just trying to help her over that addiction of that.
Have you ever tried the Reese's peanut butter cups with the Reese's pieces in them? Oh my gosh. Ugh.
No, I don't need no hard-coated shit on my Reese's peanut butter cups.
No, they're in it.
I know it, but they're still hard-coated candy that are in it.
Oh.
Milky is lying out in a string bikini. I got a VA doc who is his pretentious bitch.
Man,
well,
I can't
that's see, you said VA doc, so that kind of goes right hand in hand.
Like
it's
moving up.
One without, that's almost like the oxymoron. VA doc, pretentious bitch. It's like, yep, they go together. Milky drink pickle juice for hangover. There you go. Down some pickle juice, little vinegar. There you go. John said, plus with my lawyer, I'm definitely getting my 100% this time. Around, never stop fighting, just had to learn to watch my P's and Q's in a professional setting. There you go, John. Right on. The delivery definitely has an effect on the outcome. Random says it sounds nasty. That's me saying, no, I don't know hard-coated candy in my Reese's peanut butter cups. What, Katrina? See, this is when you get stoners. This is munchie recipes is what it is. Peanut butter cups with potato chips in it are a bomb. That's the stoner recipe. It's munchie material. Hot Firefly. Yeah, I learned the hard way last night. There is a difference between light and regular beer. Regular beer is no bueno.
I know. I start reading chat and then it jumps like
She's always talking about keto. She's always talking about keto diet. Exactly. Unfortunately, got to fight for it and the way to do it. Congrats, vets. That's Mama Red to John. Oh, well, I don't know about all that, T-Girl, but I appreciate the compliment. I'm in the process of figuring those out. I don't know how to take those sometimes. I remember the old VA wasn't worth going to. They were just coming out with the VA choice. I never went back. Yeah, John. There's rough ones. There's bad spots. They make them, what? They make them, they are good. Nobody said, I do keto by accident.
How'd you catch up on all those comments?
I read.
I think you skipped through some.
Well, no, I mean, I didn't read them all, but because there was like Amy said, saw Reese's peanut butter cups with tater chips in the middle. I don't know about that mix. And then Katrina said, keto is awesome. I need to get back on that wagon. So I saw them. I just didn't say them out loud.
Cow, it's 10:42.
No, Mama Red. You're just a nice lady.
I'm having peanut butter cookies for breakfast now.
I see John said, John Dunning, I still believe it's a shithole. Just got to navigate the system full of sharks and find the good ones very rare. Yeah, there you go, John. Let's see what Random said, I don't know. With my fifth, I crave salt vinegar chips mixed with Reese's Pieces. Couldn't eat that today. Oh, wow. Yeah, you never know about them cravings, huh, Random? Rich said, Rescue Reese's just came out with the peanut butter cup with potato chips.
Yeah.
No.
I haven't tried that.
Are y'all for real?
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn.
Well, it's just like there's any kind of flavor of chips now. Have you seen the hot chip challenge? It's one chip that comes in its own little package. And
Oh, is that the not the ghost pepper one, but which?
Yeah. You
Is it
got
the
it.
ghost pepper?
It's similar to that. It's
Yeah, there's. I forgot.
maybe
There's
the
another
one from India. What's the pepper from India milkmaid that's real hot? It's real spicy. No.
No, see,
I've seen a few of those videos where the celebrities or
and
whoever's.
I don't
doing the
eat chips
challenge.
anymore, so I don't even eat chips.
They just
Well, I
eat
take
one.
that back.
They're like-
I did splurge the other day, and I ate a good handful of cheese puffs, just because I thought, they're cheese puffs. If I just put them in there and kind of squish them around, they'll just dissolve anyway. So yeah.
Is it a ghost pepper?
I know for a while that was the name of the one that was going around. That old catfish dude or whatever was.
Yeah.
That became the big to do.
That's the one the first one I ever seen do. Catfish Cooley. He did the chip challenge, and then I seen Jack Black, and I seen a few others do it.
Let's see. John said, I'm even starting to walk and jog a little. Hopefully I found this good swim trainer for the summer at Lake Michigan Swims. Oh, see, John, that'd be cool. That's the one thing I wish that on our little artesian lake, I wish that there was a more of an entry to that with a deck and shit, our pier, because I would love to go swimming. That's to me the best therapy, because it takes the buoyancy, and so your weight on your spine is going, and you can just, I've wanted to do that, but I got no way to get in and then get out that's usable. Matter of fact, you know what? I'll have to look and let's see, maybe there's something I can do with Disability Act or something.
There it is. There's the name of it. The
Habanero.
Butte Okay, the Scoville. I already
Salt
looked this
and
up.
sweet together.
The Scoville
Mama Red trim
scale.
for the chicken coop almost done. All right, Billy. Oh, by the way, Billy, welcome back, brother.
The Scoville scale alone on just that pepper is 1,304.
Oh, the heat stuff. I don't, that's what's crazy. Just the little things that just
1 million.
I mean, think about that. The entertainment, it went into just that. And if you could transfer that over to something. That's why I said it don't take much to entertain people. Nobody wants to pay attention to the serious shit. Ain't that funny?
I've seen a video where one dude, he's from the United States. He can eat that stuff, and it doesn't make him even sweat.
Yeah,
the same kind of pepper.
Oh, Milkmaid said in a one canning stream, Mark ate a smoked ghost pepper, then disappeared. He got really ill. We were worried. Oh, damn, Hawkeye. What now? How about the Oreo that has one side as a Ritz cracker? Man, just goes to show, dude, I'm just oblivious to the store shit and I live a sheltered life. That's what it is. I live a sheltered life now. Awesome, you're a hard worker in your home still doing good, Billy. Oh, I know, right, Mama Red? Billy got a badass place. He's got it going on.
Mark,
John said, I don't believe in the medical model at all. Even Western medicine is in general.
Talking about ghost prepper.
Yeah, most of them, John, all they're going to do is they read a book. Doctors are a rare thing that actually want to investigate. It's usually like we were talking about earlier, and you missed it with Bug Out was up here, but we were talking about, that's the out-of-country doctors that learn and then come here. Those are actually the better doctors because they want to be a good doctor. And that translates over than the ones that are just like, hey, I get a fucking check anyway. It don't make a shit if I fix you, don't fix you or not. My pay's the same. Bill. It's like, that's crap. Ridge Runner, I prefer coconut cream pie. My wife likes coconut cream pie as long as it doesn't have the shredded coconut on top. She loves the flavor. She just doesn't like the feel of coconut when she's biting. Weird. Milkmaid, I had something to get 2 chickens and injure another. I think it may be a fox. Ooh. Yum brownies are my weakness. Yeah, brownies are good. I like some brownies. I'd some brownies with Virginia's butter would even be better brownies. Those would be some badass brownies right there.
Mixed in with some Reese's peanut butter.
Oh, just as long as it's her can of butter, I'm happy.
I'm saying that because Milkman. How's that Snickers? Is that Snickers kicked in yet, Milkman?
They fight to work. Unlike lazy Americans, the foreigners, they have to prove themselves to survive. Well, that's it, John. I mean, they come over here. They haven't been polluted down with the spoiled commodities and all these little anonymities that we have and are all lost in the money game. They actually have a love and a desire to be a doctor. And so they come over. And actually, it's not even a doctor. I've met some that were over in the networking field when I used to do that. And you run into them because they really want to learn and then actually excel and do a good job.
What?
And do better. But yet we just don't encourage it is the problem. That's why you don't see most Americans. We used to do that. That's how we built this place. And, that was the dads and the grandfathers and the great grandfathers, but not no more. Nowadays, it's taking the federal government with all our tax dollars, which then makes some have to pay for all. And that's what's jacked.
I thought the Carolina Reaper pepper was not near as hot as that Indian one, but no, the Carolina Reaper is 2.2 million in the Scoville. That's hot.
French silk. Oh,
French silk pie.
Chocolate. That's awesome. Chocolate pudding and heavy whipped cream mixed together, whipped up. Oh hell, my wife would like that.
Then you dress it up with the dark chocolate shavings.
Oh, I guess.
I had an aunt that made that, and she.
I don't know. I whip up vanilla pudding and I just eat the bowl, and then that's that. That's how I had a pie, and I don't know when. My wife doesn't really bake shit or nothing.
My aunt used to make a French silk pie for her son whenever he would come home from leave out of the army, and it's good.
Yep. There you go, Hawkeye. That's my wife. She loves the taste of the coconut, but she don't like the texture of it at all. Huckleberry, I don't eat Carolina Reapers or ghost peppers. Yeah, there's, I that's just one of them little things, man. I don't know what. But then again, I mean, I wasn't a kid when that shit was coming out. I probably would have jumped all into that, going, "Oh, all you want to." It's like It's like eating something so hot you don't have a taste anymore. It's just hot, and it's like.
I think it's hot going in. Wait till it comes out.
Oh well, it's fixing to jack your intestines and everything up all the way through, because it's not supposed to be there, and you're now injecting it into there, and you're going to suffer the consequences. Everybody is free to choose. You are not free from the consequences.
It's worse than Taco Bell coming out.
Oh, that's trash food. That's just all that does is kind of just makes you all loose because it's crap food.
Yeah.
And that was like the 40s through 60s. I was born in 98, so I missed a good generation of hard workers. Glad to even know my grandpa being, he is 78 and retired CPT. There you go, John. Yep. But then that's try to pass it on to the next generation, get back into that moral compass, put something in, take pride in putting your hands on and accomplishing something, learning something. That's what we need to encourage the youth. Hawkeye, I love macaroons, cookies with baked coconut, but give me a Mounds bar and I'd go hungry. Almond Joy's got nuts. Mounds don't. Because born in 66, we got to see the end of the greatest generation.
Hey, Tennessee, did you guys get that storm yet?
Lemon
It's heading your way.
Garrett, it's Monday. Man, I thought it was Sunday still. What did you? Your phone even updates itself for you.
That's okay, Garrett. Yesterday I thought it was Saturday.
I mean, you don't even have to remember to do anything to your phone, and it's going to change for you to let you know. Hey, what's up, Sister Marie? How are you, ma'am?
I think you need
So
time out.
Sister Marie said, wonder how chocolate pudding made with coconut milk, then whipped cream and an Oreo crush would be. Oh, wow. Check you out, Sister Marie. You and them awesome little recipes. So it's 11. How did it go? Everything go okay? Hopefully prayers reached out and kind of blessed you and covered you over and a lot of positive thought and a lot of love. We were thinking about you, kind of prayed and thought about you most of the morning. It's like no one likes Mondays.
Yeah, I know Tennessee. I know Tennessee.
Just another day.
I'm next door neighbor to the west.
Oh, and Ridge says, yeah, it's Monday. I work in a few hours. Oh, there you go. Milkmaid's got it. What's Monday? All mine run together. That's it. One day's just like the next. Okay, so Sister Marie says, go in at 1:30 Eastern, just getting ready. Right on, ma'am. So everybody, we're going to keep Sister Marie, one of our young ladies in our community. She's going in for eye surgery, so we want to keep her in our thoughts and our prayers.
Morning,
we want to try to motivate positive thoughts towards her, kind of help wash over her with some love and some good vibes. We'll pray for the best. And Sister Marie, what's up, Money?
I agree with Huckleberry. No,
I don't know. Maybe Rescue should take Garrett's wrench until he figures out what day it is, right? But yeah, no. If as y'all go throughout your day, because we still got a couple of hours before she'll be going in for eye surgery, so we just want to keep her in our thoughts and our prayers. Positive prayer and thought has a big power, so we'll put it to use. Monday is great. It ends 2 days of no rescue living room. Hey now. I know.
That storm is hitting down in the middle of Missouri now, towards the lower end. Into Arkansas.
Oh, you got it, Sister Marie. You're more than welcome, man. It's the least I could do. We need you back.
Look at that. Milkmaid had one little Snickers, and she's still being mean. Ooh, take his wrench so I can bop him. Talking about Garrett. You need to have a king size Snickers, Milkmaid. Oh, Garrett, you already know I'll time you out anytime I see you.
What do you think about a job in law enforcement or even the fire department? Yeah, John. I mean, if you can do it, like in the fire department, you can be like a logistics. I mean, I don't know what the physical capabilities you got, but you could get into the logistics. The station housing stuff. There's every part's critical because every part plays a role. I'll just keep that in mind.
No.
Mr. Zachary, the mouse in the house. Oh, excuse me. I wake up, come in chat, and I get cornered.
You're not cornered yet. Just wait.
We love you, but...
So, a couple nights ago, Craig was live, and Garrett's not wrenched over at Craig's, but I am. Garrett comes right out of the blue, like he pulled an anti-jack right at me. And Garrett said something. I'm like, oh, really? Just remember, I'm wrenched. And I was like, oh, what the heck? So I timed him out. I was like, I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Man caught over 100,000 paper pieces from the third. There you go.
What? Really?
Well, I'm telling you, man, the Jackass show did wonders, man. That people are starting to sing because you got just boots on the ground people that thought it was quick cash, but they know shit. And so then they get to talking because they don't like being pinched. Because guess what? A lot of them probably had when they went and got pinched. Probably had some other shit or been doing some other shit that they shouldn't have been. So it's like, oh, yeah, and you go to squealing. Rescue's no fun. What? Here, you want me to be fun? Okay, there. There you go.
What'd you do?
Okay.
It's not showing up.
He didn't say nothing. I don't know. Oh, nope. Oh, no. So it wasn't his. Then I wonder what. So
Uh-oh.
Somebody got it. Tread carefully, young ones. Oh, there it is. It was. Oh. Damn. Shit.
I can't.
Bam. Damn. Oh, and it was Huckleberry. Check that. Oh, Mama Red. Damn.
Milkmaid said, shit.
See, that chat moved, dude. I thought it was, I was like, well, let's see. I had the menu pulled up, but then it moved, and well.
She just got done saying, I got a bad feeling about this. Oh, Milkmaid. No. I'll let you wait 5 minutes.
Dang.
Garrett, I know you're laughing. But off.
Ruh-roh.
What's up, brother Zach? That's funny. She predicted what you was to do because she's like, I got a bad feeling about this. Yeah.
Saved. Oh, there it is.
She texted you. Tell her if she'd ate some Reese's peanut butter cups, you would have never done that.
All those ballsy mofos.
Hey, I didn't time you out.
And I clicked because I clicked them forward dots or whatever it is, and as I clicked, I thought, yeah, well, then the menu popped, but see, it moved, and it was like, oh well, that was a different one. It was like, oopsie.
All them ballsy mofos. Hey, Milkmaid, we could all time you out to where 3,100 seconds. I mean,
uh-oh. Dun, 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 dun. I need to get like the Jaws theme going. Dun, 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 dun.
Dun, 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 dun.
Look. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, come on now. What is the app about? Oh, yeah, Zach got a badass app. Rich.
Huckleberry, sorry, Milk, it was a reflex.
Is somebody a little nervous? Is that what it is? Because I'm seeing that. Just a little nervous now, huh? The chat slowed down. I was like, oh, there it is. Bam.
They're all going, who's next? Garrett, I thought I got unwrenched for a minute. Possibilities are still.
That was come on now. That was a good one. That was really good. That was funny.
Yeah.
And it was funny too because see, you would just have to have seen that from my end to really have the full impact of the humor in that. Because see, after I missed the one while ago, well then I got him, And I thought, maybe not. Well, see, he saw that. That's what he meant. If you look up in chat when he goes, Rutro, oh, okay, cool. It's because, see, he had saw where it got removed. So he was like, uh-oh. Well, then he thought, okay, well, then he goes, it's okay. Well, then I did. I took it then. Well, then he went ahead and came in. It's like, oh, okay, I thought I had lost it. And it's like, yep, you did. I'm sorry, brother.
Oh,
Oh,
he
yeah.
said-
Milkmaid said y'all broke her internet, too. It crashed.
She rage quit. She's like,
That's what it
it's
really comes
Monday.
down to.
I'm done.
She's blaming it on the internet, but really she rage quit. See, look, Garrett says, I thought I got on wrench for a minute laughing, and then it's like, oh, well, you did. I don't know. I feel bad, actually, after I do that, if I have to be honest. It's like, damn, it's kind of funny, but damn, I don't know. That was kind of bad, wasn't it? Consciences are a pain in the ass. Man, 5 minutes is a long time.
Me and Garrett's been doing that back and forth to each other for like the last 6 months.
LOL, I love wrecking chats. She's so funny. Milkmaid, I love you, daughter.
Better have another Snickers.
My people are such good people. Neener, neener, neener. That's it, Miss Amy. Neener, neener, neener.
You know,
Where's
if we
the
was
rich
really
girls?
if we was really ballsy or anything, we could all go up there and just time her out for 3,100 seconds. I mean, I would not saying it's never happened to someone.
Huckleberry said it feels pretty good to me.
Bet you wish you'd have had a
Am I back? Yep, you're back. Of course, Garrett hadn't come back yet, but so what is it? Is it like, so is it 5 minutes for each person that does it?
Yeah, 300 seconds. Yep.
Oh, wow.
Or for
So
however
when-
many times a mod clicks on it and time. I will say that too.
Oh,
It's just
wow.
not
So
for
2 or
each
3
person, yeah.
people do it. It does it for, oh, wow.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
we
now
did
I
that.
feel really bad, I guess. Damn.
Is me and Mama Red and I think a few others. We did that to Fat Ray over on Midwest Survivors. He was and when he was involved in that too. We timed him out. We edited it up. It's 3,100 seconds.
Oh, Milkmaid said it's not cumulative. Oh, okay.
Oh really?
I don't think.
I think she wants to find out.
Oh, no. Well, I can't. My conscience can't handle it. I feel bad.
As far as I know, it's cumulative. Consecutive.
That was great. So much fun, money. How many whacked me? I think 2.
Just I just seen one. I just seen it was someone. I'm not gonna give his name.
I saw someone and then a someone. So
Oh, I almost did, but then I was like, "Yeah."
and then I think 3 might have got Garrett. I don't know. Was it 3?
What? When did Garrett get what?
Oh yeah, Garrett got smashed. That's what you missed the whole joke a while ago. Really?
Oh well, shit.
So the whole joke was the fact that I did it to him after I did Milkmaid. Then I did
I
his.
missed it.
Well, then I said, oh man, now. So I went ahead and gave it back to him. Well, he saw where I had taken it. So, but then he wasn't sure. So then he didn't say nothing for a while. And he goes, oh, okay. I thought I had lost it. Well, then I had taken it again. And then all of a sudden I forgot who all whacked him. He got whacked 2 or 3 times.
Damn it! It is Monday. I missed tagging out Garrett.
Oh, and Rich, what it is Zach is making a program to where, like, if you need a mechanic or you need, a carpenter, say you need your washing machine put in, well, then you can go onto the app. You can see who provides that service, select them, then contact them and set up an appointment and go through that whole process right there on your phone in the app. It's very, very cool. And he's just making it's growing as he's doing it. Morning, Summer. Did you rest up after your biscuits and gravy?
Hey, Summer. Good seeing you.
She's all rested up now after her full tummy.
Oh, Milkmaid. I didn't miss my chance. I could have timed you out. But Garrett is who I'm always aiming at. He rarely misses my wrench when he's not wrenched. I'm just saying. He knows this. He knows it's all in fun. He's gotten me a few times too when I stepped into a chat and I'm like, oh,
there he
gosh.
is. He's back.
Yeah, you're back. And I even missed out on the fun, Garrett.
Summer says, yes, I could sleep more, but it was good enough. I'm about to go clean the house and then go get my hair cut. Well, there you go, ma'am. Have you a girl's day out after you do that? You need a break. You deserve a chill moment. Get your hair done. Damn, do I see? Oh man, I changed things after I had Zach's stuff in my thing. I got the J6, but I don't have Zach's contact stuff. Do you got his email stuff? Because Rich was asking Zach, do you have an email I can contact you at? And I tell you what, let me go to his about page.
I just have him on Signal. I can't remember if
Hold on a sec.
No.
Rich and I will get it for you, sir.
I don't have his email. Oh, I just have him through Signal. No, Garrett, we can't see you.
Oh, no, actually, there isn't nothing on the about page, so.
If Zach wants, he can message me his email. Or
let's see.
Or if he wants to just put.
Maybe the window is too small and it didn't show. Let's see if I pull it up.
Oh, this damn weather. It's either hot or it's cloudy and rainy and cold. Cool, I should say.
Yeah, I know. There's no email listed there.
There it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
Zach just got it up there.
I think I got your email.
the.patriotism.fighter@gmail.com. So, Rich, did you? Oh, wait. Here we go. There we go. I'll put it up on the big screen for you, Rich. And that's Zach's email. Right on, Rich. Thank you, Zach. Man, what time is it? Damn, it's 11 o'clock. Been going for 9 hours. Hell, I don't know why I was thinking it was like 7 or 8 in the morning. Well, y'all, I do have to get back to it. FYI, if you put email in the email section of About page on a PC, it will not show up on phones. Oh.
No, he was reading your comment. Oh,
Yeah, it's not a jinx on me. I just read what you said.
He's here till the end, unlike some people. We all know that you're
61 people, man. I just don't want to leave everybody.
Milkmaid, it's okay. It's okay. We know that you're addicted to Reese's peanut butter cups and you got to sneak out of the chat just to go have one, just to go get your fix. We know how it is.
Later, Milkmaid. Thank you, doll, for coming. Hanging
Later,
out.
Milky.
Hey, Truth Matters with Tracy.
Hey, Shepard.
G-Maw, time to crank some tunes and get it done. Get her done, G-Maw, get her done. Yay, meat and milk to have a good day.
G-Maw is all about her tunes. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah.
I think she's holding the welterweight belt so far.
It's high noon Eastern time. Alrighty, Zach. Zach says I need to go as well. Need food and then work. Right on, little buddy.
Later, brother.
You have a great day. Get you some rest. Get you plenty of food, brother. And I heard you're going to be on later tonight on Angry Conservatives for his Ronald Reagan show. And that'll be cool. I'll try to catch that, Zach. I'll see what I can do.
Be a good one. Today,
yeah. Prep.
Today's the anniversary of D-Day. That's what I was thinking.
Billy, let her be safe out there. You going too, Billy? Be safe, brother.
Later, Billy.
Tell me, you gotta go home, but you gotta get out of here. Much love, right, brother? Okay, I'm showered, dressed, and ready to start my day, sort of. Right on. Have a good one, Billy. Take care, Anna. Yeah, I think I might call it. Get my bowl of chicken noodle soup going.
All right.
Yeah. You gonna go live, Money?
No.
No.
Why are you always trying to convince me into doing that?
I'm not convincing you. I'm just asking, because then we could tell people while the chat's still here.
I'm one of those random guys that just hey, I'll just go live. But if people want me to go live,
fine. Are you random?
Not right now.
Okay. There you go. Thank you, Huckleberry. Thank you, Mama Reed. Hey, thanks everybody for being here. Thanks for hanging out, kicking it. Tonight was actually a pretty good night, I do believe. I know it got me up out of my shit for now. So, look, see, Devil Dog said, "Man up, Monty, go live." Pull up them bootstraps. I always get here in the morning when it's too late. LOL. See y'all later. I'm sorry, Truth Matters, Tracy. I start at 2 a.m. Central, the only time zone that matters, and then I go.
That's right.
I really got no set end time. I just kind of go till I don't go, and then
no bootstraps.
You ain't got to go home, but you just can't stay here. But I love everybody, and I appreciate everybody that comes in, hangs out. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed it and had a good time. Pick up a little something, laugh a little way. All right. That's the idea. Hey, this is America, the greatest country of all. We have 3 awesome documents: Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, and the Constitution. If you haven't become familiar with them, they're worth looking at. Those are the documents that give us our freedom and liberties. We just have to back it up. But I hope you guys don't forget, if you see something extra today while you're shopping or picking up, go ahead and pick up a little extra something while you can. Prices are going up. Fuel's going up. Grab a gas can, maybe grab a few gallons today, save a few bucks tomorrow.
Yeah, because it's skyrocketing.
You guys have an awesome day. That's what I can say. You guys have an awesome day. I love you guys. Appreciate you hanging in with me. Money, you want to say bye?
Much love, God bless. That's all, folks.
That's it. And in Dangerous Freedom's famous words, you ain't got to go home, but you just can't stay here. So later, guys. Much love.